welcome everyone to week 3, day number 2 of the 2016 English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patient Time Card. Joining me this time is Jake Spawn Tiberi. There's going to be a whole lot of fun, just like it's always been.
Yeah, it certainly should be. We've got a couple of good best of threes coming up. LPL has been all over the place so far this season, and I'm not expecting tonight to be any different.
No, after last night's games, I don't think we get anything any more epic. EDG is nice to see them finally showing up again. Clear Love return does seem to herald kind of the same old thing for the team.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere watching Clear Love come back is like watching Goku arrive on Namek. He just like comes in and smashes kids. But that was a pretty intense series for EDG. They're showing that when pawns on Assassins, when they have Clear Love on a very aggressive jungler, this team is a force to be reckoned with. Koro didn't even have to do anything.
No, he's just hanging out.
Game 1 especially, he just laned and then walked into their base with the rest of the team. It was beautiful to watch.
Just hanging out, yeah. And that's fun stuff there from EDG. Over on the other side, though, Vici, a team that actually looked very good in the first few weeks, feels like maybe starting to find a couple struggles, sort of like they were last year.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you know, it's because Vici likes to play this slow-paced tempo, and we're hoping that the top side of the map would be strong enough that when they got the advantages, they would be able to get ahead and stay ahead and really force the tempo of the game. It still seems like they've got some issues down in their bottom lane, however. Endless not having the best time at the moment. Easy Hoon on the supportive mages probably doesn't look as comfortable as he should be. Don't know whether that's a communication thing between himself and Endless, but they do look a little bit sloppy to start.
Yeah, I think on the other side, their opponents from yesterday, Invictus Gaming, they're looking actually better and better the more we see them.
And everyone keeps like, poor kid is getting the absolute heck memed out of him at the moment. And time again, like he's just playing Mundo, flashing walls, like getting in there amongst it. And when you're jungling against someone like Dandy, especially in a best of 3, to be able to go toe-to-toe with him, very big credit to Kid. He had a great performance, but it's all about the man in the mid lane. Rookie is just an absolute monster at the moment. The Corki has to be taken away from him at some point, because right now, you give him something that can dominate a lane like Corki, good at all stages of the game, he just puts in work.
I feel like Corki in general actually has almost been the story of the LPL in the last few weeks, because that champion just kind of showed up a little bit. Everyone's like, oh, it's a bit different. The package is kind of weird. And then all around the world, mid lane, bottom lane, but mostly mid lane, he's just been smashing people.
Yeah, I really like it mid lane. It's kind of like when people take Pantheon top lane in solo queue, it reminds me of what people do in the LPL with Corki. All of a sudden, you have this very big presence to take it anywhere. You can either solo kill your lane with it if you don't think the jungle's going to show up, as we saw Rookie do yesterday against Easy Hoon, or you take a bottom lane, you take it all over the map. It does super high amounts of damage. He's got good damage mixture at the start of the game. Actually becomes a little bit magic damage heavy towards the end of the game, but when you get the Infinity Edge and stuff in there, certainly does balance it out. And right now, if you give it to someone that can control a lane, someone that is a bully like Rookie is, it just is an impressive lane to play.
Yeah, and it feels like when IG get the comps that they want, they're actually very comfortable playing them. We saw them play 2 triple AD comps, I believe, in the games they won. IG, again, their top side's also very important. I think Time and Kitty's had some okay games, but it's funny that we mentioned Vici's top half of the map, where it's IG's top half that keeps getting better.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we actually take a look at the standings, and you can see Xiaogu Reaper's still on the top. I guess the surprise is that our game 2 today is between Team WE and Snake, and they're sitting equal at the moment.
Yep, actually hanging out second, so we'll break that tie today. Here's the other group, of course. Royal still atop this group. EDG picking up a few more wins now at 2-1, but IG at 2-1 there as well. And are we missing a team? Yeah, looks like a team in that group's not quite there yet. I won't talk about it today. We're going to look through the matchups instead. LGD versus M3 will be our first one here. These two teams definitely want to show that they're a little bit better than maybe their recent performances.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially LGD. I think they don't even have a 1 KDA as a team, which is just, it's pretty bad, to be honest. And you take a look at our second matchup, Snake versus Team WE. This should be a good matchup because Snake need to bounce back. And WE have already shown that they're just not scared of anyone anymore. Yeah. They're just playing with reckless abandon and looking like they're having fun on the Rift, and I want to see if that continues.
Yeah, I mean, World Elite in general, we talked about their changes a lot in the preseason, making very conservative changes, still keeping the young players on the roster, and so far so good, at least for that team.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're starting to get better, and WE have been very vocal about the fact that they need to rebuild. As soon as Spirit left the team, they felt like that last veteran was gone, so they shed a Luca. You know, now they're trying to rebuild that lineup, and you're not expecting this team to blow people away, but we want them to be a good, consistent team, and they've shown that they can be that.
Well, let's have a look at the KDAs here. Always fun to see who's on top, and it's still Xiaogu and Royal as V. 7.2 still there in that top lane as Clear Love has now just zoomed ahead
Yeah,
of the
I'm
jungle
going to raise you
KDAs.
your Xiaogu and Royal and just throw a clear love in there. That's why we were calling him Goku. Look at that man go. 27 KDA.
With 2 deaths. So he did die
And this
a few
isn't the
times.
first time he's done this. Like
No.
his Nunu Lee Sin KDA was above 19 for the whole of like the first split last year. Dude's a freak.
He certainly is there, as we do see Xiaogu still hanging out there. Dornby looking good at 7.4, but Pawn's starting to come up a bit as well. You can see getting a bit closer here in mid lane.
And I feel like Pawn's the guy that should never have a good KDA.
Yeah.
Because of the way he plays. He should have a lot of kills. I'm just not sure if the KDA is where it should be.
Maybe about 1.
As you see Pekka and Whoosh there, of course, formerly TNT. Pekka just having a great time. Def will slowly climb. He's the safe player on EDG.
Yep, makes sense there. But Pekka's just looked amazing like the rest of the team. Won't see them today, of course, but looking forward to see them play later in the week because they are good. Let's look at supports once more. Always interesting to see how high the supports can get. Actually pretty impressive for Moore and Mata to be this high.
I was going to say a thing. Moore is a little bit more pure-oriented, so you expect it. Mata just plays primarily Engage on his team at the moment, so to have him sitting at above a 5 KDA shows, A, teams aren't shooting him, which is a good thing because he plays a heck of a lot of Alistar. It also shows how good he is at positioning around the map. Doesn't randomly get caught out at all, Mata, and has been probably one of the driving forces to RNG's success.
I have to think so as well. But, of course, we do have LGD Master 3 to cover today, and we sort of teased it already, but both these teams definitely looking like they need to step things up. LGD, somehow, despite the star power on this team, are still without a win, and we're like halfway through week 3 now.
And let's talk about how they lost last week. They dropped a 2-0 to WE. And game 1, it just did not look like it was going their way. You know, it was a little bit drawn out. They got there. Game 2, they fought them at level 1. Like, we kind of came in halfway through the team fight. Got absolutely demolished. And in the top lane, Marin was building, like, Mikhail's Crucible Morgana, like, running around Summoner's Rift as a literal second support. Godvi had 3 times more farm than anyone on his team.
And still couldn't win.
And still could not win.
It's been tough times for the LGD boys, given that they started the end of last season in the LPL champions. They actually won, beating Xiaogu there in a big 5-game final. But let's have a look at their team lineup here. A few changes for this team. You only thought they were going to get better as they added Marin to their top side. We'll look through their lineup now. Marin, Xiaoxi, Wayless, Imp, and PYL.
So that's the change. Gone is Amy, the jungler that they picked up from Unlimited Potential. In is Xiaoxi, who they were playing towards the end of last season, as well as TBQ. And you see Marin in the top lane, not having a good time right now.
He's not having the best time, no. You can see quite a number of Morgana picks, a trademark rumble here and there. As this is the new kid here for LGD, who talks about it, was playing for them a bit in the last season, but replacing Amy, which is very surprising.
Yeah, it certainly is. Amy was a pickup that they talked the most about. You know, his synergy with this man and your screen Wayless, as they had played together before, was supposed to be what would elevate LGD, but does not seem to be the case. And they bring back in the newer jungler, Xiaoxi, and we'll see if it works out for them.
Wayless definitely been trying though as Imp. Also struggling a bit, but, you know, still playing well. Imp is still a very strong player, but it feels like it's not even one player's fault at this point. It's just a team thing. LGD just can't get it going.
And if you're going to blame anyone, you blame the dude on your screen because he's their captain and shot caller, and their shot calling has been poor, to say the least. Even in situations where they look even, LGD just don't look like they understand where to be on the map. So, got to take a big look at how this team is being run. Marin, he was a big shot caller on SKT. Imp is also a very vocal player, so looking for them to improve.
Well, we'll take a look at their opponents for the match here as we pop over to the M3 side of the Rift. And M3, you know, a newer team coming up from, finishing low-ish last year, and a lot of new members, lots of players have moved around, and they're looking okay, given that it's just a few weeks early.
Yeah, honestly, Dade saved this team from relegation before he left, and now they're struggling, I guess, to get it back together. Their victory against Snake was very impressive as we take a look at the roster.
Yeah, YOLO, Scenery, Raphael, Pentacue, and Savoki. Feels like we're moving some people around. As we're going to start with YOLO, who's apparently now a top laner.
Yeah, he's a jungler, so he's gone with the insect treatment. That's normally their jungler right there, but
You can see his last picks, that makes sense. Lots of Elise and Rek'Sai, so curious to see how he does. A Scenery, another new addition to the jungle this time around. We'll see how he goes.
I love Chada so much. So this is really interesting, actually, because XY was getting picked on a lot. Trundle, Maokai were his last 2 picks, so we'll see whether YOLO has a better time. Raphael, he's their Victor player. See whether he's able to get it done. The 2 Corkies were actually a win. That was against Snake, not giving him any respect in that set.
Yeah, and then Pentacue as well. AD carry supports definitely in the LPL. Just kind of doing their job for the most part here, so haven't seen too much from PQ and Savoki just yet, but plenty of time for them to really make a name for themselves.
Yeah, what I have seen about Savoki is this dude is just outright ruthless and very aggressive. You can see it with the 82% kill participation. This guy, if they're going to get kills, it's probably off his back. And Alistair seems to be the champion that he prefers above all else. So we'll see if Savoki's able to get onto a good initiator and continue to rock it. But once again, that is a very young-looking team for the Masters 3. And much like their old sister team, WE, looking to rebuild and consolidate after losing Lupa and Dade last year.
Pretty interesting to see that both teams are making jungle changes, actually. So it seems that we are going to get new players there. Always curious to see. I think YOLO is probably going to be the big one for me, at least in this first game here. I love when players are all swap. I don't know if it's good or bad. It's usually traditionally not been great, but should at least be fun. Looks like the two Koreans are now going to be the solo laners.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is the case. And I'm with you. Like, I don't know whether it's good or bad. All I know is that when Insec and Dandy swapped, you had to throw bans at them for some reason. So maybe we'll see a similar thing here.
Well, I guess we're going to find out. So we are into draft for game number 1. Poppy and Rise the first 2 bans, so pretty standard stuff so far.
Yeah, getting rid of Savoki's Poppy, actually. Plays a lot of it down in the bottom lane, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, nobody likes Graves, so ban him away. Because apparently the champion's quite good. I'm sure Clearlove showed that off enough yesterday as Gangplank. Another standard ban there for M3.
Yeah, and actually both teams banning relatively quickly right now. As you see, Alistair also hitting the bench, so that's double support bans thrown at Savoki down there in the bottom lane. And we'll see whether this leaves up a lot of power picks in the top lane.
Well, one more ban, of course, for M3. 15 seconds left for them to decide what they do want to take away. And it is going to be Rek'Sai, interestingly. So that leaves Lulu open. I guess LGD will take it.
Yeah, straight away as well. They locked that one in. Tom Kench is still available. Has seen a little bit of play in the top lane. Trundle is also still up. He's a power pick at the moment as well. So we'll see where exactly the teams want to take the pick. Lissandra, Corki, the other two big flex picks that we have to talk about.
I was definitely going to mention Corki there. He's picked up in popularity, I feel like, in the last few weeks. And so a lot of him yesterday. We are going to get it on M3's side. Corki, Elise, actually their first 2 picks. As Scenery, going to take Elise to the jungle for the first time.
Yeah, and Elise is definitely a strong jungler at the moment. Favors pick, but also just jungles really healthily. So don't really have to worry about being invaded when you are playing it. And it's just a good standard jungle, you feel, especially with Rek'Sai taken off the board to have in your first LPL game.
There's LGD looking around at their comp. Definitely been hard to pinpoint the one exact problem for LGD's first few weeks here. Sometimes it feels like drafts, sometimes it feels like decision-making, but as we said, whatever LGD are doing, it's not been working out for them in the early weeks of the LPL. Still plenty to go, and LGD are generally a team that sort of plays it slow.
And you can see that they must be playing it very slow because PYL is yawning on your screen. Now he's coughing a little bit, so maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But
well, Lucian Braum there at least as far as their picks are concerned, so they'll take a very solid bottom lane there. I'm sure they're both happy with those particular champions. It is nice to see Braum seeing a bit more play as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Braum is just always, I always say this, but Braum doesn't really change and people pick him up and then let him go with like regularity in the LPL. And it's just strange to watch actually sometimes. And I would be very surprised if this is a composition they go towards. Myron can play Lulu in the top lane. And one thing that we learned last split of the LPL, you don't give LGD the double wall composition that will come out if they pick something like Varus in the mid lane. Yasuo Braum, very strong, especially with a Lulu in the top lane. So not surprised to see them swap that over.
No, and there's Trundle and Quinn actually. So that looks like top lane support. That could be just about anything at this particular point. So M3 leaving the draft nice and open. But Quinn's definitely been a champion that's, I'm going to say, been surprisingly popular and actually pretty effective.
Yeah, it certainly has been. You know, we've seen Rookie take it into the top lane. Mid lane, we've seen Lupa play at top lane. So we'll see whether he is able to get it going in probably the top lane right now for YOLO.
Yeah, makes sense there. And thank you, production. Can confirm that Sino is just a name change. So he was Shui Shui from LMG last year, if we remember him. Pretty standard Lee Sin Rek'Sai player. So not too much. Didn't see him too much last year. Not too sure what to expect, but classic, again, classic China. Just changing names on us.
Yeah, exactly right.
Quickly as the players.
If you don't like what you call, just get rid of your name, apparently.
As LGD now considering their last few picks here. Looks like could really be mixing it up here. Remember, Xiaoxi is going to join them It's their old sub-jungler, effectively, who played a few games for them. And Evelyn is going to be the pickup, joining in with Fiora for the top lane.
Yeah, so Xiaoxi going towards a pressure jungler. I like this just because Quinn is such a lane bully. And hopefully, if you are the Evelyn, you're able to put down some pressure early on the map. Make sure she can't shove up the way Quins do like to and start pressuring. This is going to be a triple AD comp right now coming out of the Masters 3 lineup. We've seen time and time again that this kind of thing is successful if executed well. Very hard to get on top of a Trundle and Elise because of how much peel they have. So the kite back right now on the siege from M3, it's huge. But they need to be able to get it right.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We saw a lot of this yesterday as well, as Ezreal does get locked in there as the final pick. That looks like it'll be 80 carry Ezreal, which makes sense. But I feel like the best compositions like this are like the Corki Kalista Graves, so you get a kind of a bit more balance. There's nothing wrong with this comp for sure, but like you said, very execution heavy.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the worry for that is that you don't want to give LGD anything, and teams have been beating them fairly standard at the moment. So it is a very meta composition right now in China, but we've seen them go wrong maybe one too many times. The thing that really rings a bell is when we're watching EDG trying to pull it off and just not getting very far.
No, and the issue is, like you said, you make a mistake and suddenly a carry dies and you're like, well, we can't really do anything. As we have a quick look through the lineups once more for LGD, Fiora, Evelyn, Lulu, Lucian, and Braum, with Quinn, Elise, Corki, Ezreal, and Trundle over on the M3 side. Yeah,
we'll see whether Wayless, on a more supportive champion this time around, is able to get anything going. Played Kassadin Gangplank in their last set against WE. I really do like when you play Lulu with carry top, carry AD carry, because it gives you multiple decisions to be able to speed players up, send them in with your shield. But Wayless needs to be on point, cannot fall behind in this, because he is all their wave clear.
Yeah, and we've seen this a lot from Lulu. You have a weird burden on you to carry, but not by directly doing it yourself. And Wayless is definitely more of a carry player. Not that he can't play Lulu and the like, but it's just something different for him. He's not going to be hard carrying this game.
Yeah, it certainly might be a little bit different, and a lot of pressure on him to be able to farm up, play safe, and facilitate, as opposed to just be an outright beast.
Well, we'll see if LG can get it done. We're gonna get onto the riff for game number 1. And we're onto the riff for our first game of day number 2, week 3 of the LPLs. LGD going to say that they can pick up a rare game win for them. Actually, I haven't won a series just yet. I believe they've won at least one game.
Yeah, they're 1-6.
It's been struggle street.
They're 1-6, so no need to worry just yet, you know. They're just taking some time to warm up on Summoner's Rift.
Classic LGD, as M3 on the other side looking to continue some of their bright spots they've had already in the week. Not the best record, but looking good at least.
There really are some myths about LGD at the moment that I've been seeing crop up. The fact that people thought that, you know, they just got lucky in summer, that they were an inconsistent team. Sure, they've always been inconsistent during the regular season. But this is a team that took the MSI winning EDG to 5 games in the first split.
And then won.
Yeah. So it's not like they were just good for like 2 weeks on a particular patch. This team was great throughout both playoffs. First time around playing a lot of Orianna, second time playing a lot of Yasuo and Assassins, Diana and the like. They pretty much invented the double teleport meta that you're now seeing on your screen as well. So definitely a team that deserves a little bit more credit, but seems to be affected by the world.
That was a bit weird.
And now they're just chilling in a brush.
Yeah, I mean,
did they not see them?
I don't know, because they're having an invade. YOLO and Sinner have started this up, and here we go. Now they're going to spot him. Vital's there. It's going to move in for the launch, and the damage is down. Xiaoxi going to keep chasing. Those fighters were amazing. And the red buff still attacking them as well. It's going to swap aggro a bit over now, but it should get impatient relatively soon. This mic goes down, and I believe that was a steal.
They're in trouble now. This is another bad level 1 for LGD.
Yeah, Raphael's going to come over now as well. Whale's also going to join them in, and the red did go to Scenery, I believe. So not even a steal there.
So all of a sudden, Xiaoxi has absolutely no way to jungle. He is an Evelyn that started the refillable potion, can probably get 1 camp in, and then he's going to be in struggle street. So not a great start for LGD one more time. Wayless gets a level advantage. Maybe they can take that from it.
I mean, maybe. Wayless going to at least zone Raphael out here, but that was just weird. That was so aggressive from LGD.
And that's what it seems like that they're going towards. I'm not going to call it cheesy, but just brute force at the early stages of the game to try and get themselves a lead. You know, when macro play doesn't work, just completely... Ooh, good trade there.
Yeah. Go back to the landing, I guess.
Yeah, just completely out, I guess, mechanics the other team is what they're going for. It doesn't seem to be working right now, though.
Well, not in recent weeks at least, as Imp and PYL, you can see getting a bit aggressive here in the matchup. Every time anyone hits a Braum Q, Lucian able to follow up very nicely. So, see how that lane develops as well. Still with that EXP lead, but starting to trade back and forth a bit more. You can see Thunderlord's procking everywhere.
And only Wayless would do that. Doesn't shield himself. Just, you know, ease onto the Corki there, making sure that he's nice and aggressive at all stages. There's now Imp getting aggressed on.
Actually not in the area where PYL went, but now he's over the other side. Does pop the Ignite down. Needs to get one more auto win, but it's not quite enough. The Q will not count. Savoki not going to get stunned up either, but they do force Penta-Q summoners.
Yeah, and all of the summoners out of the LGD bottom lane, however. PYL flashes to get the Q in there and the Ignite, and Imp uses both one on the retreat, one on the offensive, so we'll see whether that does come back to bite them as an Elise. Very good early game jungler. And this is what we're used to seeing out of LGD, like big CS advantages in the bottom side of the map. And hopefully they can start getting back there, because as you can see, in PYL, this should be a dominant lane in the LPL.
Yeah, and they certainly are playing very aggressive here in the bottom side as well. Scenery is actually top right now. As Shashi is looking to
for
dive.
a teleport play here.
Yep, here they go. Four-man dive in the bottom lane. Penta-Q has to try and get out of this, but Imp is going to move himself forward. Q is down there. Savoki's going to be the fresh target. Damage is there, but a good flash might keep in a safety. Ripbot's going to take him out as Shashi takes the tower, and he gets the double.
Yeah, Shashi gets a double kill. More importantly, however, this big minion wave will crash up against the turret. Wayless in trouble.
Yeah, this looks like a 1v1. Raphael with that exhaust by looks things. The polymorph maybe going to turn it around. A flash is there. The auto's good, and Raphael gets the outplay.
Yeah, so Raphael able to get it. He took 2 combat summoner spells, has the exhaust available, so Wayless not able to duel him there. That's a little bit of a misplay because he was winning quite heavily with CS. All of a sudden now Myron looking to make a play in the mid lane.
And Myron going to see if he can turn it around, but on the teleport actually, that's Wayless coming back to his lane. Myron instead going to walk back towards the top side here. And he wants it, but not going to get it. Raphael going to stay safe here. Wayless, though, aggressive teleport to retain control of the lane for now.
Yeah, well, what he really wanted actually was to force Raphael back and to miss that massive wave of experience, so he didn't get that much of an advantage. Instead, Scenery swings by, able to pick up a lot of the farm himself, so the experience in gold not going to waste, and you can see straight away Wayless just trying to get some vision, see what he can get done elsewhere on the map.
Okay, take the Raptors by the looks of things, but nice little play there from Scenery. Pretty easy to get between the lanes when you go boots before finishing your first jungle item. So lots of roaming potentially here from Scenery. Shashi on the top side is going to get spotted by a pink, but YOLO are going to try and get out of this. So a good blinding assault. Vault's out of the way, but Wayless is here as well. YOLO going to get aggressed on, and Lulu gets the kill.
And this is what we're actually expecting out of Wayless. Just don't stay in your lane. This is why he used to take double teleport. He hates laning. He's very vocal about the fact that he doesn't like being there. Get around the map. Make sure you're able to make things happen. Able to even that back up with a very nice early roam. As we have even more aggression in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see Imp and PYL still playing nice and aggressive. And BF Sword versus Tyr is not a fair fight here for poor little Penta-Q. 10 CS ahead already for Imp. We'll see if LGD can maybe grow this lead. And again, just in general, from level 1 till now 6.5 minutes in almost, LGD have been playing aggressive in every single lane.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that's what we're expecting out of the team. Get up in their faces, make sure that you're getting these early leads that you're famous for. You can see that means a CS advantage everywhere. Every single lane has been killed. It's only the jungle that hasn't really been all that involved so far.
Well, that's the thing for me, because LGD were also getting leads from just strong macro play and good ward and map movement, but there's been a little bit less of that, I guess, from LGD. So I think more than anything, they just want to be aggressive for the confidence as we're going topside again, 2v2 this time.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Shashi is 2 levels lower than Scenery. We gave... Ooh, here we go.
Yep. Chilling Smite down, sorry, as YOLO is getting aggressed on. Challenge has been issued by Mara, but Shashi on the backside taking damage. Scenery is going to get him down, but Marin is going to be able to take the kill and proc the ulti. Now to sort of avoid the tower hits. He takes quite a few there as Scenery is going to keep chasing on. Marin, though, looks like he will be able to get out of this here. He does have Riposte back up, and Scenery just can't chase. Minion Wave there as well, and there he goes, going to keep going for it. Looks for the damage. Riposte is there. Scenery needs one more, but he can't quite get it done.
Yeah, really nice pot use there out of Marin, actually, to be able to make sure that he survives. You can see Scenery still pushing up the wave. So in the end, it is a 1-for-1 trade. You have to say that with Marin picking up the kill, however, in their favor.
Oh, good ulti there from Imp as Savoki does take some damage. PentaQ actually forced to take some of it to prevent his Trundle from dying, but the CS lead is not getting any smaller. It's 20 up now for Imp.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's about to force both of them back. You can see just how aggressive this lane is when they want to be. Savoki's still eating the chair. And that's a pretty natural turret going down to half health at only 8 minutes into the game in standard lanes.
Yeah, you can see the 4-man play on the bottom side did give them a nice lead. They were already playing aggressively enough, and we'll see if Imp can continue this here. And LGD off to a pretty good start here. 700 gold up already with 7 kills in this game, as Wayless does get himself a blue buff. He's going to eat a rocket or two as they are both above level 6 now. Well, it should be just fine here as Wayless. Should be able to wave clear safely. And honestly, do what you said he wants to do already. Just leave the lane.
Yeah, so all he wants to do is shove out, kind of leave. You're not really going to out-duel what is a pretty good laner at the moment. As you can see, YOLO once again asking for assistance. Here they go.
Good sneak in there, but Vital again going to proc. Now the damage down from Xiaoxi. Going to jump in onto YOLO. Damage should be there. Xiaoxi's probably not going to die this time as Scenery going to try and get the counter kill. Grand challenge used there onto the Elise, but a good repel
goes for the
Flash
kill.
is nice, but he's going to go in for it. He will get the kill, but this looks like it'll cost him his life. Scenery is going to fall, and that's another kill for Marin.
Do not agree with that decision at all. Could probably have actually got out there. You can see they even burnt the flash for it. If you repel to a minion and just got the heck out of dodge, that would mean that Marin would not be 3-0-3 with a red buff at the moment. There is no way YOLO can go back to that lane.
No, and it seems like Quinn, we have seen me quite a lane bully. He's not going to be doing any bullying of the sort with good focus from Xiaoxi in the early game. Maybe that's the plan. Just get someone in Marin's lane, get him snowballing, because bottom lane's already looking good. Wayless usually okay by himself. Jungle change has certainly seen a pressure change at least.
Yeah, it certainly has, and maybe that is the plan, you know. We talked about Wayless and Amy's synergy. Maybe they just like Xiaoxi has better synergy with the rest of the map. Let's see if we can get him pressuring bot, pressuring mid. Because honestly, Imp and PYL were bodying people at the end of last split. People talk about Pekko very fondly, with good reason. TNT is a very good AD carry. But when LGD were able to beat out QG for the LPL title, as we enter more action.
Yep. Ulti down there used by PWL. Imp actually pops a culling as well. A decent exhaust might keep Savoki alive, but Imp gonna flash for it. Now onto Pentakill as the chair is gonna get flashed out of the way. Ezreal will live this time.
Yeah, all of a sudden, all the summoner spells used one more time. Good ward out of PYL.
They'll spot the Elisa's repels
Here's everyone.
Xiaoxi's here as well though. Imp gonna keep moving on to Pentakill. And that teleport down from Quinn, YOLO pretty much just has to be like, yeah, not much I can do here.
Yeah, YOLO was like, I am so out of this. That is not a fun lane to be in at the moment. You saw that the teleport was matched straight away. And Imp and PYL in that series against TNT and TCT back then were putting them in like 50 CS holes. The games that they were winning was because of good team fighting, which is very much what QG is known for. LGD should be able to get it done in these lanes.
Well, looks like they'll get the Dragon done instead. As Xiaoxi actually does hit a Cocoon. Nice hop there from PWL for the shield. And Raphael goes straight in with the package. Ulti used there onto the Brawn to try and keep him alive, but YOLO will take him out. Now Imp caught on the other side, and M3 capitalized nicely. Should get the Dragon here as well. LGD lose 2.
And talking about sloppy team fights, this is what LGD were known for in their final set. Not respecting the other team, you know. Getting a kill. Oh, Wayless.
He's on top of a ward. Now the damage going to come down. Marin going to try and challenge somebody else. It's Savoki by looks of things. No, it was Scenery, and it did take him out, but YOLO going to come down, and Marin actually going to get shut down by the Trundle. Now Xiaoxi going to die as well as Trundle gets another kill, and Wayless has to run straight under that turret.
And all of a sudden, that advantage that has been building for 10 minutes is just completely squandered. They give away a shutdown. They lose 4 members. They lose a Dragon and all of the pressure in the lanes. That CS advantage is now nothing in bottom lane, nothing in mid lane, and M3 bite back.
Yep, really nice collapse there as we're going to watch it again.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. The first problem is that Imp has no mana and he actually splits from the team because of this really nice, I'm going to call it an equalizer, it's not, it's a package, but you get the exact point. It splits up the fight, and you just see Imp falls down, and then Wayless and Marin really want to fight here for some reason. They stand on top of a ward. The rest of them go out as we do jump back to live.
And Wales is almost dead again. Raphael starting to bully with this Corki at 2-0-2. Trinity Force not quite there yet. But M3 starting to really play with a bit more of that aggression that we saw LGD with in the first 10 minutes of this game. And now a collapse on the mid. This looks to be a turret. Wellus already got chunked out. He can't really defend here, especially as he only has that ulti.
Ooh, Raphael wants in. You see Xiaoxi is also there. YOLO roams down. That is the first turret of the game falling right now for M3. That will be a gold lead as well. And just when LGD fans were starting to regain a little bit of hope, they just gift the game back to Masters 3.
I mean, aggressive is the easiest way to describe LGD's first 10 minutes of this game, but after that little Dragon exchange, just reckless at this point. Even the level 1 that we saw from LGD, I'm not going to say desperate, but they're just playing so overly aggressive, and it won them a lot of spots in this game, but it also cost them to get right back to even as Marin is going to dive in onto YOLO. Good vault away, though. YOLO going to keep himself safe.
Yeah, this time around keeps himself relatively safe. You see the Pentakill in the bottom lane also nearly fell. So that will be probably the first turret of the game. There's even more action in the top lane.
Yeah, Marin now going to get chased down to Cena. He's looking for a cocoon. Not going to come in. But the turret does go down. No kills on top side, but now one apiece on structures.
Yeah, so able to get that one back. You see that Marin didn't have to blow the flash either. As some more pressure now in the top side of the map. Want to invade this blue buff, it looks like. That scenery is no way they're going to be able to contest.
Yeah, especially not with the Trinity Force Corki lying around, and that blue does in fact go over to the Corki. You can see just how much more active these teams get with the triple AD carry comp. It's one of the nice things you can do is just roam around lanes and start hitting turrets in the mid game.
Yeah, certainly, and especially as soon as you pick out that Trinity Force Iceborne Gauntlet combo, as we see it coming online right now. This means that M3 have just superior poke. And unless there is a hard engage from Xiaoxi, this is kind of why EDG started playing the Evelynn again, just because it gives you that very reliable AoE CC from the ultimate to be able to start up these fights in the flanks positions. With Lulu, you're also really safe because you get a massive shield, you get the wild growth if you need it on the back line as well. So see if LGD are able to get some teamfight coordination back, because after what was pretty dominant first 10 minutes, 14 minutes in, this game is completely even.
Yep, back to even on gold and kills and turrets with just the Dragon, I guess, for M3 being the difference. Imp, though, now in the top half of the map, looking to take down another turret, like we said. His AD carries do like to move around and takes him out as M3, two of the best possible turret, probably in mid-outer, but LGD is still looking to knock them down and continue to apply pressure. In fact, we're just going to go here. Imp going to get aggressed on Savoki, trying to chase them away. Raphael going to join in as well. Xiaoxi off to the side, trying to get that flank in. Imp is going to get exhausted now, but Savoki who gets slow and flashes out of it. YOLO's going to get the first one. Imp will die with PL's itch, going to eat the stun, and Scenery swoops in for the second.
And you can see Wayless's Summoner Spell Teleport just not available right now, so wasn't able to get up there and help out his team. Instead, Marin wants Pentakill.
Did he just teleport for this? Because he's going for it, but Challenger's down. He'll dive another turret. Now, he almost might die here as Wild Growth is going to keep him alive. Quinn does get the top lane tower, though, and that mid lane tower is going to be safe as Raphael comes back down.
It certainly is. So they give over another couple of kills, another turret, extend their lead to nearly 2,000 at this point. Marin's dead.
Marin now caught here. Scenery gets a nice cocoon, and Raphael collects him.
So once again, another Corki, another good game. 3-0 on 4. Raphael having a much better performance than what they had against QG. This is probably the member of Masters 3 that has the most pressure on him right now. Certainly living up to expectations.
Looking good so far as Imp. Forced to defend back here at this tier 2. LGD did not get turrets in that last exchange. They didn't really get any kills either, so a lot of their moves in this mid game seem to be foiled by M3's superior skirmishing and collapsing. And it's just weird to see LGD again, having another good start, but just playing a little too aggressive perhaps.
Yeah, it's actually becoming kind of routine right now, which is a scary thought for LGD. They just need to be able to slow the game down again. They can accelerate it at will, seemingly. Being able to regain control afterwards is really where they're struggling right now. It just does not look pretty during the mid-game.
Well, it does not, but not too far behind, thankfully. Only about 1,500 gold as M3. Look for Dragon number 2. It's up in 30 seconds. Imp still happily farming in the top lane. Does have Essence Reaver and cooldown boots, so pretty low cooldowns there, able to escape with those dashes if he would get aggressed on. YOLO, though, has got his Ghost Blade and the Swiftness boots. Probably can't 1v1 Imp just yet, but he's going to prevent some sort of threat here. As it looks like YOLO is going to get zoned off the outer, and it will go down. LGD do collect tower number 2.
Yeah, it will go down, but 3 members on the bottom side of the jungle right now for M3 means that Marin is actually in a pretty risky situation. Pentakill just E's and W's himself.
Yeah, and now Marin shows himself, but the rest of the team is around. Pentakill is going to have the challenger shoot. Savoki, though, burns him out with a pillar. And that should be enough on that one. Pentakill looking keen. Looks like a tower dive. Could be an order. Teleport down. Marin could be in some trouble here. Damage is down. Can't quite repost all that off. Wild Growth is good, actually. Might keep Marin alive for long enough, but YOLO will come in and get the kill. Now Scenery going to reset for a second, and Pentakill gets that one.
Yeah, so in the end, Wayless showing up to that was actually bad because they lose a turret and they lose an extra member. Just not able to get enough done right now. LGD, Xiaoxi wasn't there. And you can see that here they go.
Good play with the package. Is going to move back in with the PYL. Scenery flashes in, but they are going to exhaust that onto Xiaoxi. That's the next target, and they take him out. Raphael dives straight for PYL, and that's just too aggressive. Imp's going to take him out.
Yeah, that's called suicide right there as he jumps into his death. But it looks like it doesn't really matter at this stage of the game because M3 are just going from strength to strength, able to pick up another 3 kills. It's only the bottom lane of LGD that survived this time. And unless they make a huge play soon, this triple AD carry comp is just going to come online and bleed them out.
Yep, you can see you're going to take Dragon number 2. Took their 3rd turret as well, so the outers are all down. M3, everything they need right now. LGD did fend off some of that. We're going to watch this dive again, though.
Yeah, so Savoki actually gets turret aggro here, and with the Trundle ultimate, you can see he's just not going to go down at all. Wayless dives in, actually flashes underneath the turret, but with the Trundle, grabbing control of that one. As I said, it's just not going to mean all that much, and they're just able to trace through. They pick up the first turret. Here's where it gets a little bit strange, is the word I'm going to use, because they go very deep and not really anyone can follow up, and the exhaust goes down on Xiaoxi, which means that they eat the whole of the culling, and Raphael goes way too far underneath the turret, gets stunned up, falls down in the end. But, as I said, M3, they're the ones making the proactive moves at the moment. It doesn't really matter if they give away 1 free kill. What they got in return was a turret, 3 members,
and a dragon,
and the whole bottom side of the map in their control.
And perhaps now Rift Herald, as they do seem to be in control. At 19 minutes into this one, poor Harold is going to say goodbye again, but go over to Raphael by the looks of things. Just a bit of extra gold and power. Why not, really? As we'll see where M3 do want to go next with the pretty quickly snowballing triple AD carry comp. YOLO looking good, going back for an item. I have to think Rapid Fire Cannon is close, if not completed. And we've got a Zeal up for Raphael as well. He's probably building the same item.
Yeah, you have to think it's pretty close because you can see that him sitting on very similar items right now, bar the potion. He has not had the same game as what Raphael has had. Had a pretty good performance so far, you have to say, the AD carry of LGD, but Raphael 3-1 and 5 just outperforming across the board. And right now, they don't have any control over the map. They can't really match the split pushing. So they're just trying to pick up resources where they can, maybe look to win a lucky team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Imp was bottom lane when the mid-tier 2 just got taken by M3. Marin still topside in a very long lane, just trying to collect farm. LGD kind of know what they need. They've got carries. They need to give them farm, but they don't have safe ways to do so far. So Marin forced to take away in recall, whereas M3, they're strong. They've got 2 items on pretty much everyone here, ready to take a fight.
Yeah, and this is what LGD were kind of really famous for, being able to farm all 3 lanes, but that's the difference this year. You just don't feel like they can do it. Then when they group up, you feel that the other teams are just out-team fighting them. Gone is the way that LGD used to kind of drag you around the map and stretch you really thin, make your ward line very ineffective and be able to capitalize on it. Nowadays, at least, it just feels like teams are just running at them head first, and LGD are kind of reciprocating, getting taken out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a decent way to explain it, as M3 have certainly kept control of this one. Baron is an option. M3 at least setting up vision for early on, as Raphael will clear a ward out there. Marin back in the bottom lane now.
So I like the idea of baiting Baron against LGD. I do not like the idea of starting Baron against LGD, because in that area, if Fiora does get an ulti off, you know, if Wayless is able to get a good glitter lance across people, they're still going to do a lot of damage. They haven't executed on teamfights. That doesn't mean that you should try and just give them a free teamfight at this stage. Instead, bait it out, do what they're doing, control the jungle, take farm off them, probably respond to the split push in the top lane. Because honestly, this is a force at only 21 minutes in.
Well, this is very aggressive, but Triple AD carry might be able to take the objective out nice and quick. It's falling relatively low, but they will pull away and look for a pick here. Not going to happen, but Marin did actually get distracted long enough to not take out bottom turret for now, so may have saved that, but Marin instead is going to take the blue buff by the looks of things.
Yeah, but also what they did is they're now going to give Marin another chance at picking up a wave, or he gets a free recall to probably pick up that Black Cleaver. Instead, they've gone back to the Baron. PYL needed to fill up the site zone. Xiaoxi will see them. This might be too late.
Has been spotted. Savoki going to jump in for it. Cocoon goes wide as Xiaoxi does flash away. He's going to actually go straight for the steal, but he's actually going to get it out. No! Wildgrowth keeps him alive long enough to steal the Baron, and LGD might just get this by losing one. PYL pops at the ulti. Imp actually wants to fight by the looks of things.
Where's the teleport coming? Just take the Baron. You got exactly what you wanted out of that. In fact, this stalls the game and probably gives them mid-lane turret. This should equalize for LGD right now. And Xiaoxi, what a god!
Yeah, he just literally walked up slowly and smited the Baron. With a bit of help there from Wayless.
Yeah, got a shield, got a wild growth, ulted there for the shield as well, got exhausted again. Poor dude's copped 2 exhausts this game, probably didn't deserve either. At 3 and 6, you think that's not a great performance? Who gives a crap? You got a Baron.
Yep, nice smite there from Xiaoxi. Does put LGD pretty much back to even in this one. Mara now topside with the Baron buff. Split push going to be much more effective this time.
Yeah, and this is probably the only area they still had control pastry time, so giving them a Baron is not a good idea. That's why I said, you know, just bait it, make them come to you. Turn around, kill Xiaoxi then. Bait it again. With a Trundle on your team, you have the ability to take it up between Trundle and Elise Spiderlings. This should not have been that difficult.
It's funny too, because they really tried to kill Xiaoxi. He just didn't die.
Yeah.
There's so much health.
It was, I'm going to say that was bizarre.
That was bizarre.
Really strange.
Well, curious play. M3 set up Baron well, but ultimately lose it. Perhaps being maybe a little bit too greedy, thinking they could kill Xiaoxi and still finish the Baron at the same time. Raphael is going to make a play here. PYL actually get knocked back there by the package, and now they go in for the damage here. Brom Shield actually the wrong way, unfortunately, for PYL. It is going to be him dying.
Yeah, so he will fall down. That's another kill. Probably another dragon on top of it. Going to go over to M3, as now they're looking for Marin.
Ghost play pop by Yolo is pretty speedy. He's going to get the vault for the slowdown now, turn on the damage, but that's about all for that one. As True Shot Barrage even comes in. We'll see the blue buff, but this one is going to go to Wayless by the looks of things. Nope. Marin instead actually gets it. There's M3 now back to the Dragon, which they seem to love so much. Dragon 3 up for them. Probably no contest here for LGD based on current positioning.
Yeah, that looked like Corrupt and Crotian just proc there and got the blue buff. Not really a huge deal as Wayless already has 30% cooldown reduction on item alone. And this is really strange. Like, you saw YOLO there. He wanted to go in as Quinn, then kind of got Quinn syndrome where you are that much quicker than the rest of your team. You go in, you try and fight someone, then you're like, hey, my team's actually not here for support. I'm much quicker than everyone, yeah. So LGD is kind of catching people out.
Yeah, maybe Scenery actually could be caught as he does repel out, but nowhere really to go but down. Straight back on top, will flash away. Did get challenged, but PYL going to jump in now and block some of these shots off. M3 still looking keen to fight, perhaps. LGD, though, going to back off from this side. Just chuck a couple wards down.
Yeah, and this is a scary part of the game because both teams just have outers available. One is missing in the mid lane for LGD. That's where M3 has their advantage right now. That's probably what the gold is at as well. But at this stage of the game, about 25 minutes, you lose one team fight. All of a sudden, a team takes 2-3 turrets off the back of it, and the game is just split wide open. So you can see that M3, whilst they still look like they are willing to fight, not kind of rushing in the same fashion they were at the start of this game.
No, do need to be careful here with Scenery. Going to clear things out.
He takes a lot of farm for a jungler. I'm just going to come out and say it. Scenery is not scared to shove out lanes for his team.
Well, he's 20 CS ahead up on Eve, so taxing.
I'm going to say that's all lane farm as well.
Yeah.
Xiaoxi takes no lane farm, and Scenery is just running in whenever he can.
M3 now bottom side, it seems, as they're going to try and take out another tower for themselves. Do have 4, so still 2 tier 2s left.
Ooh.
Oh, Yola and Marin. Don't know if Yola can really win this one. Marin going to dive back in. Yola will flash. Marin will follow. And the chase is down for the lunge, and that's an easy 1v1.
Yeah, you never really want to give the duel over to a Fiora because she's going to win most of the times. Marin showed us at Worlds that he's a very good Fiora player. 4-3-4, maybe not having quite the game that he wanted to at the start of this, but still performing pretty well.
Well, it started well, but might just end well for LGD as well, as PYL actually tags Savoki. Anything else happening? No, never mind. Xiaoxi actually in. Straight in. Even uses the smite down there to slow down the Elise, but
this is a fun bit of Tank Eve. At this part of the game, Tank Eve is actually really strong because her ult gives her that big of a shield. She has a slow in the ulti as well. And then the Chilling Smite gives you that chase potential. And you just kind of feel like for 2 or 3 seconds you're invincible while that shield's up. Then people start hitting you again, and you realize that you're actually a little bit squishier than you realize. But right now, even though Xiaoxi is 3, 6, and 5, can get the fight started for his teams, they just need to be willing to pull the trigger.
I mean, lived long enough to tank all 5 members of M3 and steal the Baron, so certainly relatively tanky there. As Wayla's zooming around as the Lulu.
I really want to see that again, because I just... I didn't look like they missed all that many skill shots, but he just literally meandered into the pit.
He wouldn't die. He just kept walking forward.
The Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator Eve.
And in a minute 40, he'll be back.
Well, Baron certainly will be. We'll see if M3 are nearly as keen to start it up this time around. As you can see, Marin still being a pest there in that top side. We do have YOLO now with rapid fire cannon and the...
He's got Sterix as well.
Fist, but yeah.
Hasn't traded out for a lifesteal item. Rusty and I have lots of discussions at the moment about double lifesteal with Ravenous or about Titanic Tank.
Yep.
On champions like Yasuo, like Fiora. And it really is a gameplay thing. If they don't have enough burst to take you out, double lifesteal just feels very, I guess, fulfilling in a team fight, especially if you have a Spirit Visage on top of it. If they have some burst, however, it has been proved to me time and time again by Rusty that this particular item combo, especially if you throw a Dead Man's Blade in there, can be very effective.
We've seen this already, Marin. Pretty comfortably winning all his 1v1s, his 3-item Fiora. Bottom lane tower is going to go to LGD. But they'll actually come back in the gold as well. It's been pretty back and forth, and the leads have been pretty narrow most of the time. But 2k up now for LGD. Starting to feel a bit more energized as they move in towards the mid lane.
Really only that Dragon that they need to be able to secure the first one up as well.
It's just going in. YOLO does get picked up by the Braum ulti. Here we are going to try and block everything away.
So the Samsung brothers do this a lot. Imp and Deft, of course, from formerly White and Blue when they were back in Korea. If they feel like a game is slipping away, they are more than happy to play initiator for their team and very much be at the front of any team fights, very trusting in their skill to be able to keep it together. You can see that Imp does not want to lose this one. He's a 4-item Lucian at this stage of the game. Very strong. Lucian is one of the best late-game hyper carries with a Lulu on the team. And expect Imp to be dishing out all of the damage as the game progresses.
Certainly do. And meanwhile, of course, Marin actually going back, but continuing to provide pressure in the lane by shoving out that top side. Saroki doesn't really want to clear this out. Imp going to zone him off that pink ward. As YOLO seems to be avoiding Marin. I don't really blame him, but Darix is finished for Quinn as well.
Ooh, and maybe going for a Last Whisper here. Frozen Heart here as opposed to a Last Whisper, due to the fact that there's not much defense on the other side. This will be really interesting. I want to see if he goes for a Frozen Fist, however. Both get 40% cooldown reduction at the moment. We've seen the popularity of Iceborne Gauntlet rise. But against triple AD carry, I can definitely understand where a Frozen Heart would come in handy.
Yep. We still have Marin in the bottom side pushing. M3 again trying to get vision around that Baron. Their favorite objective, Dragon, though. He's back up in 15 seconds.
This one really needs to go to LGD, otherwise it puts a timer on the game. They already don't have the first one, which at this stage of the game you would say is worth about 3,000 gold. And you can see that Myron might be being collapsed on here.
He's going to recall as a result. You can see lots of
pings.
pinging
Him out.
Going to try and chase him down. He's not complete that recall. Didn't have time. M3 instead, though, is going to convert to the Dragon. And Marin, who pretty much is convinced he's being chased at this point.
Baron.
Well, that's where they're going.
That was his call. That was actually his ping. They're going for it.
Dragon is down, but LGD are going to look to start this. They clear out a ward in the back. They're actually 2. They have to get the pink in the pit as well. YOLO's already over there. He's birded over his Quinn. So M3 know what's up, and LGD are forced to back from that as Marin is now still in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so he's going to continue to push it, pressure this side of the lane, just because that is the furthest part from Baron. Don't really agree with him giving up at another Dragon objective, however. That's number 4 at 31 minutes. Means at 38 minutes, around the 40-minute mark, potentially, when people are getting towards those 6 items, we're going to have a big team fight.
I hope so. Feels like what we're building towards here, but we have slowed it down a bit in the last 10 or so minutes. Everyone's has been doing some pretty hard farming, but M3 have certainly kept control of the objectives, with maybe that one Baron as the exception.
Well, they controlled that.
Yeah, they did. They just didn't smite it.
Yeah.
Controlled it right up until the bit where they didn't have control anymore. They were taking Baron until it got stolen. Or whatever the quote is. That's PYL. Getting out a couple of minions. Wayla's hanging out. And everyone, again, getting pretty massive here. Death cap done for the Lulu.
That's how you know when your support rules with an iron fist. When it's 32 minutes in the game and he gets all 4 Targon stacks off still. He's like, give me my gold.
CPWL still in control. Savoki going to get chased out here. Chashi moving in. Maran going straight for it. Going to jump on the trundle. M3 not really grouped for this. Ezreal's not even with the team. Chair will go wide there, but Savoki pretty tanky. Is Imp going to throw in that Carling Pillar? Should disengage them. And now comes the triple AD carry poke.
Yeah, very important though that they got the ulti out of Savoki without burning anything apart from a Lucian ulti in response. That means that right now there's a big window where they should be able to engage.
Ooh, going for it. Scenery does find Imp with a cocoon, but PWL once again jumps forward to save him. YOLO looking for something, finds PWL and pokes out a bit of damage.
Teleport in the middle of them.
Shashi's already in for the flank. Maran's going to dive in for it, but he gets vaulted on there, and the damage might be too much here. Issues the challenge, but he's taken so much already as Scenery does repel forward after taking a whole host of hurt. Now M3 going to keep moving. Flash pill there, and Savoki going to try and find a pick. Everyone's low. YOLO moves in, but the Sky Strike does not complete a kill.
And wow, that was close from both lineups. We said with no tank, it was going to be a very close fight. And that was just volatile. Everyone on such low health bars, that had it been either. Wow.
This is aggressive, and another pot's burnt, this time by Wayless, but Baron is dead at this point. No Shashi to steal this time. M3, can they get out alive? Scenery is actually going to flash forward. Savoki's going to give it up, but Imp just takes 2.
Yeah, Imp able to pick up a double, but that is definitely worth. 2 kills for a Baron is something you will definitely trade at this stage of the game if they don't get anything else. You can see Imp still searching. No minion waves really in favor of LGD right now. Gold will remain the same, but when it's your 3 AD carries that retain the Baron buff, that's big news right now for Masters 3.
You can see M3 going to move back now in the mid lane and try and defend. They've got Baroned up minions. Everyone's pretty much healthy here. Apart from Scenery and Savoki, that unfortunately for them, still dead for a little while longer. LGD going to take the man advantage and power down the turret, but might need to break a bit more than this, because once YOLO and Savoki come back, M3 in a nice position of power.
Yeah, and you can see that maybe they don't even want to let them back to YOLO straight away. Birds off into the distance.
He's going to top.
Certainly is, and we'll see whether he can get there before anyone else does. He's going to be able to make it
He's
there.
a Quinn. Of course he's going to make it.
Oh, Savoki caught.
Could be caught. There's one more auto. There it is for the Braum stun. Savoki. He's going to ulti, but I don't know if he can live through this. Damage is there. PWL actually is going to get taken out. And Pentaku takes out Braum. The support on M3 cycle will live. And him's taking way too many Ezreal hits. He's on a sliver of health as Marin. Now going to try and take out YOLO. Riposte is there. Vital is proc. Marin's going to collect him. Two-shot barrage will not find him for the snipe, though. M3 effectively trade 1-for-1.
And why do we ever doubt Trundle? The guy's just too damn tanky to initiate on. It's like we just see Alistair all over again, but in a troll form. Now Marin has been cut off from the rest of his team.
Oh, Crit's good. Rocket's better. There's Thunderlords, and Raphael collects Marin.
Yeah, and that means a minute 40 until Dragon Marin down. For 50 seconds of that, going to have to sprint across the map to be in good enough to position a contest. 5-1 and 7. Going for a Sterex next, it looks for Raphael, and the siege has begun in the mid lane.
Yep, this is going to die. Might even get more than this, as this tower's going to go down. See what else they can get here. Marin's still dead for 35 seconds, so a long time there on that one. LG, though, are going to force them away. M3 don't have YOLO, and the health bar's a little low after that, so they'll just break mid, but inhibitors still stand for LGD.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the map right now for Masters 3. They've been able to push them around. This is Dragon number 5. They're sending Imp bottom lane to try and clean it out. He will not have time to go get the Infinity Edge, though, even if he has enough gold for it. 51 seconds. LGD are desperate to get control of this area.
Everyone back for M3 as YOLO does respawn. Scenery gonna have to make it back. Savoki's actually in trouble, but...
Oh, with that, they might actually be able to get Imp his Infinity Edge if he has enough for it. He's going for another wave, so he mustn't. 374 CS. He's 100 up right now on Pentaku.
Level 17 as well. He's pretty massive on the Lucian, but... No,
he's going back 20 seconds. He hasn't got time. They're just giving up 5th Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, M3 haven't won yet. So I guess they're going to try and weather this next storm, but M3 know exactly what they want.
They see Imp in the base. He just walked over double ward. Now he's walking back to base.
3 seconds till the dragon spawns. LGD not actually committing at all. They're going to back away from it. And this will be impressive if you can defend this, LGD.
So that was a conscious shot call. You saw that 3 people recalled. No one went near the Dragon Pit. They didn't want to give it away. So 5 dragons against 0 dragons. This is going to be hard.
Yes, to say the least, for LGD.
Maybe a face check? No.
Savoki, again, very tanky. We've been tricked before. He's got a Frozen Heart now and a Locket. And a Giant's Belt, actually. Plus that Ice Stone, so probably just fine as M3. Gonna take that turret out. No real problems there. Just a matter of what else LGD are gonna lose in this exchange. Looks like bottom side is the call for M3, although Marin is taking it to YOLO in the mid lane, who's currently playing Gatekeeper.
And you can see the Imp with the Lulu speed ups, now that he's finished the Infinity Edge, is very aggressively posturing. But
Marin's coming. He's going to teleport behind the backside. Can't quite see him though. This could be a good flank, but teleport now going to come in for YOLO as well. And Marin's just cut off now from the rest of his team. This could just be descending onto the bottom in here. YOLO actually cancelled his TP. He's just burning down mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. Didn't want to use the whole of the cooldown. Instead, they cancel it. They'll look to see if they can get middle as well now.
Marin doesn't quite eat the Q, but he's completely out of position now. YOLO's ready to go back in. Marin will complete a recall. M3 actually going to back off because top got pushed back, but bottom inhibitor just sort of went down, and I feel like LGD couldn't do anything about it, or didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, they really couldn't. You don't want to fight 5th Dragons. There's so many bonus stats. I mean, even if you've got a couple of dragons yourself, it gives you so much more on the table. It doubles all of the advantages throughout the game. And you can see that LGD just caught completely on the back foot. They wanted to get their item shop in. Couldn't get it done. Imp is still aggressively posturing. 4-2-2. 400 CS. He's a monster.
Yeah, I mean...
But it's just about whether he can get onto the priority target.
Yeah, all things considered, this game is actually very even. We're actually back to M3's gold lead, but at this point, 39 minutes in, the gold relatively irrelevant. It's just that M3 been playing the map a bit better, and that's not something we would have said about LGD last season. They've got the items, they've got the players. It's just a matter of kind of putting them all together and finding a team fight. And Marin is still split pushing. That seems to be the primary plan.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see now they're pressuring in the mid side.
It's gone.
It's another one gone. Savoki.
PWL actually maybe caught there. Cocoon lands after as well. Marin is in the area. PWL will live. But
Xiaoxi went in.
And Xiaoxi went straight in for it. Scenery going to lock him down, and Raphael's going to take him away. And now Imp sort of chased out. He has to flash away, but Raphael's looking for it. Wayla's going to be the next target. He doesn't have his ulti left. YOLO almost behind Stu with the Sky Strike on the assassination. YOLO going to swoop in and trade his life for Imp, but M3 could just end it here.
Yeah, they're going to take the game. I don't know if LGD have enough to actually get them out of the base right now. PYL's going in, so is Wayless and Marin, but that's all she wrote.
They have to do something with the damage is already done. The Nexus will explode, and M3 almost walk over LGD in that first game.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it was just a misplaced back timing around that Dragon objective. 5th Dragon is huge. You don't give it away for an Infinity Edge, you at least try and force them back first. So that LGD made the conscious decision to give up 5th Dragon, the aspect buff, and they paid for it.
Certainly did. Lost pretty much all of their base in and amongst the last few fights. The triple AD carry comp again. We talked about the execution. It's tricky, but man, is the damage errors. This game, especially early on, there's so many highlights in this one as Raphael starts off by outplaying Wayless.
Yeah, so able to pick up the solo kill on Wayless. You see the crowd like that one a little bit. But LGD had some good plays. You know, the teleport in the bottom lane, the revisits into the top side of the map where they were able to out-duel Masters 3. And this is a trade in LGD's favor. Like, they're giving kills over to the top side of the map. Marin on Fiora should be in a position to carry. They just can't get it together.
He started 3-0-3 in the early game as Fiora. And like this again, Marin once more able to come out on top in this trade.
Yeah, and this is like Scenery going absolutely, he has a brain fade here. Instead of getting out, you see Marin is like, he's going to try and escape. You do not give free kills over to the top laner. Turns out you do, and you can just get away with it.
Yeah, and like we said, I think that was the point that saw him be 3-0-3 to start things off. And more moments here as well, but Wayless getting caught. And M3 started a group, like in this moment here, it started to go much better for them.
Yeah, it certainly did. And you have to give credit. They understood that the laning phase was not going their favor. The roams out of Wayless after he was in trouble was starting to go better. So they just started grouping with the Corki, and Corki does so much damage at this stage of the game that time and time again they came out ahead.
Yeah, you can see PWL, nice Cocoon there as well. Scenery actually played really well on the Elise, I have to say. And this Baron, this was great.
They didn't hit him. They just didn't turn around and hit him enough. You can see that even here, Imp able to pick up a double with a cheeky culling on the back. But altogether, you have to say that performance epitomizes LGD's,
Yes.
like, literally their season so far. They've had moments of brilliance. They still look really good in team fights, but they're just not able to get it done.
Yeah. Great players, like lots of star power, clearly able to get leads. They're incredible laners. But when Myron's playing Fiora and Imp's playing Lucian, and they both end up relatively massive at the end of the game and you still can't win, something's going wrong there that, isn't the players that you have, it's how you're playing them.
Especially if you get a Baron steal. I actually think we have a replay of it. And, when you look at this, as we roll it out, Xiaoxi strolls in. And then they don't turn around and hit him. He's in sight right now. He gets an ulti, he flashes out. Wayless gives him a huge shield. He walks back in. And they're still hitting the Baron. Just turn around and hit Xiaoxi, for crying out loud. Like, what the heck is that, M3?
They thought they were going to kill him, and they're just like, nah, like shields, like wild growth, whatever, it's fine. Like, that was great.
So they get a Baron steal, they put it back in their favor. All of a sudden, Fiora has this massive split push advantage, and they still just can't put it together. Really was that fourth dragon. I said they had to fight for it. For some reason, they didn't fight for fourth. They didn't fight for fifth.
Well,
it all went wrong.
They checked out of the objective at that point, right? They're like, I guess it's not worth it.
It was worth it, LGD. You lost the game.
Well, we'll see if they can change things up with Dragon 5 at the net games. They are going to throw it to a break. Is it going to be a closer again and another LGD loss? Or will we see them push to a game 3? We'll find out soon. we're back after an interesting game one there between LGD and Master 3, with M3 collecting the win there and 1 game away from claiming the series. And unfortunately for LGD, continuing to shut them out of a match win.
LGD are in trouble.
Yes.
They are in very big trouble right now. They just proved that even in a game where they get leads in lanes, even when Imp is playing incredibly well, they still can't win.
And there's Raphael's mid Corki, making it very difficult for them. Certainly had a good game. This champion starting to be something we have to look at here this week and be like, how good is this, and is it worth trying to ban away? Because everyone's playing this now.
Yes, it is
Yeah,
worth
I would
banning
agree.
away. Raphael's last 3 wins have been on Corki. Just don't let the dude play Corki. Put him back on something like Victor Oriana, something a little bit more passive, where he's not solo killing Wayless. Because that is not what LGD need right now. And I'm going to be honest, I also don't think they need Xiaoxi as a jungler. Very well known for his early game aggression, which is why they like to swap it up with TBQ. But some of those fights were just outright brutal. The last one in particular, he ran through the middle of 5 people and just died. Like, honestly did nothing. He just ran through the team, got an ult down. It wasn't even a good ult. And then he died. So right now, LGD just look like they're floundering and they can't put together a pick ban phase. That's a very last season pick ban phase, still has its strengths, still should be able to split push, should still be able to team fight. But against a triple AD carry comp, if you keep prioritizing their support, the rest of the people kill you.
I agree. Where's the Yasuo at, man? Like, we had so many options here. Lulu type Yasuo mid, that's a great pickup there for LGD. So even though the draft I think was actually okay, but maybe a little dated, which I think is worth mentioning that you highlighted there, execution's just not there, man. At a micro level, still very strong players, but macro's all over the shop, man. They gave up 2 key dragons, one of them being Dragon 5. They were almost not lucky, but they kind of lucked themselves into stealing a Baron away that M3 set up well for. Like, everything else to do around the map, it just feels like they're not really doing anything except listen to the clown music in their head.
And worse than that, right? The first dragon that they started up was a dragon they had no right being near. So the 2 they had to be near, absolutely, I don't know where they went. Like, Imp went to buy an Infinity Edge and kill a ward. But the first dragon, they started up. That's what started this snowball. They had a beautiful old teleport play into the bot lane. They were able to pick up double kills. They were able to get a lot of pressure. They got some good kills in the top lane. Then the dragon, there was just no need for it. They gave away everything they had worked so hard to slowly build up in laning phase. And if you're a laning phase team, just do what Vici used to do. Do not fight around the map. Just keep it together, keep the team apart, and never team fight.
Well, we do have a sub here. Looks like Xiaoxi, after his lead performance, is going to get replaced by Amy for the second game at least. Typical RB.
Now, I'm going to clarify something I said. I don't know whether Amy is a jungler that LGD need either.
The jungle they deserve. That's the jungle they're getting.
Never thought I'd say this. So please bring back Chuen.
He's been playing great on LG.
Yes, he's been playing amazingly. So what they need is a Lee Sin player that is able to get in there, mix it up, play a little bit safe.
There's no way neither Xiaoxi or Amy don't play Lee Sin. Everyone plays Lee Sin.
Yeah, Amy does play Lee Sin.
I'm not a jungler and I play Lee Sin.
He plays an alright Lee Sin, but right now, I honestly don't have an answer for LGD. It just looks like they're making bad decisions and getting themselves in positions where their leads and their mechanics don't matter because it's just not a good fight.
Yeah, and it's so hard to pinpoint where it went wrong or what's been really happening, but we are definitely starting to see LGD struggle here. They can't pick it up in this game, and especially in the series, because they really need a match win just for a bit more confidence, if nothing else. It's hard to say when LGD will recover, because right now, it's not starting good, and starting not end good either.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that, we keep saying they're a playoff team, just wait till they get in playoffs.
They
lose this game, they're not getting to playoffs. Like, this is a very steep hill to start trying to climb back into. And the juxtaposition, and we do it all the time with LGD, is how did Xiaogu beat the team that they're now playing? Xiaogu walked all over the top of M3. It was not even a series. 2 very handed victories there. Able to get over what was a pretty abysmal performance out of Raphael as well. This time around, LGD struggling against Raphael, not having the best team fighting game. It's impossible to not compare the 2 teams. One missed out going to Worlds because of how LGD finished out that season. And right now, the Reapers just look like they're leagues ahead. Yeah,
look like the best team in the league, which is great given that Royal and, now EDG are maybe trying to catch them again.
Yeah.
EDG got a little running to do. Royal looking good, though.
I don't count games with Fire Lolly, I'm going to say it right now. So, EDG with Clear Love look as good as QG.
Well, I guess that's to be expected. As we're going to get into a draft here, M3 going to swap over to the blue side, and LGD over on the red. Alistar, Poppy, so standard ban still here. Both of these were banned in the last series, or last game, excuse me. So going to continue to eat bans here. It's 100% pick ban for old Alistar, which has held true, I believe, well, obviously all season, because it's for the season. Word pastry.
And pretty much internationally as well.
Yeah.
Lulu's still a huge power. Alistar's still a huge power pick.
See,
Rise, Lulu also just behind. I wanted to go across to the Lulu because one of the strengths of LGD was Acorn was a really good top Lulu player. Very happy to play utility. I don't know whether it's that they like Myron on carries, but we have seen that they go towards that a little bit more. Wayless isn't a good Lulu player. I think we saw that game that Wayless is a little bit uncomfortable in the champion. Took the teleport. If you had Ignite, maybe you would have won that level 4 exchange. But in the end, got solo kill. The solo kill didn't really have the impact we were looking for around the map. So that's just a little difference between LGD last season and LGD this season. Acorn would have taken that probably 70% of the time last time around and would have put in work.
Yeah, and I feel like it might even be just too many, like, it's hard to say this, but too many good players on LGD. Can't quite get all the star players aligned here, and there's just maybe too many carries. So we'll see how LGD can adapt, at least in this game here. They've got one more ban left, so we'll see what they want to take away from M3.
And if they can adapt, their adaptation should not be turn Wayless into an eco mid laner. Like that, if that is their adaptation, like that is one of the silliest adaptations I've ever heard. Because like even though Myron did look like the carry in Worlds, he's very comfortable splitting farm with Bang and Faker. That's what we always saw.
Oh my god.
And they let through Rise.
Well, they banned Lulu, which makes sense, but Rise does get through as a result, and M3 wastes absolutely no time.
Olaf.
That's not Olaf, that's Kalista.
Is that the counter pick?
It might be, but it could also be mid as well. I'm sure Raphael could play if he needs to, so seeing Rise be just an absolute monster pick. Going back to that Worlds that you mentioned, where of course Myron was the MVP, I believe, and of course a champion. So been struggling since the move to China, but LGD see what they can get done here with Kalista. Graves actually might be going for the triple AD carry comp themselves.
I'm really confused. And now I'm slightly worried that they actually went Graves over Rek'Sai. Graves is undisputably the better pick right now. Has one of the most ridiculous win ratios. Great burst damage in skirmish. But we just saw how LGD were playing with tanks in their lineup. If they go to a tankless lineup and try and run an execution-heavy focused team comp, it's going to be an even steeper hill to climb to get out of the other end of this game.
Well, they've tumbled pretty far down so far. Let's see what M3 do want to pick up here for picks 2 and 3. Considering Rek'Sai Trundle might even steal away the Lucian, which would be kind of interesting. No, we think it perhaps here. Seems like scenery. Formerly Shui Shui, of course, was an OMG jungler at one point. He's going to take Rek'Sai here, and it is going to be Savoki back on the Trundle.
Yeah, and had a good performance on the Trundle, actually. Seems it likes to default to that when the Alistar is taken away, and why not? Certainly is a power pick. Still just as damn tanky in the mid-late game as we saw. Very hard to get rid of him.
And LGD now might be looking at the Braum again here. As LGD need to decide what they want to do with some of their champions. Wayless actually hovering a couple favorites, so maybe he wants to just play something he's comfortable on. Seen him go back to the likes of his Kassadin recently as well, and has been putting in some work. And you feel like if LGD are going to start picking up wins, it is going to be with Wayless leading the charge.
Yeah, you got Gangplank in a game, and cannot say enough how hard he tried to carry. Actually just slumped over in his chair at the moment. Don't want to say he looks defeated before the match has even started, but this is not going to be an easy one.
Well, there's LeBlanc, and it certainly is not. It's been tough times all around for LGD in the early weeks here, but we're into week 3 now with another game loss in their pocket. LGD with LeBlanc and Braum, actually.
Another big difference of LGD. 10 out of 10 times last season, Wayless gets that counter pick. We don't really know if that's a top or a mid-rise. They would have just locked in Maokai and said, you know, Acorn, you're on an island to yourself. This time around, Myron in the top lane gets a counter pick. That's pretty much a blind LeBlanc. Now we know it's against Rise. Actually not a good matchup for LeBlanc. Quite difficult, actually. We'll see whether Wayless is able to make it work.
Yeah, and YOLO might even go back to the Quinn here, because did have a decent game on it despite the pressure that was shown topside. But M3 still making sure they get all these picks in order. Somewhat curious to not see them take away. I guess they don't need to take Ezreal away now because there's a top laner coming in, and there is going to be Quinn Lucian, so it should be just fine there. Sorry, in my head, all triple AD carry comps contain Ezreal, but this one doesn't need it, so ignore me. It's also only 2 AD carries, not 1.
It's alright, they can go Ezreal top, make it right for you.
Please don't go Ezreal top.
It's better than Kalista top. At least Ezreal gets to use his passive.
True. LGD looking to select the top lane out by all accounts. Unless Marin's going to go full Flandre and get the LeBlanc in there. And we have seen a lot of this. Marin might just go into the tank here. We know he's a very flexible player. Despite how good his Fiora and his carries are, can certainly put in work on the likes of Maokai as well. We did also see the Morgana, so Kennen would be a little bit closer to that, but it'd be an interesting pick here into the Quinn.
This would be an infuriating pick. Kennen does not win trades against Quinn. And, you know, whilst good team fighter, going to find it very difficult to get over a Trundle Pillar, over a Rek'Sai, and then even if he does, how he survives Raphael's burst, I have no idea, and that is what they've gone for. This is a strange comp out of LGD. Pretty much only PYL is a tank. And if last game taught us anything, team fighting didn't look great. They've gone for a very heavy team fight comp. This is going to be a tough game. It is,
and M3 is certainly looking pretty solid, had good map control. Lanes maybe didn't go the way they wanted them to, with LGD's aggression certainly coming out on top there, but team fought well together, played around the map well together. It just feels like synergy is the big thing we've seen from a lot of these early LPL teams, and LGD's has not been there in these first few weeks. We can see the lineups there again.
I'm going to say it's a perm. Marin hasn't had his hair perm.
Must be it.
He's lost all of his power.
Doesn't have the Samson power up with the hair getting a little deflated. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Flatter than his play, Pastry Time. Flatter than his play right now.
How can you possibly be expected to play at a World Championship level with hair like that? Beyond me, Spawn. Beyond me.
And you got to say that, you know, they took away the Corki. We said it was bannable. They took away the Lulu. But letting Rise through, I don't know if Savoki's Poppy's that good.
I don't know either. I think it's pretty good, but I certainly think Rise is, I think, the most banned champion in the LPL and probably globally as well. Just so strong here. And Raphael, he did work in Game 1 on Corki. They've given another strong champion here again. Feels like it could be tricky. We're going to find out, though. Can LGD bounce back, or M3 going to take the sweep? We're going to find out soon. And we're back onto the roof for our second game between Master 3 and LGD Gaming, as LGD once more getting aggressive level 1 here with everyone but Marin moving through the good world clear there as well. And we'll see what they can get done here. Could just be some warding as Marin is keeping the top area close. Raphael's like, hello. Does miss the Q though.
Catches a tail of Rek'Sai there, does Marin, so he knows that there is a land shark in the land on the top side of the rift.
I think it's pool party Rex though. Maybe he spotted a jet ski. Just left it aimlessly and park next to the road buff. Although that's weird, you'd probably park it in the river, if anywhere. But just some wards on that side of the map for M3.
Yeah, more frustrating than my Tom Kench theory.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The whole river buff thing.
Well, how does Tom Kench ult
out
like
of the river?
A lane?
Yeah.
I understand how he ults to a river. He swims there.
What if he came from the river to the lane?
Well, he would... is he a street shark? I have no idea how it works.
That would be a skin. Let me tell you. Street Shark Kench. He would certainly play probably a mean goalkeeper. There's PentaQ and Savoki. Watered up, but I'm going to take the Crocs here. Imp and PYL. Going to go ahead and take the Grump. And we'll start with standard lanes here.
And if anything, you have to say that the bottom lane right now for LGD feels a little bit more utility focused, and top side of the map still seems pretty carrying oriented. As you see that scenery, he's going to skip the blue buff. He's going to go do a full clear, probably donate the blue buff over Rise at Rise's level 4. That means that Raphael will have a very nice time in laning phase. Of course, scenery does not need it on the Rek'Sai whatsoever.
Yep, you can see Raphael just chilling out. Doesn't want to get too close to Wayless here, but Rise, one of those champions that does need the farm, but once he gets going, is absolutely monstrous in that late game, or mid to late game. There's Yolo. Now on the top side, on the Quinn once more. Getting aggressive actually, hits level 2, vaults onto Marin. Just gets the poke down, Marin. Into one more auto, but the Q's out as well, and Marin just taking too much damage.
And hey, Marin, Kennen does not win this matchup. Kennen is practically an AD carry in the laning phase, has a stun, so a little bit more utility. But Quinn is the queen of anti-AD carries right now. That's why she's being picked up so much. Able to assassinate AD carries throughout the game. So Marin going to have to be very careful during this laning phase, because unlike Fiora, who's very good at sticking to AD carries, will not have the same benefit right now.
No, he will not. His bottom lane, Pentakill and Savoki getting again pushed out a little bit by Imp and PYL. Imp's Kalista was pretty amazing last year. He's probably one of the first LPL AD carries to pick it up and show it off. Although his first 2 games were a bit shaky, his next few were very memorable for the other reason. And looks like Imp once again off to a good start in the bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly are able to shove in there. You see that gives Amy the confidence to be able to push up. And I wonder if we're going to see that Xiaoxi Amy combo the same way that we're seeing the Flame Acorn combo, that regardless of result, we were just getting swaps last year for LGD. Maybe they need some variety, some spice of life to be able to get themselves back on the right foot pastry time.
Well, maybe. Amy is continuing to jungle around. Looks like Cena is doing the same on the Rek'Sai. So, going to eat some damage there. Imp, one more, does get the stun down, but just a bit of poke there onto the Trundle.
Yeah, it doesn't pop the Ren, wants to conserve the mana at this stage of the game. That was a little bit interesting out of Imp, but does get some very good harass, means that the potions will have to be chugged through fairly soon from Savoki.
And you can see Imp still hanging out, runs that creep. And PYL continuing to try and keep control of that brush, but Savoki should be pretty healthy here in this lane. Trundle, as we saw from Savoki in last, very tanky. And that passive keeps him nice and healthy there in the laning phases. Wayla's actually getting pushed in early on the LeBlanc. He's going to have to clear out what he can, but looks like Ryze is already back off for that first mana item. Tier should be done now.
Yeah, so that's what actually happened. You could see that Wayla's had reversal wave pretty heavily off that turret, was trying to freeze out the first shot out of Raphael. So Raphael did a pretty old tactic actually. He used to do it in top lane a lot, where you just call your jungler in and you say don't gank, they don't have very much CC, just shove the wave with me. I need to go back, get my first item in. And he gets some extra experience, so he always is keen to do it.
Yep. Junglers do like entering lanes. Usually to take farm, but nice helping hand there from Scenery. Going to give Raphael the tier, and he's going to keep CSing up now that the waves push back the other way. Wayless, of course, also uses the opportunity for the back. But just double amped him, actually. Nice and aggressive. Yeah. I feel like he could have bought Fiendish Codex, but apparently not today. Not in the playbook for Wayless.
You can see that Amy is actually still hovering topside, doing a very similar thing, but they don't actually have a ward, so he's like, I will be your physical ward right now, Marin. Lean on me.
He's doing a good job so far, and Yolo actually starting to struggle just a tad. So the lane's played out a little bit more since we last checked in, but Sino is in the area, making sure everything's okay. Might even go for a gank, although he's hitting the recall button now, so probably not. Imp again. CS lead and building here as he's going to go for it. Marin going to get spotted up there. Sino finds the Prey Seeker, but Marin, level 6 especially, not really under threat there.
Yeah, you do not want to dive onto that. Will be able to instantly stun. Sway Yasuo doesn't like the matchup. Quinn should be fairly similar at this point in the game, especially without her level 6. It's now Wayless heading into the bottom lane. Wants to see if he can get a gank done. Another good early roam out of Wayless. Has the level 6. Will be going for it. Actually backs away.
Yeah, he's come a long way around, but
they can bring all 5 members here. You can see that now M3 1 out.
Marin's going back, and this is a good back off here. Wayless actually is going to look for the dive onto Pentakill. The exhaust is down. Wayless going to move forward. Does go in for it. Damage is there, and Amy actually with the smoke screen gets first blood.
And we see Wayless play that so patiently in the end. Waits for the exhaust to wear out. Another really nice roam out of the mid laner of LGD. And the man that took a lot of criticism for his performance at Worlds and IEM is starting to ramp back up, you feel, pastry time. Had a very good gangplank game. Last game, didn't have the best performance, but now another good move around the map. Nets some first blood, and nets Imp that advantage he needs in the bottom lane.
Yeah, good stuff there as PYL even going to move back and put wards over this side of the jungle. So, he's still level 5, spent quite a bit of time making sure top lane was okay. But Marin's gone back. He's got himself the Seeker's Arm Guard. Raphael pops the passive there, just going to clear out the wave. Wayless returned, now has a Fiendish Codex.
And that's that is honestly, for people that actually care why I don't like Ryze in his current form, that's my problem with him. I can handle the fact that you're permanently CC'd. Like, you know, that's cool. Some people enjoy that. The insane amount of burst damage. Don't really mind that either. He's a hyper carry. It happens at level 5, but that's okay. It's the fact that we gave him wave clear as well. Why does he need wave clear out of all the champions in the game?
Well, you know, doesn't clear waves very fast otherwise.
That was kind of the point.
Well, certainly Rose does seem to have it all. Raphael building up towards that catalyst and CSing nicely. Wayless, despite the roam, is keeping even. He was actually ahead earlier, so he'll be just fine. But you have to think that Raphael's sort of the ticking time bomb here. Is Imp. He's going to get aggressive. He's level 6. He's going to go in for it. Savoki could be in some trouble. Ren not going to be there. Fate's Call not popped either. Just making sure the poke stays down.
Actually, very nicely done there. As we have an invade from Scenery, Quinn will push over as well, so that will be secured. Wayless had gone back, so Myron didn't really feel the need to go help his jungler out.
Raphael even in the area also, so with Wayless back to get a Forbidden Idol actually, so it looks like Morello Nomicon will be item number 1. Raphael able to make sure he's there just in case. And Bandicoot and Savoki struggling a bit here. Imp once again with a nice CS.
Myron teleports in.
Yeah, this is going for a pretty deep dive here. He's going to go all the long way around, but they need a wave here. Myron has snuck in. I don't know. Maybe they don't. I think they should wait, and it seems like they are going to be patient here.
They've given time for Rek'Sai to come in. All of a sudden, Quinn can back off. They've pinged the fact that Graves is in the bottom lane. They know this is happening.
Yeah, they are going to go in for it, but Penskew does get jumped on. Myron moves forward, and he's going to go for the Lucian. Imp is going to take it out, and now the Fate's Call's popped in onto Savoki, but Scenery's here. He's actually could be a target at this point, as YOLO's also come down. Blinding Assault not quite there. PYL though is going to pay the price, and now Imp's going to get jumped on here. A good stun out onto
over the wall?
the other one, but no, Imp can't make it over. Myron going to get disrupted by the pillar, and that's going to be a forced flash out there as well. So they're going to keep chasing for it. Savoki, flash bite there with barely not enough mana for the slow. Scenery with the knock-up. YOLO with another vault for a slow, and Myron's just dead at this point. YOLO with a kill.
Yeah, and in the end, Amy not even going to be able to get pressure on the top turret. So they swap 2 for 3. Actually, they don't even swap that. They swap 1 for 3. And LGD just give up so much presence one more time with an overreach.
Yep. Said that to wait for the dive, but they didn't want to. Raphael is going to go in for it. Wayless is dead, but Amy's going to come in to clean up. He's going to flash out, end of the line there. Raphael out of mana, but he doesn't get the kill, so he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, so if Raphael had any more mana, Amy also would have fallen down there. As you can see, he was out of mana himself, and that's what we're talking about. The lockdown, the insane amount of damage that comes out of Raphael. Wayless didn't burn the Ignite. Maybe he could have picked up a kill there in exchange if he did go for it, but in the end, Amy, he's left to clean up 2 ways. 52 CS as a jungler, and he's in some trouble.
Yep, Scenery has spotted him. Isn't going to go in for it yet, though. Funnel gets collapsed. Scenery biding his time. Now going to go in with the Pro Seeker. Gets the knockup. Damage is down from the Thunderlords. Follow flash, and an easy kill for Rek'Sai.
So Rek'Sai able to pick up a kill. Shuts down a lot of it. And you can see this is the dive actually that came out of Myron. Gets on top, and then they re-engage. Just back out at that stage of the game. Teleport comes out of YOLO, able to get so much work done. Imp just trying to hop around, trying to proc all of the Braum passives. But it's not going to matter. Doesn't have enough damage at this stage of the game. This is what we said about Quinn as well. The pillar just disrupts so much because it relies on movement speed to be able to get in. Burns a flash, not really going to matter. Red buff is oppressive at this stage of the game. YOLO picked up another kill. And now it's 5-2.
Yep, kills once again. Actually kills this time, I suppose, in the favor of M3. Got themselves just under 1,000 gold lead. Imp is pretty massive though. 30 CS ahead at this point. And you can see he's starting to really put his foot down in this lane and just get as aggressive as he can.
But time and time again, we've proved that it is not enough. Imp being this far ahead, it's great and all, but he's not really able to carry out games. And if you can't carry out a game as Lulu Lucian, it's going to be even more difficult to do so on a Kalista who spikes much earlier.
Well, maybe that's what they need here. We'll see how aggressive LGD can look to get as they approach the mid game. But Raphael sitting pretty, stacking the tier, got the Catalyst, got the Swifty boots. He'll be just fine. But does want to get that Rotovators up ASAP. But with that solo kill in lane effectively, should be able to get there relatively soon. Imp's going to get aggressed on here. Good pillar from Savoki. And Quinn's down here again. That's going to force out the Braum ulti. But YOLO's going to flash in for it. Damage is there onto Imp. It's almost enough for a kill. Scenery will make sure it's enough. And that POA up. Knocked up by the Rek'Sai. Damage down in there as well. As that's going to be a double. And Amy might be down here for his own death. Although he's going to try and turn things around. Passive not proc, though. Scenery gets away with it.
Yeah, and YOLO just able to bird across the map. This will be the first Dragon of the game going across to Masters 3. And LGD will probably be able to grab a Dragon in response, but we keep talking about the fact that maybe Imp can get ahead. With this much focus in the bottom lane and no response anywhere on the map, it just looks like it is not to be. See, another great pillar. Actually, traps Imp off, can't get over there, so we'll have to burn the flash. Fate calls PYL up there and a really nice snipe out of Scenery ensures that kill goes across. And this is what we said. Amy just needs some CC, needs to be able to impact the lanes. 1-1-0, it's not a big deal, but 4-0-2. This Rek'Sai is massive.
Graves not really known for gank pressure, so it's certainly known for damage.
Good counter ganker.
Yeah.
If you go in there, commit too much, Graves can definitely clean up a gank gone bad, but Amy just hasn't been in the right places of the map. In fact, got a little bit greedy and got picked off after he farmed mid lane for a bit. So even that advantage he got from Wayless dying, you know, it sounds weird, but sometimes as a jungler, you actually get catapulted ahead when your mid laner dies, depending on how big the wave is. Was just given over straight away over to Scenery and having a great series so far.
Yeah, looking good here as he has subbed in for M3 as their jungler for this series. Looked good last game, looking good this game here as well. As Pentakill and Savoki still hanging out. Yeah, pretty big hole still, but Lucian should be okay once he gets that Essence Reaver. Imp, of course, now played to the Ruin King, so he's got that first strong item for himself. Other than that, first item's not really there just yet. Marin is on his Hourglass Rush. He'll be there quite quickly. And Wayless, Morellonomicon, and the Negatron Cloak also completed. So it looks like Abyssal second there for the LeBlanc. I think I really want to keep looking on that Rise here. Rodovade is not done just yet. Raphael, sorry, stayed to farm a couple more waves, but he's healthily farming at this point. And Rise of Power is going to really start. In fact, Wayless just getting bullied out now.
Yeah, he certainly is. As I said, LeBlanc, it's not the best matchup against Rise, especially when he has a kill. So we'll see whether he is able to battle his way back into this.
Good W there from YOLO. Pops the heightened senses, does spot the jungler hiding in the brush.
But that just means mid lane turret probably going to go down. There's no way Wayless can throw his face into it because Raphael just snares him up straight away. Amy caught on the wrong side of the map one more time. That's going to be mid lane turret going across for free. Might
have even considered a dive there, but Scenery joins in just to make sure it falls, and it will go down to M3 as they take mid turret early once again here. Culling burn for Benskew back in the bottom lane, but he will keep the tower up for now. And you can see the other three members of M3 going straight down the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you could see that that was the plan, you know, try and trade it as Myron finally starting to get the better end of this matchup. But when you compare players like Myron versus YOLO, should not have to wait till 15 minutes to be saying that sentence.
No, but again, the matchup maybe not great here. Myron making the best of it though, actually with a 20 CS lead, so looking good so far. He's going to get the tower naturally there as well. So YOLO's left a couple times to assist in the bottom lane. So
I will say that that was prepared earlier by Amy. When YOLO did go for that counter gank, Amy was stuck in the top lane, if you remember. So that triple kill that went across to LGD, sorry, to M3, has only just paid dividends in form of a turret because Amy stayed up there for quite some time to put some work into that.
Amy actually coming bottom lane now, but Q and Savoki going to meet this wave. Looks like LGD's bottom lane. Doesn't want to get too aggressive here. And I'll just take that away and keep the turret up for as long as possible. Amy still hanging off to the side here. PYL going to try and bait with a recall. Or he's just dancing. No, he's recalling. See
Look
PYL.
at how many wards are in the bottom side of M3's jungle right now. Sorry, of LGD's jungle right now. M3 know exactly where they are. You can see that Scenery popped his head in there, pinged out the fact that there was a grave on the other side of the wall. And there's not really all that much they can do. There's no deep ward for Myron to go to this time. They've done a very good job of sweeping them out of their jungle.
And now YOLO's actually maybe coming bot. Does revert back to mid lane. Looks like he might want to meet somewhere in the middle of the map. But Myron's also escaping away. YOLO actually moving in towards that mid. They're going to try and keep Wayless down for a little while longer. Pinkwall cleared out there. Good vision once more there for M3 and just jumps onto Wayless. Might even look for the dive. Raphael can move in for it. Heightened senses pop, but Wayless does get out with his passive.
Yeah, but is that another turret going down? Because M3, they're collapsing on it straight away. Once again, Amy not there. Scenery and YOLO Raphael putting in work. That's half the mid lane tier 2's health gone. All of a sudden, Imp and PYL are like, do we have to rotate? And they're starting to lose out on their advantages as well that they work so hard to keep up.
Yep, coming pop. Puel does block some of it there with the Brom, but Imp ate quite a few shots there. And M3 are going back to bottom lane here. This could be another dive. Imp, he eats a Rice Net. He's going to eat many more after that.
And they go towards the brush, actually. See, there was a pink ward in there. They need to reward it. And actually, Amy caught out. That's huge damage.
Catching him, rotating over. This is sort of what Quinn does. Just scouts people out of position and then slaps down burst damage. And you can see LGD sort of busy just cleaning wards out of their own jungle at this point. And they've just got nowhere really to go. Even Marin, who's now reversed the way back and top and has it pushing, Yolo's just going to run up there on the Quinn and meet it.
And this is where normally, you know, a very well-coordinated team, they would be like, we can make a play on the bottom side of the map. But there's no deep wards to go to. Marin, who has his flash, obviously has the distortion enchant on his boots, wants to be aggressive, just can't make a play anywhere because there's nowhere to go.
He's even rushed Lasagna, so he is ready for any sort of skirmish or team fight that his team might want to start. But again, LGD just can't seem to start these moments up the way they want to. Imp, though, will finally complete the tower in bottom lane. Time to go back and spend some of that gold. Raphael, though, going to get blue. He got Roller a couple minutes ago, so I had it about minute 16, I believe. So it's charging up now with about 2 or 3 stacks on it. And he is real scary. Whaler sees him with the blue, is like, yep, not really interested in this. This is Raphael just going to clear the wave away.
Yeah, you can see just happy to stand still. Machine gun out turrets. This will be Dragon number 2. You have to assume going across to M3, although 2 items on Imp means that he's fairly strong at the moment. But Amy just caught on the wrong side of the map one more time.
And there's Dragon 2.
They do have a ward bottom. So Myron's looking at it right now. You can see it just below the tri-brush. Wood has no reason to be swept out. He's staying in base. 19 minutes in, no home guard boots. But they might look to make a play instead. No. Just going to give it up for free.
Yeah, M3 going to beat them to the play here. Take out the turret. That'll even things out as far as turrets go. Now 2-2 with, once again, the Dragon lead going over to M3. And then still hold the kill and the gold lead here in this game. So very similar sort of start as Raphael. Maybe getting baited here. His team is behind him though. Wayless is caught up very far out. Marin, he's going to pop Lasagna's. Penskew going to get jumped on, but Wayless now just going to get knocked up there and taken out by the looks of things. Damage is there. Penskew will get him. Bromalt, he cannot save him. Wayless just too cute on that play.
Yeah, he certainly was. All of a sudden, Imp caught as well on the back end. He's going to fall down.
That's the kill there for Scenery.
And one more time, LGD just look like they cannot get a team fight together.
Spaghetti dropping out of the pockets everywhere, man. They're just all over the place. There's M3 going to look to take a tier 2 out of this as well. Plenty of damage here with the Lucian. Might even look for another kill there. Killer goes up, but no targets just yet. But LGD cannot fight right now.
And they were back within 1,000 gold. All of a sudden, it's out to 4,000. They've given up the bottom half of their jungle completely to M3. Wayless went for the Q play, but that was Marin's play to make. That was not Wayless's play. Marin needed to be in there with the ultimate, with the Zhonya's Hourglass, stunning up everyone. Instead, Wayless jumps the gun. Imp isn't even there. He gets caught rotating through the jungle. Very greedy transition. And M3 are dominating this map.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing to say against a team like LGD, but we've certainly seen them struggle, and M3 looking real good here in this particular match. As Imp will move in top lane now just to clear some farm away from Marin.
And this is where we see, like, who is the carry on the team? Do they keep giving resources over to Marin? Imp is 1-3, but he's had the heck camped out of him. Do they give resources over the mid-game Callista? I have a feeling that Wayless is getting nothing for the rest of this game. He's already 50 CS down. Ryze is an absolute monster.
And it only gets worse from here. Seraph's done now for Raphael. Transform and all at the 21.5-minute mark. And you thought Ryze was scary before. It's only going to get worse from this point here.
And by going double AP into Ryze, they even give him his smoothest build path, as maybe LGD feel like they can make a play here. You can see that YOLO in the top lane, he's taking the turret, so that one's big no-no. They're just bleeding objectives all over the map.
Yep, again, going to get slowed down by that Trundle pillar. Callista doesn't really fancy that. But Imp might just be able to get away safely. Scenery putting wards aggressively around. Marin looking for a TP once again. Savoki going to get himself caught. But the exhaust is down onto Imp. The Cullen's good poke trade actually. Now Scenery going to go in for it. Just jumps on the carry and takes him out. And the damage is there from the Lucian. PYL now dead. YOLO swoops into almost okay. Amy is the pillar. And the double knock-up flash there from Rek'Sai is going to do it. Wayless tries to assassinate someone, but he gets killed, and that's 4 kills already. Marin couldn't make it in.
That's 4 for nothing. Raphael, full health. He's arrived.
Oh, goodbye, Marin.
Marin is going to die as well. There's no way you get out of this.
He flashes. They will die for it. That should be the ace. No, he does get the stun just on the end. He'll get a kill for himself.
I take it back. Marin, you're very good at the game of League of Legends, but Baron will still go down. This will be M3's objective. As I mentioned, Rise is way too good at taking it at this stage of the game. And LGD, 8,000 gold down at 22 minutes. We've seen EDG do it to teams. We've seen QG doing it to teams. We've seen QG doing it to this team, in fact. And as we take a look at it, you can see it honestly looks like Imp and PYL are trying to 2v5 at this part of the game. There's just no other way to describe it. They both go over the wall. They both get caught out. Scenery's a monster.
He did so much work in this fight.
Wayless tries to go back over, make another play. Marin still has flash, still had Zhonya's, still had ultimate. Was not used in the team fight. Used afterwards to pick up the exit kill. But overall, LGD, they looked all out of sorts.
Yeah, and on the M3 side, they look great this game. And remember, their jungler is apparently now a top laner. He might only be a Quinn main, but he's actually had a really good series so far. And now Im's going to get dove. Damages that. Goodbye, my friend. PentaQ takes him out. And M3 are just going to roll all the way through this one.
And Raphael's still taking that turret. Takes half of his health. Does not care. So Voki just completely disregarding Wayless, who has not had a great game too. If someone looks great on the Assassin meta, we keep going back to Pawn. Wayless is not looking himself on it.
No, having a good game here. LGD just in general struggling a bit as YOLO going to pull onto a minion. This will be a break. Wayless almost dies just into the Rise damage. YOLO moving in for Marin though. Scenery dives now for Amy. Will land the knockup. Damage is there. Barely stays alive from the Hex Drinker proc, but the inhibitor in mid will fall.
So they break the base. It's officially above 10,000 gold at 24 minutes. M3, what a performance, what a turnaround week to week. And LGD, this honestly has to nearly be the biggest collapse of a team that has won LPL Summer going into the next split without any major roster changes. You have to say that the changes they made, we said were upgrades.
I mean, Amy is arguably, you know, a much less tested player than anyone else, but LGD is a team in the last year. They have a Summer Finals appearance, they have a Summer Finals championship, and they have a former world champion in their top lane. You'd have to think that the
roster... They have a former world champion in their bottom lane as well.
Sorry, him.
They have a legendary captain of the Chinese scene. They have a volatile but very serviceable mid laner in Wayless in the Chinese scene. And nothing is going right.
No. Week to week, game to game, it just feels like the struggle is very real for LGD. And on the M3 side, they could not be happier. Raphael's gotten 2 strong champions in a row, and he's made work of them. YOLO, going from jungle to top lane, at least for this game, has paved the way for Sino, who I have to say might be the most impressive change on this team. We saw him a bit on LMG as Shui Shui. He's looking great.
He certainly is. But once again, I'm going to question the priority on Graves. Just didn't make sense to me in the draft. Now that the game's rolled out, you know, I have the benefit of hindsight, but 706 on your Rek'Sai doesn't make much sense to me now. Here's a pastry time. And Amy just hasn't been where he needed to be on the map. If you're a Graves, you have to be able to counter gank. You have to be able to efficiently farm and counter gank lanes. Right now he can't do either of those things. He's 3 levels behind. It's in a massive hole for himself.
Yeah, busy clearing supers as well at this point, because LGD's base is getting invaded just by the M3 mid lane minion. Scenery is going to start this dragon up. He'll have a bit of help from his team who instead turn around and demolish the Scuttle Crab.
He's an item and a half behind right now, Amy.
That is a lot.
I'm going to say he's 4,000 gold behind himself. That is massive.
Well, Rise is going back and getting stronger. Scenery just counter jungling now. And the amount of damage and items on the M3 side is pretty absurd. As LGD are going to try and find a way to at least even this game up a bit. But M3 are poised now to go back, do some shopping, and just charge down whichever lane they set up next.
And if LGD get 2-0'd again, that is 1 in 8. And their one win, they don't even get a point for.
No, not anymore.
So, yeah, this is just... Honestly, if it sounds like I'm surprised, it's because every single week I come in and I think, you know, this is a week that LGD potentially get it back together. You know, they look okay game 1, they completely collapse game 2 again. And M3, honestly, credit to a young lineup. You know, when Shui Shui and Raphael are the two most experienced members on your team, and you're going up against Myron and PYL, that's a pretty impressive feat to be able to take it to them the way they have in this set.
You got a player called YOLO in your top lane. Like, that should tell you a lot about how young the team is.
Yeah, he was young enough to have named his account.
YOLO, exactly. Which is great. As Pentagu now pops the calling out. He's going to just do some poke damage here and there. Pillar out onto Amy. It's just siege time here. Meanwhile, on top side, Scenery's having a fun old time. He's apparently now the split pusher. And YOLO does get caught actually moving over, but does good damage to Myron back in the trade. And LPL losing some base here. Spade Skull's going to block the call. Raphael's the target. They are going to burst him down. They will get in there as Imp able to claim it. And now Savoki going to get jumped on there as well. Will get stunned and taken out.
This is so familiar to LGD's games last week. You know, let's hit the go button. Let's go all or nothing. We just lost another inhibitor. Our base is getting torn to shreds. PentaQ is taunting Wayless. Stops his recall there. I've never seen an AD carry poke a LeBlanc.
Well, you generally don't do that with good reason, but
gets away with it.
Commit. Amy still stuck clearing these minions out. Pretty tricky for the Graves. Just keep them at bay, especially when he's this far behind in the jungle. And Scenery's just going damage at this point. He had the Banshees, had the Dead Man's Plate, sort of had the idea, and now he's like, nah, let's just go
Titanic Hydra.
Yeah.
Actually makes sense, you know, because he is the very real split pushing threat right now. You have to say that if YOLO gets caught on the wrong end of a Myron trade, might be able to fall down. So why not send the Rek'Sai, who's 706, to deal with the top laner? There's no way Myron beats him in a 1v1.
Well, Myron definitely struggling with his 1v1s at this game. No Fiora, just a cannon with an Abyssal and a Zhonya's. As two Koreans on the side, farming up top lane together. Probably not where they want it to be.
And scrap what I said before. Scenery is 2 items ahead of Amy.
Oh, well, pretty good.
And an absolute monster.
He doesn't care. Straight on to 2.
He's got 4,000 health, dude. I wouldn't care either.
No, Scenery certainly doesn't. Gonna clear out some wards. Oh, there's one. There we go. PentaQ able to get that. Baron being set up for us back in 10 seconds. I feel like M3 just gonna take it and see what they want to do after that. They're not in any hurry at all. And why would you be? They're insanely far ahead against LGD.
Exactly.
Moving the jungler to top lane with, again, some big good YOLO.
And they started up. Looks like Raphael going to be able to burst this one out. Even with his shield, he's the one tanking it right now. LGD might look to see if they can fight. Amy's in trouble.
Savoki's just going in on this one. I've seen who wants in as well. Amy just gets taken out as the jungle v jungle combat does favor the Rek'Sai. Tunnels back in. Maybe casually finishes the Baron. Does do so. And Savoki's still alive. He's tanking up every member of LGD as Myron wants to make it happen. YOLO goes a little too deep and gets taken out. Now Raphael looking to get low. Does actually go down as LGD might be bringing it back here. PentaQ going to die here as well. Scenery, the last one left is LGD get an ace.
LGD just aced the team for 1 member and is still 10,000 gold down. Pastry time. Scenery jumping out of that Baron pit for the kill meant that they didn't have anyone to take it. Raphael didn't have his shield back up. You know, he gets chunked out. PentaQ got a little bit hurt there. Myron finally gets the cannon ult we've been looking for. Couple of turrets down in the mid lane. I'm not going to say they're back, but that was some sign of life or something.
Yeah, signs of life here, and they'll bring the gold back closer than at least the 10k deficit
might even break the base.
Shouldn't be a bad thing. Dead time is actually pretty long here. 31 minutes into the game. They are going to go for it. Imp is quite strong. Just going to start throwing spears in, but Savoki's back.
Yeah, they're waiting for the teleport out of YOLO as well, the Rek'Sai tunnels. This is dangerous. Let's take another look at it. Scenery goes over the wall here, and I absolutely disagree with the call because you have to see, actually it was YOLO and PentaQ that got left in the pit, and they both get chunked out, and you think that's not a big deal until you see that LGD actually want to fight this one. Myron gets in there, gets a really nice stun onto Raphael. He gets knocked up, and his combo gets broken, so all of a sudden he's not chunking people out. Great target prioritization for the first time out of LGD. And they're able to pull it back.
Well, they do make it quite a bit closer here. So they're only about 7,000 gold down now, but M3 return back to the mid lane. We'll take out that in here. Top still down, of course, as well. They're not going to work on the bottom. It's not done, but LGD got a lot of climbing to do still.
Yeah, well, as I said, I'm not going to say they're back, but that was actually signs of life for the first time. You can see that now all of a sudden they have to respect the lineup. They're just going to wait for the minions to push into the base. There's no way that LGD can actually clear this in time.
Dragon 4 even up in 10 seconds as well as YOLO gets aggressive. That was cute.
Powered auto attack on there.
Yeah. Swoops in for a rapid fire cannon hit.
We'll see whether they want to pull the trigger. This is the wave that they have to go on if they want to.
Well, enough cannons. They're just going to keep firing away at this turret. POL trying to block it off, but can't really do quite enough here. And M3 happy to be patient. Still 2 waves of supers pushing in different lanes.
Certainly is. You know, they're still sending Imp and Myron to try and get onto them. Whalers still looking for that poke, but Scenery at the front of the fight is an absolute monster.
Yeah, and they're just going to tank it up here and break it. Little damage there. Scenery, they're going to shrug it off as Culling does disengage. PentaQ actually eats a bit of poke there. As it looks like M3 might just move back towards the Dragon. So Inhibitor and bot stays up, but M3 still in great position here in this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. Farm is starting to get funneled onto the carries of LGD. You see that they are slowly but surely lessening the item gap at least. 5 items done on the AD carry. Whaler's still a little bit behind, but he's caught up in farm. He was down 60 CS at some point in this game. But that's not because he's been playing any better. It's just because creeps have been walking into his base over and over again. You can see that Void Staff also finished on Myron. That means that he's going to be doing a lot of damage to these AD carries that are starting to pick up some magic resistance for themselves. And honestly, LGD, they can still hope for the dream team fight. But how far you have to have fallen from winning Summer to hoping for a dream team fight against M3?
Well, best of luck, LGD, because M3 are now powering up to take your inhibitors back once again. Raphael just casually strolling down here. And he'll be able to start this up for himself. Even Pentacu's all the way down there, moving back into the lane. M3 just not a care in the world right now. Happy to set this back up.
Yeah, they want to be able to pressure the inhibitors one more time. See that, wow, Scenery, he's not really respecting them at all. He cuts the wave off at the base. He's already waiting for it. Imp has managed to push that out. There is a ward down beneath them, very far back, if they want to go for a teleport play out of Myron. Instead, it looks like they need to respect the split push out of YOLO.
Yep, I mean, he's gonna keep pressuring here. Doesn't have TP, but if he gets some space, can pop behind enemy lines and do exactly that, run through the base. Not really very far to get back to his team, even though he doesn't have the summoner. But M3 again, they're more than happy to be patient here. Mid's still doing work for them as well.
And where does the play come from LGD? You know, we've been talking about Imp, he's 100 CS up. He's got so many items at this stage of the game. We've been talking about Whalers, you know, he has the LeBlanc against double AD carry on their team. Should be able to get some work done on YOLO if the situation permits, because YOLO arguably is one of the few members on the team that doesn't look incredibly farm. As Pentapew, he started to hit it.
Yep, doing some poke damage here. M3 again, no need to overcommit. Now YOLO's back, doing some work as the Culling does get popped with the Brom Unbreakable down. And M3 rinse repeat here. Imp even caught out a bit. Scenery going to go straight in for the damage, and that's almost enough. Pentapew aggressively flashes in and does take the kill, and Amy now exhausted. He's going to get aggressed on. Myron's busy on the top side, busy dealing with Raphael, who almost took him out effectively 1v1. Whalers does kill Lucian, but the rest of LG look like they're going to pay with their lives. Their Nexus turret's also having trouble, and that's going to be it here. M3, they'll win the fight, they'll break the base, and 2-0 LGD.
Yeah, and in the end, the Rise pick comes up huge, because all it effectively did was keep Kennen out of every single team fight. That meant that there was no AoE CC. Look at Whalers, he does not look happy at all. Amy honestly looks confused. And LGD lose another set.
I would be too if I was Amy, coming to sub in for my team in game 2. Maybe it was late, you know, missed the train or something. Comes in, guys, what's up? Oh, we're down again. That's okay. Wait, why did they get Rise? And then it just kind of fell apart from there. The drafts look a bit awkward for LGD. It's certainly not been the start they would have been hoping for here. And it's hard to watch. It's going from bad to worse for this team. And on the other side, congrats to M3. They're only getting stronger. You never know what to think when a jungler moves top lane and they move another, you know, I guess a former sub-jungler into the starting lineup. But all the changes they made looked like they really did work in that series.
Yeah, last week they knocked out Snake. This week they've knocked out LGD. They're two massive wins. Like, this is a team we thought would be heading back into relegation. And all of a sudden, knocking over those two opponents, that gives them a little bit of breathing room to be able to, I guess, try and get into maybe the 4th spot in this group. Because right now, I know we're saying, like, the draft looks awkward. Like, how do you give over Rise? Like, the fact that Corki is such a power pick right now. But when you actually look at it, Lulu, Lucian, Fiora, Evelyn, that is a team comp we saw so much out of teams like EDG. They were able to make it work. When you look down the lines, with the exception of Graves in Game 2, which, in my opinion, they should have gone with Rek'Sai, another very serviceable team fight team comp, because they feel that they need to be able to team fight this team. Both times, though, they just fail execution. Overextend Game 1. Second game, they go for a turret dive, actually get the kill, don't back out, give over a triple kill in response. It's just all about LGD's decision-making at the moment. It's not up to scratch.
And that's weird, because they have PYL on their team, a player who made a team that was at one point, honestly, a bunch of people like Wayless and him and some dudes no one knew. That was the old original LGD, and he was then known for being a captain and being able to lead people, give him good players, and apparently he's still struggling this season.
Before that, when Wayless was on Vici, it was literally PYL and 4 players that no one knew, and he was still able to make it work. They were always a team that was on the cusp of not going to Worlds. You know, always the 4th, 5th best team in China. Now he's finally got this superstar lineup. And last year it looked fantastic. This year, not looking as great. M3, on the other hand, they picked up Looper. They picked up Dade from the Samsung's organization last year. You know, they were WE Academy, moved across to M3, new organization. They weren't able to make it work last year. This year, they've gone back to the drawing board. Very good fundamentals on communication. Young players that are hungry and want to play well. Got to give them so much credit because they're not going to be a consistent team. They're so young and so inexperienced. But if you're able to go into the Rift, knock out Snake, you know, as we said, disappointing against QG. That's what we expect. But then be able to take it to LGD in another 2-0 victory. This team has potential to be a huge, huge pressure to, as I said, the 4th, 3rd spot in this group.
Yeah, and that's great. That's exactly what you want when you make a bunch of shuffles with a young team. And all of a sudden you're beating these organizations that you maybe didn't expect to start to challenge until midway through the season. We're in week 3, and that's 2-0 over LGD there for M3. I agree. I've been really impressed. I think the fact that they are making changes early, and it looks almost better with how one could definitely see some of the struggles all around, how cleanly they played around the map and played together. Just feels like the synergy is a bit more there. That game, execution-wise, we know LGD didn't look great. M3 looked very clean. Almost every decision they made felt at least on purpose, if not thought ahead before. And Scenery this time is going to get the MVP on the Rek'Sai.
How can you not give it to him? Look at the kill participation, 88%, 8-1 and 7. Gold per minute is absolutely massive. You're happy to get that as a top laner. Scenery honestly had a blinder of a game, set up his team very, very well with the counter gank in the bottom lane. I'm just going to keep going back to it because they could have picked up a kill, got out. They didn't even burn the flash on Marin. Didn't burn ultimate on PYL. They burnt ultimate on PYL, not Imp. Honestly, all they had to do was walk away. They would have had a huge advantage in that bottom lane. They get greedy, bite off more than they can chew. That man on your screen made him pay.
And I think greed is a big thing here for LGD. The draft feels a bit greedy every now and then. Certainly the play feels greedy. Just thinking back to the first game and the 2-man invade onto red buff from Marin and Xiaoxi in that game. He was playing as their jungler. I look at that and I'm like, what are you doing? Why? And I think the answer must be we feel like we need to get aggressive early. And they did. And it was working. And then it was just too much.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, even if you're going to go that early, do not commit that hard to what the game plan is. Like, you know, take the small victories. As I said, if this is the way you want to play League of Legends, do the Vici. Take the 1 kill. Back out. Run the same play again in 5 minutes when your teleport is back available. As this is what your strategy hinges on. Don't give it away because it comes back and bites you so much. Last thing I want to go back and touch on as well is the fact that Wayless used to get 100% priority in LGD drafts. That's what they were known for. Just give him a counter pick. You know, you understood why he was playing. Like, he played through Rookie, Pawn, and then like Doinby in the final. Like, you have to give the guy priority at some point in your draft. Nowadays, that priority is going to Marin. He got stuck in a Ryze versus LeBlanc matchup. And I don't care who you are as LeBlanc. That is a really tough matchup to go toe-to-toe in. Got no jungle pressure because his jungle didn't have CC. Honestly, if he had a gone jungle, Raphael, mid lane anyway, Raphael just would have killed Amy regardless. We saw he nearly did it with no mana. I just am so confused by how LGD have changed fundamentals that were working so well for them.
And I guess that's the thing. Like, you bring in a superstar player like Marin, and your big worry is like, this guy's a really amazing player. He's now, you know, a defending world champion, but he maybe does want a bit more of the carry potential. It's hard to say. I have no idea specifically, but Marin is the type of player that feels like he does understandably want a lot of attention, but that's a big change for Org to make early on in the season. And this might just be the thing for LGD. They're going through so many growing pains as a team, which is so weird to say about a team that made this few changes, but from what we've seen in games, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, it certainly is. It looks like they've lost a level head, at least, in TBQ. Seems that Marin, you know, they expect him to play more carry threats. Once again, I'm going to go back to the fact that Myron is one of the best Maokai players in the world. The guy does not need that much farm. He doesn't need to be on Kennen. He doesn't need to be on Fiora. He also plays Malphite really well. Like, these are champions that you can have no gold on. You can lane swap into. You can do whatever the heck you want. And he's still relevant at stages in the game. Right now, putting him on these carries, it just seems like it's throwing the map out of balance. As I said, Game 1, the Lulu would have gone to Acorn last year. Game 2, it would have been a Maokai over Kennen in the team fights at least, and it would have been I just feel the look and feel of LGD has changed a lot, and with the communication and with the change-ups on the map, it just doesn't look like it's smooth.
No, and yeah, that's probably the easiest way to describe LGD's players. Very rough around the edges. Like, we're still seeing big moments from these players. They're good mechanical players. We're seeing Imp still get ahead consistently in CS, but they're not converting in a lot of the early game situations.
It
and
looks like he's playing solo queue.
Yeah.
It literally looks like he is a challenger player playing like getting into Masters and just like, my team's feeding too much, man. Like, I'm up 40 CS in my lane, I got a kill, and my top laner just came and gave a triple kill. Like, I no longer can go back to my lane. Like, then he boots his top laner out of his lane. He's like, well, you go farm somewhere else because your turret's still up. So I've taken all of this. Like, the wave that bounced, that is now my wave, Myron. Like, go somewhere else. It honestly looks like the bottom lane is still exactly what we expect out of LGD, and the rest of the map is confused.
Yeah, and that's usually not a good way to win a game in League of Legends because it is a team game here, and it feels like on a team level, that's where LGD are suffering the most. We do have some highlights here from this game as well. Raphael did very silly things to people.
Yeah, he certainly did, and as you can see, every single time they go for a team fight, Raphael just turns around and chunks Myron out. Myron not able to use the ulti. You see that, Wayless dashes back over the wall, tries to get stuff to happen. This was a one team fight that went LGD's way. And honestly, it was because it was a 5v3. This one was silly. That was actually Scenery's fault, that team fight. Blaming it all on that guy. Used his flash to get over the wall. Couldn't get back around to the fight in time. Credit to Imp and his target prioritization. Credit to Myron for a great ultimate. But in the end, even that wasn't enough. That was an ace. And LGD weren't able to get anything from it.
It just felt like too little too late. Feels like it seems to be the story of LGD so far. And you can see just how far ahead M3 are in this last little exchanges. They're just happy to go at it here in this one. And, Cannon's getting zoned out by Rise. Scenery's just face-tanking everyone. And M3, happy to pick up a win 2-0. Like, again, for a young team, that's the best thing.
100%. And, once again, they didn't know that Kennen was there, but they had so many tools to stop a hard engage, and they knew that they were probably going to get hard engaged on from an area, because if you don't pick Graves, it has to be in your top lane. They picked up Trundle Pillar. They picked up Rise. The fact that it was Kennen was just so... Like, their draft in Game 2 could have been that nothing was banned because they got everything they wanted at once. And M3, they just played the game better.
Yep, certainly did. And a 2-0 victory is their reward for playing excellent League of Legends. But don't go too far away. We'll throw ourselves to a break. And when we return, it's going to be Snake taking on World Elite. welcome back everyone to week 3, day number 2 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm still Pastry Time. Joining with me, of course, is the very handsome Spawn. And after an interesting series between M3 and LGD, where M3 were able to take the 2-0 in actually, I'm just going to say, impressive fashion.
Yeah, convincing as well.
Yeah, very.
That was a pretty one-sided affair, you have to say, when it was all said and done. And LGD looked like they were still reeling. M3 now moving on to join the column of people that have beaten LGD in this group. Speaking of that column, WE are now going to be playing against Snake. Yep,
and they're in that column as well with another impressive win for them. But this, for Snake, I think will present, I'd say, a bit more of a challenge, which is very hard to say to LGD, who have just honestly not been having a good start to their season. But Snake have been a little up and down. I think they expected to be quite up to start off the season, but maybe a bit more middle of the pack than they would like.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, M3 also beat Snake out last week, so we'll have to see whether this is a continued trend of the Powerhouse is getting upset by M3. But honestly, when you look across at this, WE is a team that we don't expect. Once again, they picked up Zero. He's a really nice support for them to have, gives them some leadership. But across the board, still very young players. We expect them to be good, but inconsistent, maybe not always great. Snake, on the other hand, this is a team that they should be gunning for the top of this group. There's no excuse for them not to be. You know, they bought in Tank instead of you. ZZR's now on the roster full time, but they still have Flandre. They still have Ella. That's kind of like, I always say, like the top and the bottom half of the map just bring everything together for Snake. And if you don't change those two players, it should be the same recipe. That was successful last year, but they're still running into speed humps.
Yeah, it feels like they're just sorting a couple of things out. But you know what? Let's take a look at their lineup. I believe we're starting with the Snake side. That's exactly what is happening today. I heard a rumor. And there he is. The rumor dispelled. Crystal will actually be rejoining the lineup.
Yeah, so we'll see if he gets Straven in his first game or whether he wants to play Corki. Those were his 2 favorite champions. Also a very good Kalista player as well, Vayne in there. But that's the dude on the left, a Camel Flandre, that you should probably be putting most of your attention towards. As will WE, I'm sure, as this game progresses, because Flandre is their big carry and should be able to lead this team over what is a young and fairly untested WE lineup.
Yeah, Waterlit, they've certainly been going from strength to strength, but we are going to start with Snake Esports here. Curious to see them bring him back, but I'm always excited to see Crystal play. He loves killing champions. We'll see if he can do that today. Flandre, Zizia, Tank, Crystal, and Ella will be today's Game 1 lineup.
And you have to say, this is closest to the lineup as we're going to see of the original Snake that came out of the LSPL. Flandre in the top lane. He gets to play whatever the heck he wants at the moment because he's just that damn good at the lane. As you can see, 5.14 KDA. And ZZR, they had pretty lofty expectations, I have to say, from what I heard. He's had some rocky games, especially in the set against M3, but looking for him to have a better performance.
Yeah, and the Tank, of course, has been actually pretty impressive. You was a veteran player, but has stepped down off the starting spot, at least for now. And Tank's definitely been on and off, and it feels like they're kind of adjusting the new jungler and mid laner to the lineup. And Crystal, at least, should bring some consistency.
Yeah, hopefully. He's going to bring consistent aggression, is one thing I can promise you. He's a very in-your-face kind of player. As I said, loves the Draven, loves the aggressive kill lanes with Ella, who honestly has looked like even better this year. Ella is a fantastic support. Kind of reminds me of when Zero first came to China. Ella fills that niche as well. Very good Thresh, very good Janna Braum as well. So we'll see whether he's able to make waves against what is
actual Zero.
Yeah, the real Zero.
We'll be playing for Waterly, of course, moving over from Royal. Kind of nice to see him back in the mix. And I think it's been, again, a smart move for Waterly. They, in general, picked up good players across the board here. And starting to get a little bit better, a little bit more synergy, a bit more consistency. That's what we want to see from some of these younger teams. Even though Waterlit's a little bit older than some of the more youthful squads we've seen, like M3 and even the new members on Snake, to be honest. But we'll check their lineup. Shouldn't be any surprises here today. And it's going to be 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Zero.
Yeah, so let's start with 957. Very good Fiora player. That's one champion I will give him a lot of credit for. You know, also plays the mages up there in the top lane as well. But this is a he's a solo queue player, very young kid. We'll see whether he's continued to grow and blossom into what is a good carry top laner, because a lot of pressure up there tonight.
Yeah, and Condi, a bit more experienced, but definitely hungry to prove himself here as was M3's former jungler. Known definitely for Lee Sin, but as you can tell from the last few picks, comfortable mixing it up as well. And this man was kind of the old solo queue hero that came onto the scene halfway through last year and started to impress. He's definitely getting stronger and stronger as he gets more experience.
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, he replaced Ninja out there in the mid lane and has been shown to be a little bit more consistent. Mystic, their AD carry. The thing about Shie and Mystic is they have crossover in their champion pool. I'm not talking about just like, you know, the Corki, the Ezreal and stuff like that. They have like genuine playstyle crossover as well. So you can give the champions around, flex them a lot. That's a veteran on their lineup, Zero there. Very well known for his Thresh, and I hope he picks it up.
Yeah, I mean, might not even get it at this rate. I've definitely seen some support bans in his day. Zero, very strong player. Mystic was an AD carry that felt like he had a lot of potential. Of course, is a Korean player, so it does complete the Korean bot lane for the World Elite side. And Mystic's good games last year were amazing, and I think his off games were quite off. So we'll see if he has more of an on game this time around. He's getting a bit more consistent, as we can see the general stats here for World Elite.
Yeah, as you can see, that they've just been a little bit better than the average LPL. So we'll see whether they're able to continue to make it work. World Elite, as I said, this is a team that I rated them quite highly when I was having a look at them. I think that they can be pretty good at the moment. However, I'm expecting them to kind of drop some games. And Condi, we mentioned the fact that, you know, he was on M3, copped a lot of criticism actually on M3 for not being able to get Looper and Dade ahead. Played a lot of Gragas, but as we mentioned, the Rek'Sai, the Lee Sin, they're still there, still pretty good, and has had a very good season so far.
Yeah, definitely carried games on M3 last year as well, so Condi's potential certainly there. It feels like that's the buzzword for this particular LPL team. World Elite seem to be only getting better, but Snake, they're making some changes here and there. They're expecting to really come out on top. So can they have a breakthrough week this week, perhaps, and get a solid win here over World Elite and start climbing the way back up the ladder? These two teams are actually equal in score in their group, so this will break the tie for second that's currently underway as we are into the draft now. Snake on the blue, World Elite over on the red, and there's LeBlanc and Gangplank taken away. So pretty normal stuff so far, as Lulu will also get picked off by Snake.
So not wanting to play a Protect the Crystal comp, it looks like, because they were big Lulu players with both Baka and Yu on their team.
Never count them out, though. The top Morgana is always waiting spawn. As we see World Elite want to ban away. Wonder is that guy, as they ban out Rise here for World Elite, that you hear that story of that one guy in solo queue this one time that did it. Yeah, Flunder's probably done that already. In a competitive game. This man does crazy stuff sometimes.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, split push AD LeBlanc.
Yep.
That was a good one. Top Morgana, he plays Rumble when you probably shouldn't play Rumble as well. So all around, very deep champion pool. Excited to see what he pulls out tonight.
Yeah, and in general, Snake, definitely a team that were looking close to the top last year. Have fumbled maybe a bit early, but looking decent right now. See if they can...
Corki gets a respect ban.
I like this. We talked about Corki in the last game. It seems like we've been talking about Corki from the end of last week up until the start of this one. It's just a pretty good champion. Get him out.
And, you know, they banned the Rise and the Corki, so that's a smart move. No random Poppy ban on the side of Team WE.
No, not this
Looking
time.
at you last game, LGD.
Does mean, of course, that Poppy is open, but plenty of strong picks here for Snake. They'll have to decide which one of those
Alistar also all open. Oh, no, he's not. He's banned. So it's Poppy, Trundle. They're probably the first two that you'd be looking at.
I have to think they're both likely support picks here as well.
My sheet was over my last ban. I made a guess.
Well, there's Trundle for Snake, so don't have to guess there. Could be, of course, for Flunder. He was playing top Trundle before it was cool, but could just as well be Ella's champion as well. Flunder definitely a champion hipster.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, they have been giving it over to Ella maybe a little bit more than you would expect of a team like Team Snake. But, you know, when you have a look at how much play Trundle is getting top lane at the moment by the people like Zatai.
Yep.
Poro had a game on it as well. Flunder must be itching to get his hands back on the troll.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the LPL top laners do like a Trundle here and there. As World Elite now going to see what they want to take. Have to think they'll keep the draft nice and safe for themselves. World Elite's drafting definitely been relatively consistent. Seems like they're on top of what they want. And Rek'Sai Brom's a great start to any draft.
Yeah, it certainly is. You deny the Braum from Ella. You take one of the better supports off the board. Rek'Sai, as I said, I'm starting to come around to the Rek'Sai hype train as well. It just seems like consistent CC out of the jungle position. Can't really ignore it too much.
You just can't go wrong with a pick like Rek'Sai, it feels like, especially in competitive. She's got so much good stuff going on for her. We could, of course, see Elise, which would be what I would deem the standard response. It's not aggressive. It's not something like Lee Sin or even the Graves that we've seen pretty commonly, but Elise is kind of the second best Rek'Sai, if that makes sense. Also does a lot of work from the jungle spot.
Yeah, it certainly does. Good ganks, you know, range is always important on a jungler if you're able to get it into a kit. Good execution damage as well for Elise, so able to get in there and mix it up in these little skirmishes. agree with you. It's kind of the Rek'Sai when you don't have a Rek'Sai to take.
Yep. And looks like these will be the picks here for Snake. You mentioned Crystal's Kalista earlier. Definitely a strong champion for him, and he is going to get it here in this first game. At least Kalista picks 2 and 3 up for Snake Esports.
And you know, beforehand they've been playing Tristana, Miss Fortune, Lucian, Tristana, Lucian. All of a sudden, Crystal back in the lineup. You have to say this is going to be a very aggro pick for the Snake bottom lane. Now I really want to see the Thresh come out of Ella and for them to just try and go very, very hard down there.
Yeah, well, they do, of course, see the Braum, so unlikely that World Elite are going to be able to get it. And like you mentioned, Thresh Kalista, a very powerful bottom lane. World Elite, though, are going to consider a couple picks for themselves here. Lissandra going relatively late into this draft, but has dropped off a bit as far as popularity goes recently. I think teams and players are starting to learn how to play around her. Well, still a good pick if you want to take her. Teams still opting into it relatively often. 15 seconds, though, for World Elite to lock these in if they want them.
Yeah, you have to say Lissandra is kind of like Lulu when Lulu isn't available, but a much more offensive Lulu. Does have the stasis to be able to keep herself safe if she wants to on that ultimate. Generally goes for the Zhonyas as well, but good lockdown, good CC, the ability to start up team fight, keep an AD carry safe with some very good PL. Generally what we see out of Lissandra. And as we mentioned, you have to be aware that that Ezreal can very easily go mid lane for Team WE. So I wouldn't mind seeing a control mage go in there just to be nice and safe. You know, tank, he's showing that he does like to play assassins every now and again. Played the Syndra last time around, but would be very safe on something like a Victor.
Yeah, it feels like we're still learning what kind of player Tank really is, but seems to be relatively versatile. As Snake are trying to lock down these last few picks. Lucky that Trundle support as well, so probably not the Thresh coming out for Ella, assuming they don't want to put Trundle in that top lane. But I'm starting to see a lot of this from Flandre in particular. 5 seconds left for Snake, and it seems like they are going to run with these picks. Victor and Quinn are going to round out the lineup. And like I said, Flandre just seems to love this Quinn.
Yeah, he's had a game on it. A loss against EPA actually on Quinn. That was the loss of the series. They came back and were able to manage to pick up a victory 2-1. He won on Morgana Lulu, lost on Quinn. And I guess that kind of explains Snake's problem at the moment. When he was on Lissandra Fiora against M3, they were just losing games. Not because he couldn't generate pressure, just because of the rest of the map really needed him on more of a supportive champion. We'll see whether today, on something aggressive with Crystal back in the lineup, whether they're able to make it work, go back to more of the old school Snake style we're used to seeing.
Yep, well, we'll see what they can get done here with their lineup completed. But World Elite, of course, do have a pick to go here in this one. You mentioned the Ezreal flex, so nice to know that Chie can mix things up here. And he might go back to a trademark pick of his. He's known for a lot of Diana and Annie early on, especially from solo queue, but he's casted in pretty good there as well. You could see pretty furious talk between the analysts, but
yeah, I'm going to say it is Cassidy.
Cassidy
was like the original counter pick to Victor,
Yep.
and as we bump some power off Victor, especially his shield, it was just even more so a counter. And right now, as you can see, confident enough to take the teleport, going to be very mobile as the game goes on. Some legit assassination potential. You always need that when Crystal's on the other side. And this right now is a very intimidating lineup out of Team WE. They've got 2 good tanks in the support and jungle position, but lockdown CC in the top lane. Good chase and kite out of both the Kassadin and the Ezreal. Flandre and Crystal are going to have to be very aware of where the Kassadin is at all stages of this game.
Yeah, this could be tricky here for Snake, but we'll need to do work. Flandre, especially on that Quinn, going to need to be being pesky as always. But here are the lineups, of course. Quinn, Elise, Victor, Kalista and Trundle there for Snake, and Lissandra, Rek'Sai, Kassadin, Ezreal, and Braum for World Elite.
And something we've seen in other regions is the pickup of double MR items. You go for something like a Hex Drinker into a Moor a little bit later on, as well as a Merc Scimitar in your build. If you are someone like Flandre, if you are someone like Crystal, who doesn't really need to itemize crit, and it gives you great sustain and great fight against these double AP compositions. Really think if there's a game to mix up the AD carry build, it will be this game.
I mean, it's pretty interesting to think that we've seen a lot of triple AD, that you'd think might be vulnerable to double AP, but certainly the buffs to some of those items have changed things up a bit, as you can see the lineups one more time. Gonna be a fun one here, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly should be. Cassidy versus Victor, always fun to watch in that mid lane.
And we're back here for our first game of our second best of 3 of tonight here as we're through almost towards the end. Not really, actually. Halfway towards the end of day 2.
You really are done. In the break, pastry time has just spilt water all over the desk.
Why would you tell them that?
Soaked his nice notepad.
No, I don't know what any of the picks are, but thankfully they're on screen for me as Snake lining up here against World Elite for their first game of our second half of day 2 of week 3. Thank you, Spawn. You can see just pretty neutral stuff here. Everyone going to spread up, chuck those wards down, and just get a bit of vision control in and around the area. But do like the drafts on both sides here. I think World Elite have, I say, the more straightforward comp with a lot of flexibility. Snake going to have to be a bit more creative with how they play these champions. But if the Crystal Flandre combo is something we've seen before, and we certainly have, we can expect some fireworks, perhaps.
Yeah, you certainly can. And I like what you pointed out. The ease in executing WE's comp. You know, you feel that all you really need to do is flash engage onto Crystal, and you should be able to get good things done versus, I guess, the diversity in Snake's comp is going to make it a little bit harder to execute upon, but they were known for executing on some crazy stuff.
Well, they're going to start things with some crazier stuff here. Snake, actually glad you mentioned it. They were known for some very creative macro play, but they actually have a lane swap. One of the rare ones. Don't see this too often, but Flandre maybe doesn't like the matchup too much. He'll go jungling instead, but this is one of Flandre's best strengths. He's very good as a low econ top laner, despite the fact that he can also play carry mode. And Crystal, there's one thing we can say other than aggressive, he is greedy.
Yeah, he certainly is. Wants to be able to pick up every single piece of farm. And we'll see whether they stick to the fast push 4v0 lane swaps or whether they try and freeze this one out like EDG would and just keep it neutral. As you can see straight away, they zone 957 off the wave. He's going to have to join up with Condi in the jungle. Ali going to try and head them away. And we're just going to get a little bit of trader farm here.
Hello, this from support says 957 does miss a bit of XP, but we'll now team up with Condi and should be just fine here. Ella just doing some recon there on the Trundle. Flandre, though, of course, still doing that jungle with ZZR, so he's going to be off to a bit of a lead there. And Braum is actually going to return back. Mystic looks like it's holding the wave for now, but might just be building up to a 4v0 push as the top jungle duo of World Elite are on the bottom side of the map now.
And we did some interesting things during the offseason to try and deter lane swaps, like give extra experience if you have a jungle item in the jungle and things like that. But it still just seems that the safest way to get through early game towards a 1 or 2 item power spike is to go for a 3v0 lane swap. If you want, you can hover your jungler. If not, they can join the lane swap as well. Just pick up as much easy early gold as you can.
Well, we don't see as many shenanigans as we used to, but certainly a nice option to have here. And looks like both teams going to play this pretty standard here. Jungle is actually looking up there for ZZR, who's, I think, maybe trying to find someone still foolishly coming to lane, but Rexar will get a bit of a farm advantage as a result. But this tower is going to fall nice and quick here. Snake should be able to claim it in due time, but World Elite going to do the same on the bottom side, of course.
Yeah, that was kind of weird out of ZZR because he knows that that Wraith camp is up. I don't know whether he took it and headed back towards the top. Though with only 11 farm, I assume he did not because he took a Wraith camp on the other side of the rift as well. And now he will take it away. That just was a little bit of inefficient farming, you have to say, as Tank is getting super aggressive.
He is just sitting in front of Xie and challenging him for every CS under that turret. Poor Cassidy early on can struggle a bit. Tank is doing his best to harass him. Condi with the right move is actually in towards the mid lane, but ZZ are going to cover him on that same side. And he did not take those Raptors, so he's now getting countered on himself. He's actually a bit far behind in this jungle.
Yeah, I think he took 3 of the Raptors. He's on 14 now. He's on 11 before, so
makes sense.
Should be okay right now. You see Condi, as you mentioned, was trying to get a little bit aggressive. He wants to control that bottom side of the jungle because that will allow him to get in behind, hopefully the AD carry and support and get a good gank off. As you can see, Xie burnt the teleport, comes back with the Negatron cloak. He's going to be able to stand up much better in this lane now.
Shouldn't be too many problems here. It's actually even nice and even on CS as well. So there's going to be a far more in the mid lane, you have to think. Xie can get more aggressive once he gets towards level 6, and especially once he starts building out the items, but there's a lot of movement now as the lanes are broken up a bit. Be interesting to see what the mid laners are able to get done. And meanwhile, we actually do have Ezreal in the top lane. Currently 1v1 against a Queen, which is probably not where you want him. Flandre, though, is down on levels right now, playing understandably safe in a bit of a dangerous looking lane.
Yeah, he certainly is, but this means that the push will continue on the bottom side of the map. They've brought more members down here. It's actually going to be Zero joining up with 957. ZZR is also here. They want to continue the siege.
Yeah, you saw Crystal hopping pretty aggressively forward there. That's typical Crystal play. But now we're going to keep pushing on here. And with Mystic the only one on the top side, he will get good farm. But Flandre is securing his farm as well. Not too afraid of Mystic at this point. And Mystic pretty much never going to get the tower in this situation with that additional help. So.
And Xie is just sitting out of vision right now, trying to act like he's coming down, but Snake is so confident in this lane swap right now. They've chunked that out to pretty much 3/4 health. We'll see whether they do opt to make a teleport play with Flandre and try and pressure that turret further.
We're going to keep going here. ZZR sacrificing a lot of early jungle time here. Well, not too many camps up, so he's done a good job clearing those out first. And it is sort of 957 that's paying for a lot of this. Crystal's actually still up in CS, even though Mystic's got pretty much a free time there on the top side. And Flandre is definitely beating Lissandra. Is almost up 20 CS at this point. So,
and you have to say, this is the advantage of having a ranged jungler like Elise who's able to hit the turret. That means that Rek'Sai can't really come into the lane to be able to grab any farm as Tank and Xie once again continue to trade out in this mid lane. However, Elise is just able to use the Spiderlings to push it out and then just sit there and auto-attack the turret. And it's really giving them a good advantage at this stage of the game.
Still going here. Mystic is finally going to get that wave to the turret, but this turret is going to go down. Snake able to get themselves 2 turrets in pretty short order here in this game.
Gives them a 1,300 gold lead at 6 minutes. Going from watching your team fumble around the map in LGD to what was a very nice start out of Snake, you have to say. They've managed to secure farm leads everywhere that they need it. Mid lane, they had to burn a teleport on Xie, which relieved a lot of map pressure. I have to say that that turret push probably wouldn't have been available if he had it. And you can see that he's up in CS, but the rest of the team down significant margins. 10 in the bottom lane, about 20 still in the top lane.
And you can see Flandre just hanging the wave back here. Mystic could be in a bit of trouble here, but his teammates are coming up, so he'll be okay for now. And I wonder where Snake will transfer this pressure. Flandre is very comfortable right now, but he's going to start to get pushed on here as the pressure will mount.
Well, the question is, do they just go mid? I mean, there's a Kassadin who has absolutely no wave clear or armor at this stage of the game, and they have 3 ranged champions that can just march into mid lane whenever they want. C957 actually wants to deep freeze bottom. I really wouldn't be surprised to just see Crystal march into mid lane, start getting some work done.
Oh, he's bottom lane right now. 157 trying to get some farm back, and he's answering now as Kun's actually gone back. This could be the play for Snake. Xie in the mid lane gets a little low, but does get aggressive. Chaos Storm down though, Zero here to defend. Xie will live through this, but that was quite bold.
Certainly was. Jumping forward meant the tank thought he had a window where he could actually kill him. Was not to be. As ZZR.
How rude. Taking Condi's stuff away. Even a pillar there from Ella. As they are going to transition down this bottom side. I think they wanted to break the freezer away from 957. Try and deny him off a little bit more CS. And actually steal the blue buff away. So nice little take here from Snake.
And when you don't go a mana regen item on Kassadin, it is something like a catalyst. It is very important to be able to secure those early blues to just have any kill pressure in lane. Does not look like they will be able to grab one for him at this stage of the game. And they've grouped up as 4 now in this bottom lane, trying to shove in another turret on the bottom side. They were like, hey, it was so successful last time, let's just keep doing it.
Well, they're pinging Dragon now, so that could be the point that Snake do want to converge upon. Mystic, of course, still top lane, so can't add anything but his ultimate to any fight if it was to break out. And Tank is coming back with a fresh buy and that blue buff still. Flandre actually going to return to the top side. So no vision here for World Elite. Snake are going to be able to cleanly pick up this Dragon.
Yeah, they've got a Kassadin and they've got an Ezreal. Realistically, they probably weren't looking to contest first Dragon anyway. If they were, it would be a very dangerous call on the side of Team WEC. That's not really the objective they're losing out on. It's all the farm that went over early to Flandre that wasn't on 957. And he's going to be out. Oh, he's going to be dove,
actually. That's a good cancel. It's 3-man dive now for Flandre. He's going to get locked up by Lissandra Frozen Tomb, and that's easy first blood.
Yeah, so very nicely done there out of WE. They're going to hit back with a turret. Looks like they may lose a tier 2 in response, but mid lane, Zero's here.
Oh, good juke there from Tank, but the
matter.
damage might be here. Still tagged by the Brawn passive. Diagonally bid for a good flash out of the way, but Zero follow flashes, and Xie make sure he gets it.
Yeah, Xie able to pick that one up. Very nicely done by Zero. We said that this man is playing well on a new lineup. That was just a really well orchestrated gank. He got both summoner spells out of Tank. Xie had to burn the flash, but in the end, a kill onto Cassidy, and that is definitely worth.
Yeah, always worth there. Xie is starting to power up a bit. 957 going to meet the wave here and hold it as best he can. Clear it out now, make sure it doesn't hit that turret. Snake did get the tier 2 in bottom, as you can see, but after the kill in mid and the top outer going down, that's pretty much just a trade even across for gold there. And 2 good ganks there from World Elite get them right back in the game. They weren't too far behind, but looks like Snake might have been getting a little bit ahead of them as far as the turrets go, but they'll even that right back up.
Yeah, the kills actually netted them about 1,000 because, you know, first blood with a couple of assists and then another kill and assist in the mid lane. That's actually very worthwhile for WE. They got the gold right back to even. They're still a turret behind, so that means they do technically have more standing gold to be able to contest for as well. And we'll see what that means as this game progresses.
Yeah, Crystal actually already has Blade of the Ruin King, so he's going to be up to 2 items nice and quickly here. Mystic also with the cheap build, but actually going for Manamune first by the looks of things and not the Gauntlet. Has that pickaxe there in his inventory, and Ella and ZZ are going to maybe try and make a play here. Moving into this top side jungle, but mid lane also a possible threat as Flandre goes back for his Ghost Blade, which I assume he has most of, if not. Nope, he lied to me. He just says nothing. I apologize.
Just wanted to go bottom.
Well,
He was already there, you know. We wanted to go back there.
do you trick me? I could have sworn he went back. Anyway, he's going to go to bottom lane now instead. We'll have to leave that mystery for another day, as he's going to meet some farm. Ella going to meet a few members of World Elite, though. Mystic moves in. Needs one auto. Finds it there for the stun. Zero with the follow-up. Ella probably has to flash here at this point, and that might not be enough. He's going to run towards his AD carry. Smart stuff to run towards Kalista. There is going to be a free summoner for World Elite.
Yeah, so that was a little bit of a brave play, looking for some deep vision there out of the Trundle. Doesn't have the ultimate, so, you know, didn't have all those tanky stacks he was looking for. It looks like right now a little bit of the old Snake gameplay where they give over a lot of farm to their top laner and kind of group as this 4-man unit. The problem is they gave Xie a kill, and with that came an Abyssal Scepter. So right now he just chunks out anyone that doesn't have MR.
Yeah, 957 also threatening towards the mid lane as well, so Crystal has to be extra special careful not to get caught out on the Callisto. But you can see 2 items will be up for this AD carry soon, and that has to be the go button there for Snake. Even Tank actually. Tank's got an upgrade, I think, just once there for the Death Ray, but Abyssal pretty close to done as well. There's a furious amount of pings bottom lane.
Certainly is. Here comes the collapse.
Sandra out though. Condi probably tunnels away as well. Gonna take a ward just on the way out for his trouble. And Flandre pretty much still holding this wave down here, so no real threat as Tank does return to try and poke Xie out, but kind of saw this before with just the Negatron. With the Abyssal done, Cassidy's not really taking much damage at this point.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. He's got a 20 CS advantage right now and the teleport available. You have to say that everything really in Xie's advantage. We mentioned that Tank probably looked a little bit better on the aggressive mages as opposed to the controls. You know, looking down, Lulu, Lissandra, Victor are his losses. Syndra, Corki are his wins right now. And once again, struggling in that mid lane against an assassin.
Yep, down in CS and Xie on a nice comfort pick for him. Having a fun old time there as just trading farm once again. Mid lane, not the easiest thing to get to try and push down actually, as Zero might be looking for a game, but does get pilled out there by Ally. We'll sweep the ward in that brush. Oh, missed it. That's unfortunate. Sweep around it just before he could finish that last auto, I think. 957 as well. Cooldown boots done, blasting one. And the Ruby Crystal does mean the Rod of Ages will be his first item. But Flandre wants a farm now. Should have that Ghost Blade that I lied about earlier. I do apologize.
And that is going to be a pretty late Rod of Ages, you would have to think, out of Lissandra. 56 farm at 14 minutes into the game. Flandre, however, at 100. So that is the big discrepancy right now. That's why Snake kind of still have their gold lead, even though they gave over those 2 kills. That and the extra turret helping them out to no end. And you can see they're just jockeying Flandre around this map to try and get any advantage they can find.
Yeah, but Xie at level 10 returns now with a Catalyst. That looks to be a pretty greedy Cassidy build. Do see it every now and then, but it looks like Roa second after the Abyssal just to make sure he was safe in the lane. But Snake are trying to group up now. Don't have Rudin's yet for Crystal, but he does have the recurve bow. They're going to start to try and siege this mid lane turret.
Yeah, but they're doing it once again without Flandre, which means that they can't really group up too deep just because of the teleport engage that will come out of 957 if they're not that careful. So you can see that WE once again push them off here. Shia even looking aggressive at times. You know, 15 minutes in, that's actually not a horrible item timing for 957.
No, 957 with the roll finish should be okay. Curious to see how late Shia gets, but you can see he's very comfy in the lane right now, just starting to throw spells out. And
he honestly looks like he wants to kill tank, because that's the third stack on the Rift Walk. It's getting a little bit expensive, but you can see that he definitely wanted to go for it.
Well, Snake are going to group in mid just to make sure Shia doesn't get too aggressive there. And with Flandre actually keeping 957 occupied, and with his teleport up, they might open up some space here. Can cancel the TP from the sun. It's pretty difficult. But Snake are going to stick in mid lane as 4 for now. And just try and get some pressure on. If they can break this turret in the mid, that will open up good space for them, especially with a Quinn on their team.
Certainly will, but WE looking to get a Dragon back in their favor, so that will even out that objective. Don't want to get 5 Dragon buff early on in this game. You can see that they'll pick that up fairly quickly. No response coming out of Snake, and this has been after what was an interesting early game where Snake, you have to say once again, definitely came out ahead by pressuring down that bottom turret. They made a couple of mistakes, got picked off twice, and the game has gone back to this slow, drawn-out pace that we saw when they were kind of losing against M3. They took it to team fights in that game and just weren't able to make anything happen. You have to think that WE would have been watching that game with a Cassidy, with an Ezreal, with the Lissandra. They're going to be feeling great in the team.
And you can see Mystic. Look at that damage he's able to put out on Crystal.
There's the ultimate.
Let's have it. Crystal doesn't really want it. Condi going to try and keep him here. There's the ulti. Oh, it does land, but the heal's used. Crystal will be safe.
That was so cute. Condi actually fired a Q there and made Crystal use his Q and the hop that he gets out of it. What that meant was that in the end, Mystic, all he had to do was point click the ultimate. It was pretty much a skill, point and click ability at that point. I just said point way too many times. Yeah, and nearly killed him.
Yeah, did a good job there. Does force the summoner out of Crystal as Ella and Zizi are. The ragtag team going to clear this out as Crystal's going back to heal. No Runins just yet, but does have some Berserker Greaves. So still looking for that farm. He's actually now down in Mystic to CS. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet online at this point. And Tank now with an Abyssal completed. Going to start to shrug off some of this Cassidy damage a bit, but Shia still only getting stronger at this point. And it is Flandre that we might have to focus on. QSS done already, so I think we might feel confident now. 1v1ing that Lissandra.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's going towards that item build. Curious that he goes for a QSS before he goes for a Hex Drinker. However, you can understand that if there's any follow-up to the lockdown that does come out of Lissandra, it's going to be very hard to escape, even with a shield.
What is that Sentinel doing?
Chilling, man.
He's chilling out. All right. Well, 957 looking just fine
he
for now.
tried to turn the corner, burst a wheel, you know. Waiting for RACZ.
It's job, perhaps. There's Lissandra still splitting, looking okay. Behind NCS, of course, to Flandre, but nothing to worry about at this particular
Condi,
point.
That's always a bad feeling. When you have Raptor Sense, you support's clearing out a pink ward and you just walk up to it.
Yep.
Like, hey, you need some help?
Really, but it's actually going to be Rift Herald now. Slet Mystic probably going to get this one.
Oh, Frozen Herald looks weird, man.
Poor guy. Barely get to see him. And there he goes. For the first and last time this game. Because again, Snake's still sticking to that slow pace. Feels like a lot of emphasis is on the two carries, Crystal and Flandre.
Yeah, but I don't agree with the slow pace. Every time you're going a slow pace against this much lockdown CC and a Cassidy, I'm going to question what your late game motive is. Because, you know, you have to say that Rek'Sai scales much better than what Elise does. Blue Ezreal is a very annoying build to deal with late game. You know, maybe Trundle wins out against Braum. I'll let you win that argument, but anything else just seems like...
Oh, Crystal aggressive again, gets knocked up instantly, and this TP actually could be a problem. He's going to get cancelled.
So that was Shears. That was overkill.
Oh, there was two.
WE wanted to kill Crystal that bad that they sent a teleport into a dead lane.
And now we could Shadak's problems because here's going to be the TP once again for 957 this time around. He's going to join in with ZZR as here it's 3v3 And Flandre already got a decent chunk out. It's going to loop in. Does force the flash out of Lissandra. Mystic is going to be the target, but he shifts out of the way. Zero does actually get the kill onto Tank in the mid lane by the looks of things, and they are going to fight them off here. Mystic with a good ulti gets Izzy on nice and low, and Shia is finally going to join in from mid lane.
And WE all of a sudden group up and smash Snake. Able to pick up 2 kills and a turret, but in all honesty, if 957 had actually followed his trail in there, would have probably came out with even more. Mystic uses that Herald buff for his empowered recall, goes back to base, picks himself up some more items, and all of a sudden, WE in a very good position.
Flandre wanted it, but doesn't find the kill. Waterly do have to give up the pressure in mid lane though, so won't claim the most important outer turret. And Shia is going to stick around. Got that Rotovator's done now as well, so it should be ticking up. And
so in a situation like this, I honestly don't mind the outer turrets in the mid lane still being up. The reason I say that is you have an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal and have the ability to generate so many picks with your Lissandra and your Kassadin. So all they have to do is pressure the side lane, send Ezreal mid. He can try and poke people out. And as teams are rotating with their Quinn, you know, with their Elise through the side lanes, you just have so much lockdown CC to be able to, I guess, generate kills for your team and create this map pressure that honestly sometimes, and it's very rarely, you run into team comps where having the outer turrets is more important than the mid lane just because of how many picks you can generate across the rift.
Well, we've got a pretty interesting situation then, given that we've got 2 different tier 2 towers on opposite sides of the map taken for each team here. Flandre still hanging out in these side waves though, farming up a Storm. But looks like it will be Rapid Fire Cannon next. Just wanted the QSS for a bit of protection against 957, and Hurricane is done for Crystal. So this could be go time here for Snake as they look to group once more again in the mid.
Oh, and Mystic able to chunk out even Ella there. You saw 1Q, did a lot of damage. Flandre not really confident that he can go toe-to-toe with the Kassadin. And as you can see, Mystic is just more than content to sit in this lane by himself. He's not really all that worried about getting soloed out by anyone.
Good pull the blue there from Tank. We'll actually make sure he gets it. No steal there from Mystic, but nice and safe there for the Ezreal's Crystal. Now here to clear this out, and I think Flandre is in a bit of trouble. Birding around, I think he knows what's wrong. I don't know if he can stop it. He's playing very far back now.
And wow, does Snake go for an early Baron?
A 22-minute Baron here for Snake is the call, and here's the teleport in for Flandre. 957, I believe, knows what's happening, yeah. But
they are teleporting, so here they come.
Yep, there's the blue ward, and actually will disengage Snake off the Baron. Did use the teleport already though, but Shia, I guess, trades his as well.
But they also trade so much, I guess, map control in the middle side. They get chunked out by Baron. All of a sudden, Kassadin, you know, might go looking for a dive in the mid lane along with Rek'Sai. Condi is already quite tanky. Tank is nearly out of mana, although that blue buff will help him out. No, instead they're just happy to go back to split push.
Yep, just going to consolidate here in Waterloo, continuing to apply the pressure. A cute play there from Snake, but maybe not quite the right time to make it. Instead, they'll just burn a couple cooldowns, give Waterloo another dragon here in this game. It's 1 apiece so far, but it's going to be 2-1 up now.
But that was the first time I've actually kind of agreed with Snake's mindset. The longer this game goes, the more they get outscaled. They performed their lane swap very well. We expect that out of Snake. But the team fighting hasn't seemed to be there lately. And you know, when you're running into a Kassadin, as that was cute from Ella, he just denied Chie a cannon crit. When you're running against Kassadin, you never really want the game to go for all that long.
I mean, do you think Snake maybe should have committed to the Baron there, or were they right to pull away?
No, they were definitely right to pull away.
Okay.
That was a... Once they were found out, the decision was the correct one. I just don't know where else they can force around the map right now. Maybe you look for some skirmishes, but as I said, Blue Ezreal kind of shuts that down because his 2-item spike is just so potent. Don't really have a way to get in here.
And Shia going back and getting stronger. Here's a Sheen, actually.
Going for a Lich Bend. That's a cooldown reduction item now. Of course, so that 10% will help out with the boots. He's running anything on his runes, probably close to max right now.
So, gonna make sure that Baron doesn't happen again. He's gonna clear out a pink and make sure he keeps his pink ward nice and dominant there in the Baron pit.
So Kassadin kind of runs into what I call the Vladimir effect right now. That is, he has 6 item slots and wants 7 items. So right now, if this is a build Chie wants to go for, he only has spot for a Death Cap or a Void Staff. I'm going to say the Void Staff probably more important, and you can maybe swap out the Abyssal super late for a Death Cap. But that's an inefficient way to build items.
especially with Blitzbane.
Yeah, so we'll see if this is something that comes back and I guess maybe delays a spike.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with the Blitzbane once he gets it, but it's sort of between items at this point. Condi, though, pretty aggressively clearing pinks out of Snake's jungle. As Snake really just playing reactive at this point. Flunder's getting some pushes going, at least on that bottom side, but spending a lot of his time in the side waves, making sure things go well.
And you can see it's kind of mirrored on the other side of the map as well by Xie right now. Tank is keeping the mid lane turret very safe, but that gold advantage has actually grown for WE in the last couple of minutes.
Not a massive one, but 2,000 up is not bad at all. Certainly continuing to have initiative here in this game, if nothing else. Crystal is going to clear this away. But now Flandre has to go topside and deny Caster. And Snake are bouncing his waves, so they always have. Flandre very good at gardening.
Actually looks like Snake actually trying to be baited into fighting around the Baron now. WE trying to control that area for the first time, really. Huge wave in the bottom means that that's going to be difficult. And this has been one of the 4 kills in an LPL game?
Yeah. That's not usual. Certainly not after
I feel like
yesterday's
I've headed east.
We'll see how far east we go tonight. Shea going to get himself a blue buff. He's almost level 16 as well. So Cassidy's true power starting to really come into fruition here as Snake has poke onto 0, but just wave clear time. As Snake just don't feel confident enough to commit with the Callisto. Flandre going to zoom back to bottom lane now. He really is just playing like a pendulum.
Janitor.
He's
literally a janitor.
He's a gardener. Just trimming back the waves, keeping them nice and pretty and on their side. But it's a full-time job here for Flandre, and it just feels like Snake don't want a team fight. I'm not going to say certainly not right now, but almost not ever with the way they're playing this game. And I just don't know what they're waiting for, because like you've already mentioned, it feels like World Elite's comp just will out-team fight them and outscale them.
Yeah, it just seems that the later this goes, the more trouble they're in. Tank has got wave clear forever. That is one thing I will say. Especially with that Rylai's Crystal Scepter now. It's going to be very hard to get on top of the Snake lineup. But if WE ever do, it's just going to be... We said, their comp is just easy to execute at this stage of the game.
And QSS are up now for both AD carries, so good bit of protection there from the Lissandra, but...
We'll see if Flandre can just outright kill 957, because he is probably the person still with an advantage. 50 CS. Can't kill Xie.
No.
That I know for sure.
It's actually the same advantage for Xie in mid lane, so Tank struggling a bit here, but has just been hanging out mid. Now actually bottom side, stopping Xie's push, but getting fun where it is. Crystal's been grouped for a little longer now, so he's falling a bit behind in CS, but Cliss is pretty happy at this point as far as the numbers are concerned, and Flandre is getting ganked.
Certainly is. Here we go.
Yep, going to go in onto Flandre, does QSS it off, but he gets tombed up immediately. Condi going to move his way back in. Flandre looking for the flash out play, but Condi shuts him down.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, however, they shut down Xie. They were able to catch him in transit. That's good news if you're able to catch out a Cassin, and they'll be able to pick up a turret in response. Although right now, we have Condi looking for a potential engage.
More worthwhile there for Snake as they'll get the kill and the tower in the trade. Whereas it's only the tower, only the kill, sorry, for World Elite. See, Flandre might be a little too aggressive now, looking for that 1v1 outplay, but I think even without the jungler, Flandre was in trouble.
Yeah, you know, Flandre actually burnt. Ooh, Condi caught up here.
With Cocoon, Ella with the pillar, but it's just going to force the Rek'Sai out. People are being fought over. Condi's like, yeah, sure, I'll stay and fight it. Does clear it out for himself. And Crystal's like, already back to top lane farming.
This has honestly turned into a very slow-paced game. We just saw 2 kills, but that's all the action we'd had in about 15 minutes.
And again, we did see this from old Snake. It's funny that you mentioned Crystal being back into the lineup. Feels like their style might go back into some of their old late-game team fighting, but we haven't seen a team fight we like from, honestly, either team, really. It's just been a lot of skirmishes and some strong macro
it's
play.
It's just been people getting caught.
Yeah.
And you see WE pick up a turret there. Just a little bit of a slow rotate. Weren't very confident in holding it just with Flandre. Lichbane now has been completed on Xie. Could probably one-shot someone if he doesn't get caught out.
Yeah. A lot of damage on the old Cassidy. Snake still keeping the mid tower safe. This is going to be Dragon 3 though for World Elite. And no Snake members in sight here to try and steal this one. So all of a sudden we have a real objective to consider here. Baron is up, of course. Was attempted once by Snake, but Dragon 3 does leave World Elite on a pretty clear path to victory.
So now this is actually where having the mid turret up becomes dangerous for WE, because it becomes more about the vision that the creep wave gives you than actually having somewhere to catch people. We've seen time and time again that they're not really capable of catching Snake in their own jungle, not able to maintain that vision. Credit to Snake for being able to counter ward very well. So on the flip side, not having that turret in the mid lane means that every single time they shove out the wave, it only gets halfway across the map before it bounces back immediately. That means that they never really have vision of when Snake disappear into the darkness behind that turret. Can't make the quicker rotations. Baron becomes a very big focal point for both teams.
Yeah, definitely have to echo the vision there for Snake. Looking good as they've got plenty of blue wards spread across that map. Now Thunder going bottom to deal with the minions. I don't think he can deal with Sheer right now, despite the fact that he is building in towards, looks like more of Malmortius with the Hex Drinker there already done. And of course the 2 damaged items finish early, but yeah, he's going to respect him here. Play back, because Cassidy, even the Quinn's not fast enough to get away.
And as I said, I actually really like this build. I even like it on the likes of Crystal. Looks like he isn't going for a Merc Scimitar. With Merc Scimitar more, you don't really need a Last Whisper item in this team comp. More gives you enough armor penetration to really go with what I guess is a bruiser in Zero and Condi. So see whether he does change it up, because right now it looks like he's going for maybe triple lifesteal items.
Yeah, BT certainly looks like the next item there, but we'll see what Crystal does want to go for. Can still go IE, of course. Runan's a little bit better with that item, but Cliff does tend to dislike the lifesteal. Wild Elite still trying with this turret, but Tank has done an admirable job playing Gandalf here.
Certainly has. They shall not pass. You see that Poke is finally coming out of Mystic. He's even weaving some autos in there.
And it's good stuff here. 3 items, 3.5 really for the Ezreal. And a plenty powerful Cassidy. And the zone is now on 957. This is a great time to sort of get things going. But
I would just look for the dive. Like, you have 957. Chie is going to one-shot anyone who isn't named Ala or ZZR. I would just get in there, see what I can make happen.
Oh, Cocoon misses. Oh, he doesn't go for it, though. Flandre does join back in. That's going to push them back, perhaps. World Elite's playing very carefully.
Certainly are. They're still confident that the later this game goes, the more they outscale. They're on 3 dragons already. Baron really isn't that quick of a take on Snake's side.
I feel like this is all Flandre's fault, by the way.
He's just zooming around the map. He's 300 CS after a lane swap at 32 minutes.
And he keeps pushing this sideways back out and starting slow pushes, which, again, is something Flandre's very good at. But he's just delaying the game. He's forcing World Elite to go deal with his pushes. And like, okay, sure, we'll get the farm, come back. Like, he's doing the right thing. I just don't know what Snake is getting offered apart from maybe a bit of time. This is very classic Snake. It seems like they're waiting for a late game team fight, but...
Yeah, the one fight mentality, right? We can't beat them early game by enough. We'll just get the game to a point where only one team fight really matters, then we'll out-execute something that QG and Snake, especially when QG were falling behind. Right now, QG is just rollover team, so don't take anything I'm saying from the last 3 weeks, but last year when QG were more prone to fall behind in team fights, they certainly were a one-fight team. As now they want Flandre.
I would too, but he's going to pop the Ghost Blade and run away to safety as soon as he gets on top of it. As soon as he gets picked up by the bird, although not this time around, it'll be pretty much impossible to catch. There's Crystal.
Yells something at 957.
Still playing aggressive, moving forward, clearing out the waves. And again, just some of the group job at this point to tend to mid lane. World Elite is playing nice and safe. Flandre is still on the sidelines, pushing things away.
And I wonder if it's a deliberate choice out of TA to not just try and outright kill him. Because, you know, you can charge up that wrist walk and chase fairly effectively. Has got the 10 item stack, has got a blue buff, is level 17.
It's just so annoying.
It is.
This is going to push out the wave one more. She is like, okay, go down, push, go back to my team group, try to fight Flandre's like, I'm still here. Shooting the wave. Look at him, he's hiding in the bush now, he's going to run back. I think he's going top lane. Whee.
Yeah, it certainly looks like.
Quinn's a fun champion. And this is something that I think Quinn does that no other champion really does, except for maybe Twisted Fate. But the amount of cross-map pressure you get, just because of how fast you are,
yeah, mid-Ezreals also can do it as well, right? They trim waves fairly.
Yeah.
It's good mid-Ezreals, especially when you see someone like Faker play it. They trim sideways probably better than anyone just by being able to shoot them from mid lane and hit the creeps that you need to hit to get them pushing in the right direction. But physically, can anyone be in the same amount of places at once as Quinn? Yes, can they do it as quick? No, no they cannot.
And here we go again. Flunder lining up the ulti. Oh, one minion, that's all he wanted apparently. And he's going to shoot this wave down again and start
Not
another
how
slow
you drive your car, it's how you stand by your car. And Flandre has certainly shown that just then.
99% sure he just started another slow push. And 957's trapped in topside. Like, to Waterlead's credit, they can A, play slow, and B, have double TP. So Flandre's tactic right now, not working maybe as effectively as he would like it.
I'm going to say as soon as there was a Cassidy on the Rift, this was a bad tactic. I understand what's happening. Everyone's going to have 6 items soon. But I just don't know why you want to fight a 6-item Cassidy so bad. He's already on 5.
Maybe they want a challenge here, but Snake are going to have to react. Actually, Dragon coming up relatively soon. It's up in 12 seconds, and Waterlead are poised to take Dragon 4, which is very dangerous territory for Snake to be in. Tank did go back and get a shop in, but
EDG and HYG had a 40-kill game in 23 minutes yesterday, pastry
we
time.
have a 6-kill game currently.
Yeah, in 35. I'm having a stern talking to whoever did the roster.
Well, we are going to see Dragon started up by Waterlead, and Snake are kind of like, we have to fight here.
And they're like, but they have a 5-item Cassidy and we don't want to fight.
957 does get hit up. He's going to try and poke here. Here he goes. 957 in for it. Gets a 3-man onto Crystal. The QSS it off, and the ulti's out on Alessandra. Fondry now going to dive back in, but the ulti's good. Shie forced to pop those Zonies, but Easy going to get sniped. No, he will flash out as EZR takes out Zero, and they're going to keep running into it. Snake's team fight just too good as Mystic's going to fall down as well.
And maybe it was Crystal that they were missing, because what the heck was that? Snake able to clean up a very nice team fight. Flandre, you're dead.
No, Flandra's alive. Shie is dead. Gets the execute there in the brush with style.
I honestly cannot believe that he just killed him. I thought Shie would just be able to one-shot him. In the end, you were right. Flandre able to get it. That'll be Baron across to Snake, and all of a sudden, the team fighting team is back.
Yes.
I lost faith.
Certainly are. Snake looking good there in a very tricky to execute fight around the Dragon. Don't even take the Dragon, by the way. Take the Baron instead. Oh, God, that's awkward. Ella is dead, but the Baron will go down.
Gone but not forgotten. Let's have another look at this. So break it down. ZZR up in the center. Actually gets a nice binding on 957. 957 flies in there, but Shie was on a little bit of a different wavelength. And you can see that Crystal picks up Ella and just piffs him at ZZR. That was really important. The ZZR is tanking everyone right now, and the Wombo combo that just came out, that was honestly Tank that cleaned up the back end of that team fight. It was just way too much. Tank didn't get any of the kills, probably did 95% of the work.
Yeah, great target priority. Once again, a Snake now looking for blood once more. Does miss the blinding assault there, so Flandre going to have to give it up. But the Dragon is, I think, the objective they really want here.
Double teleport is a thing. They've got home guard boots. We'll see if they can make it work.
Well, Snake going to have to look to disengage now. Shie is nice and speedy, as actually did use the TP. But Flandre's handiwork once again in that top lane. Starting to create more pressure, and now Snake have plenty of options in the map.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's only 2,000 gold, but they've stopped the 5th Dragon objective. Once again, the one thing that we have to say about WE's team comp is they don't have fantastic wave clear. We thought they had the outright better team fight. That turned out to be wrong. Who knew running double assassins into double AD carry was this hard? And it just looks like around the map, Flandre generating way too much pressure.
Yeah, you can see. Didn't even go in for the tower. Actually just going to hang around and maybe try and catch a flank here. He's quite strong. He's got 4 items now completed, and the QSS still hanging out.
And upgraded boots. That's pretty much a completed build. Quinn, he's got 386 CS from a lane swap. He's ahead of the clock.
Yeah, and here comes mid-tier 2. Now Snake is starting to make some real ground here in this game. 3,000 gold up here in this one. Waterlead is going to have to hang out, and Flandre's done it again. Bottom wave's pushing out for Snake. Snake going to group in here for the top side, and all of a sudden, tower's falling on all fronts for Waterlead.
Yeah, certainly are. Now it's out to nearly a 4,000 gold lead. They need to probably look for a team
Dangerous
fight
spot.
still.
No, followed by 957. That gives Snake the confidence to go in for it. They've still got a bottom wave pushing here as well. Snake might have to back and spend some gold. Baron is on for a little while longer. Got about a quarter of the buff left.
I'm going to repeat, this is really confusing out of WE. Their team fight should be superior right now. They have a Cassidy. They have Alessandra that should be able to provide some lockdown CC. Sure, it might not be onto Flandre, but just grab Tank. Like, he's got no way to get out of your CC. Just doesn't look like they want to be committal. That means that Tank's just being able to wave clear wave after wave, and Snake are only taking the fights that they want.
Yep, mid lane turret still standing here for Snake as well. He's now going to reconvene. and move things around where they want them to. Don't feel too comfy yet assaulting the base turrets, but 6 turrets down now for Snake to the 4 of World Elite. That's all the outers and the tier 2s with a bit of Baron left. Looks like it will wear off before they can make a play for the actual base itself.
And we can pretty much stop talking about gold right now because everyone's kind of maxed out. Maybe one item to go, but there's not really much of a big deal. It's going to just come down to execution. And if the last team fight showed us anything, it's that Snake still have the ability, at least with Crystal on their team, to execute in these team fights.
And I like the last pickup here for Crystal as well. We mentioned the Mercurial, it will come through eventually, but he actually looks like he's going for a Sterox.
So it's the exact same theory as having that more there. Doesn't give you the armor penetration, which is why I prefer them more, but protects you against both AD and AP. So Sterox definitely an important pickup here. Flandre's finished.
Yeah. Feels like it was finished a while ago, but Scimitar done. Quinn built up, level 18, everything you could want and more. And still very annoying.
And it's going to be triple lifesteal items and Sterox on Crystal.
Good luck.
Even when you think you're about to kill him, you're probably not going to kill him.
And this is something this warms my heart, Spawn. Looking down at Ella's inventory, not only seeing Captain Moots, which is pretty groovy, but Lockett and Mikhail's. Like his AD carry never left him.
Flandre wanted in.
Maybe. Oh, smart to get out of snare range there. So had the QSS for the ulti, and look at the pressure here from Snake on the bottom side. Starts to deal damage here to this tower. But even Chie eating a bit of poke, and Crystal just doesn't care right now.
Certainly doesn't. Even if he takes any damage, it's just going to be healed up on the next minion wave. So you understand exactly why the AD carry from Snake feels this safe. They might need to look for a teleport play because right now, base is going down. They're in some trouble.
Yeah, Flandre actually doing work as well on the top side, occupying 957's time. Flandre actually going to move into mid lane now, very speedily transition around, try and get a bit of work done there. And Snake, happy to be patient here. No real objectives up for now, so might as well keep the siege going.
Yeah, exactly right. There's no real ward to go to either unless you go incredibly deep for the Team WE lineup. You can see they've finally maybe chased Snake out as Baron has fallen off 2 minutes until the objective is back. So they need to get their last shop in. You'd have to think that this will be pretty much completed item builds across the board. And similar spikes being hit right now for the WE members.
I mean, you mentioned it already. The gold sort of got irrelevant almost 10 minutes ago, it feels like, just because of how much farming we had. We've really only had that one team fight around Dragon, and Snake did win it, but it wasn't enough of a fight to win them the whole game, despite the advantage they got from it. So now with Baron buff wearing off, we're sort of at a reset point here, and either team can still win that one fight and take this game here. It's been a slow one, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly has been, but Snake, you have to say, they stuck to their guns.
Oh, Flandre now a little too much. Let's see if he can outplay, but I don't even know if Flandre can get out of this one. He's going to get snared up here. Shia's going to pop the Zhonya. Sterox will proc for Flandre, but he's going to try and fail.
Yeah, just a TP burn. So they still have one on Xie, but that's important because 55 seconds until Baron. Now they can just go get control of the area. In fact, they're actually just pinging down mid lane. See whether they want to make a teleport play with a Kassadin now. No, he's just going to run out of base. I still think they're going to struggle to push into tank. Victor's no pushover.
Nope.
Crystal's still really strong.
Blue Earth going over might actually give them the space for this turret. It will. Doesn't need too much work here. Actually, Xie not there, so a little tricky, but Mystic able to get the job done. Tower will fall. Mystic actually tanks a couple shots, but mid-outer finally falls.
But they didn't use the time to get control over the Baron objective. Instead, they still want to push in here. And as I said, I just don't think you can push into this Victor.
Good luck, and no. Doesn't look like it here in this one. Flandre still got about 15 seconds left, so he will be up in time.
Flandre's got teleport. They've sent way too many members over to the Dragon, and Xie and Mystic. They're just going to start up the Baron buff.
Flandre 5 seconds away here. Snake not quite confident enough to start it just yet. But Mystic's gone back. Only they knew. Now there's the teleport. They are going to make it. They wanted to make sure everyone was there. Xie's going to port in, but the Baron's getting so low already. 957 is going to come in for it. Doesn't steal the Baron, but Condi is able to get it. And 957 starts up the fight. Flandre taking up a little too much damage, but Snake just do too much here. Xie forced the Zhonya's quite early as he takes out Flandre, but he's going to get chased down by the rest of Snake.
Still need to be careful chasing into a blue Ezreal. Ooh, Mystic missed a Q.
Right, let's procs those. Izia can't chase as the flashes are burnt. Zero will get out alive. Orderly got the Baron, but it did cost them 3 lives.
Yeah, it cost them 3 lives, but they got the Dragon at the same time. So as long as they don't let the base get broken into here, should still be an overall net game for Team WE. Death timers are relatively long. You can see it's about 30 seconds on Condi.
It's going to have to be Mystic here that holds the fort. Pretty good at doing so, but
needs to do his best tank impression.
Snake finally get to the turret.
Don't know if they can defend.
No, it doesn't look like at this point. Death time is still a little too long here. Damage is there. Zero's going to ulti, but repel from ZZR is going to keep him safe. Elo actually dies, and ZZR is going to go down to Mystic as well, so he collects the double.
Can he get the shield up?
Now Tank is here. The gravity field's down. Mystic does proc his shield, but Zero looks like he's going to die here to Crystal. Tank actually takes him out in the end.
But you take it. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Rek'Sai flies out of the base. There's no teleport available, so I have no idea what he's doing. Condi just looking to get himself killed. But as we take another look at this, you know, credit to Zero. Gets a deep pink in. 957 flies in. Condi actually gets the steal and a huge knockup. And once again, Xie, he just gets collapsed on very, very quickly because his team and him are going in on 2 different times. But you see how much damage the Cassidy gets out. He was only alive for 2 spell rotations.
Yep, and if he was alive for any longer, that could just be it there. But good target priority there for Snake, despite losing the Baron. They do win the team fight, but maybe lose the war.
He honestly needs a Void Staff right now, Xie. He just ran out of base with the Death Cap. We said he was going to have to make his choice. He has gone for the Death Cap. But you look, more Merc Scimitar. You've got a Locket. You've got Spirit Visage. Everyone has MR right now. And the Abyssal is just not going to cut it at this point in the game, especially when you got cooldown reduction boots.
Oh, maybe found a fight though. Good pillar. It will get popped there, but
you can see it just does not do damage. Everyone on the other team has a lot of MR because it's a double MR AP comp. Why would you not stack that? It's only really Ezreal you have to worry about. He's just got to a point where he's not doing what he needs to be able to.
And at this point, Snake and everyone really in this game completely 6-slotted here. So we are going to have some sort of surge here by Snake to try and take some objectives. They might have found a catch here. Flandre up to the side is looking for it. Zero sort of caught up, but Ella's already low. Xie charging that up is trying to get in there, but ZZR's off to the side, flanking 957. Mystic Dog going to turn it around. Flandre leaps in on top of 957 as the zone is just popped, and Xie needs to come back in. He does get massive damage down, and it is enough to kill Crystal. But Flandre's still alive there on the other side as Mystic is going to try and clean it all up. The death throw's down, but Mystic grabs a triple, and that's an ace for World Elite.
Xie just completely chunked the entire Snake lineup. That was insane. Mystic puts in work to be able to clean it up. But as I said in the Champions League, these 2 players, oddly on the exact same wavelength. Like the Chinese mid laner, the Korean AD carry. Let's take another look at it. They're both poking. Xie gets over the back, gets some damage, and then gets chunked out as he comes out of stasis here. Goes over the wall. So that's 4 stacks. That's a 5-stack Rift War. And that did damage. Mystic able to clean up the back end of the team fight, but I don't know if that's enough to close out the game.
Well, enough to break the base at least here. Snake still all dead at this point. That time is very long at this stage of the game. Or at least they are going to have to back up. Seems like Snake are going to revive here. Tank extra up in about 2 seconds. So Mystic going to have to get out. The Dragon 5 on the way in a minute and a half for World Elite. Baron up relatively soon. And it seems like they are realizing we can win team fights. They've definitely got the carries to do so.
It turns out when you get 5 stacks on a Rift Walk in a team fight, anything is possible.
Especially when Tank and Crystal stand so lovingly together. And now again, we talk about one fight, swinging the game here. Could have almost been a win there for World Elite if it had been a bit cleaner. Well, we're close to 50 minutes in this game. And boy, oh boy, do mistakes start to cost teams this late.
Certainly do. Dragon 5 is available. All of a sudden, that one dragon that went Snake's way earlier, all the more important, but they need another one. Look at how many wards they have over the back of the pit. Want to make sure the fight is on their terms. Snake, meanwhile, trying to push up that middle lane, trying to get that much needed vision to make sure a Snake flank isn't coming through from Xie, isn't coming through from 957.
Might just counter pressure here. It's kind of hard to push through mid, I guess.
You do not if LGD taught us anything, it's you don't not fight for 5th Dragon.
Yeah. Well, looks like Snake do want to fight here.
GA can just kind of sit in the pit as well and charge up his wrist walk. That's the biggest danger right now.
Oh, Mystic really hurts as well. Snake are a little squishy, unfortunately, for them, as Flandre looking for time to zoom in. Traffic current will zone them off, but Waterloo is going to start this Dragon and force Snake to come to them.
Does he start charging it up? The 2
Whoa,
AP users.
Flandre goes in for it, and now Zero could be the problem, but 957 in with the Flandre. Shie just takes him out. Crystal's dead immediately as Mystics just able to get the kills, and Snake, I just don't think they have the damage here anymore. Waterloo get a massive fight for themselves. Zero even alive after all that. Tank is going to get taken out by Mystic, and that's 4 kills.
And once
Five
again,
kills.
Kamikaze Shie just flies onto the back line, and Crystal was there for a second. He just completely deletes him along with 957. Mystic able to get the rest of the work done. That's game over.
Yeah, this will be game here for Waterloo. Death time is far too long as Snake get aced by the WE lineup. We talked about teams waiting for one fight here. Waterloo's one was just a little bit better. I do tell lies, ZZR still here, but good luck, buddy. Defending all of this from Waterloo. He's going to try and do what he can, but Mystic's just too strong here. Waterloo are going to be able to finish this one off. It was quite a long one, but they will take key victory in game number 1.
Yeah, they certainly will, and you know it got to that 5 Dragon point one more time. We were expecting the team fight to be better out of WE, because they had the lockdown, they had the Kassadin. Snake proved us wrong, right? Proved us wrong once.
Yes.
But WE proved us right in the end.
Certainly did, and that's what we expected here. It's hard to think exactly what the teams were wanting to do in that game, but feels like Snake kind of let themselves down. If they were trying to go back to old Crystal team fighting, pick a team fighting comp, man. Yeah, don't take your Quinn in there.
Completely agree, because, you know, time and time again, Flandre was able to generate map pressure, and if they had have had a good split pushing comp, maybe on 1-3-1, that would have been perfect, but they didn't really have that. They had kind of mixed in between with a control mage in the mid lane, then kind of split pushes elsewhere. This was a team fight that they did win. Once again, one thing about Snake that we will compliment is they have fantastic target selection when they get into a good team fight situation. But really, you have to applaud another great gutsy performance out of the young WE lineup.
Yeah, and Condi with a massive steal there as well here in this fight. Snake did go on to win the team fight, but that Baron might have been all Snake needed to actually clinch the game.
Yeah, this is where it turned around. You know, Shie, he was able to get the jump over the wall, and it really is this hop here. As you said, they just line up for him. He falls down straight away, but that's 3 members just removed from a team fight by 1.
It's too much in the end there. Mystic does well to stay alive. Steric's Gage helping out everyone, it felt like, in that particular game. We had people dropping low, all sorts of shields. We had Zonias, we got Steric shields popping.
How they get big.
Yeah.
Seems so counterintuitive for an AD carry. Look, I'm bigger now. Hit me more. But
yeah, I'm a fighter. Juggernaut.
Woo. But in the end, that was actually a really fun game out of WE. Had a slow start, but the last couple of team fights, I have to say that was just 5 bodies crashing into each other, and WE came out ahead.
Certainly did. Threw their bodies better at the enemy, but we do, of course, have maybe 2 more games to go. Woodley do claim number 1, but after this break, we'll see if they can take a second. Don't go too far away. we're back, everyone, for our second game here in our second best of 3 here in day number 2. That was unintentional. My name is Julian Timecar. Still with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, as we're going to get ourselves into Champ Slate relatively shortly for Snake vs. WE Game 2. But before we do, just an odd Game 1 all around there, Spawn.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that as we take a look at the MVP on your screen. It was Mystic, like that, 9-1-4. A lot of that was because of how well he was able to clean up the team fights, weave in and out. Ezreal is very, I guess, easy to get overzealous with.
Yes.
You can chase very well, but maybe sometimes you shouldn't, especially against a Quinn. But he flirted with danger, was able to come out ahead in a lot of the end game skirmishes.
Yeah, we talk about, MVP sometimes being a team effort, and in this game, Mystic did have a good individual performance, but maybe felt more of a team effort or a 10-man effort. Snake were doing some strange stuff around the map. They had a plan. It was split push with Flandre all the time. The issue there is that they didn't really have the pressure to be able to actually stop the double TP. And again, the straightforward teamfight comp with lots of good scaling just saw World Elite win more fights, and that's all they needed to do.
And the thing I like about Victor is if you go in one at a time against Victor, he has great zoning tools. He drops the ultimate on the people that don't go in on him. Like when Maokai used to dive Victor, he would just blow up the backline and ignore the Maokai. The thing I don't like about Victor in the current meta is when Lissandra flies at him, when a Kassadin flies at him, he doesn't really have that many tools to deal with it. And you could see that when they prioritize Victor over one of the AD carries, although in the last team fight they incidentally killed a killed a Kalista on the way through, things went much better for WE. So we'll see if that is a continual trend, that lockdown CC that makes team fighting so much easier.
Yeah, we did see that World Elite's comp was quite good, and they used it to great effect there in the first game. We are into Champ Select, though, for game number 2. Rise, the first ban for WE. Lulu, once again, banned out by Snake. We do return to 2 bans. Both these teams actually banned in their last game.
And wow, a blue side Rise banned out of WE. It's not something we see all that often.
That probably tells you a lot about maybe World Elite playing or not playing the champion. There's actually banned Quinn away from Flandre. I certainly understand how annoying Flandre was, but...
Yeah, well, the reason I like that ban is because he probably made the game go for 25 minutes longer than it should have, just by zooming around the map and controlling who was farming what very effectively. So did it win them the game? No, but did it make WE's life miserable for a very long time? Yes, it certainly did.
Well, let's see what Flandre goes to now. As LeBlanc, once again, will be banned by Snake. Taking that away from Xie. So nothing changing just yet except for that Quinn ban. And there's Alistar going to be banned. Again on the blue side, was banned by Snake in game 1. World Elite this time, now on the blue side, of course.
Yeah, maybe there's just a pick that they're hoping will get through.
There
something like a
we go.
Rek'Sai.
Get Lissandra out of there. I definitely agree with that one. Champion does a lot of work, so not going to be that one available for 957.
Lissandra's weird because her priority fluctuates, but she doesn't seem to lose very often in the LPL.
No.
So
Champion's really good.
But it's kind of weird because not a consistent high priority base from every single team.
No, I think it's one of those things where I feel like teams are starting to get better at trying to beat it, but maybe haven't found it just yet. Here is, wow, what is going on? Corki's open, which was great, and that's the pick actually for World Elite, but Gangplank was also left up here in this game. That's what happens when you ban Lulu Lissandra, I guess.
I wonder if Flandre is going to take it into the top lane or whether Tank plays at mid.
We're going to find out.
Has been locked in.
Well, yeah, locked in there. Rek'Sai also up for ZZR, so I do like that denial away from Condi. And it's a pretty high-powered draft so far. Lots of strong champions. Even the Rek'Sai seems like the most contested jungler once again here. After everything's settled out. Even though Graves is very strong. Well, you mentioned in the start of game 1, doesn't feel quite as consistent or as versatile as good old Rek'Sai.
Yeah, unless your name's clear level MLXG, I'm going to take the Rek'Sai at the moment over the Graves, unfortunately. And it's more, honestly, about how aggressive they're willing to play the jungle than anything else. They don't do anything really much different apart from where they position themselves on the map. Master Yi, of course, also a very good jungler at the moment.
Good old Condi.
My build is Satyr Devourer into Gwinsu's Rageblade.
Into win the game.
Titanic Hydra.
You are a terrible human being.
Hysterics.
Wow. You're awful.
Like the build at the moment.
Well, thanks for sharing, but not gonna be the pick, at least for now.
For now.
You never know. Ezreal and Braum, though, will be the second and third picks for Team World Elite. As Snake now considering picks 3 and 4 here.
So potentially,
Please never do that to me in a game, by the way. That sounds awful.
Potentially the triple AD now coming out of WE. You have to say that they were patient and willing to execute on a team comp, so maybe not going to be the worst thing. Although against Gangplank, running any squishies is a danger.
Certainly is. But see just how much work the Gangplank does and where it goes might be the more interesting question at this point. Snake, though, might just pick up a bottom lane here and leave the flexibility for that last pick, which does make plenty of sense on the red side. Wouldn't mind seeing Crystal go back to more of a throwback champion. We're not going to go all the way back to Draven today, unfortunately. But we could at least go to Tristana.
Yeah, Tristana, very Crystal champion. Good turret pusher, which is needed in Snake's lane swaps, but also quite a good duelist and team fighter.
And there's the Trundle as well, so a little bit more flexibility just in case, but likely the support champion for Ella once again. Seems to like it. Interbrom did pick this exact same matchup in game 1. And of course that leaves us with where do we put the rest of World Elite's draft here? And of course, what does Snake want to take for themselves? 30 seconds or so left now for WE to decide on these picks.
This would make sense out of 957. He's played Fiora Lissandra fairly often at the moment. And you have to say that as far as good lane matchups go, Fiora is not bad against Gangplank. You can get in, stop the barrels. If you unfortunately look like you're about to get hit by one, Riposte does a lot of work in the matchup. And you are a fairly good duelist yourself.
But is it Gangplank? I guess we'll find out soon, because Elise and Fiora are the picks there for World Elite.
So I think I made my bias fairly well known at Worlds. But a well-played Fiora, in my opinion, is honestly the best, nearly the best champion in the game. She's a fantastic team fighter, a fantastic split pusher. She creates so many options for you with Ravenous Hydra. She also has Wave Clear, although Titanic Hydra right now is also a fantastic build. So I honestly really like Fiora. The problem with Fiora versus Gangplank is she's confined to one area. So she's either team fighting, she's either split pushing. All of her abilities are in a very small radius. Gangplank will just wave clear against your split pusher, drop an ultimate, and do 6,000 damage in a team fight, and maybe win you the game. Which is why Gangplank is silly.
And banned a lot of the time, but not in this game. And you might get your wish. It might well be Flandre on the Gangplank, which, given his penchant as a carry player, probably seems correct. Tank is going to go back to the victor. Not the biggest fan of the pick, but had a fine game 1. So he's going to take it again for himself.
And now look at the zone control on the Snake lineup. They've got Pillar, they've got the Gravity Field, they've got barrels.
They've got Gangplank.
If anyone steps a foot out of line, they are going to get kegged in the head.
Robo Pirate combo is now available.
Certainly is. Gangplank's got a weird piratey robot arm as well.
Can you imagine if Gangplank was actually a robot? That would be so dope. Like, Project Gangplank. Come on, man. Mecha Plank. Work with me.
Mecha Plank?
Yeah.
I can see Mecha Plank. I'm just trying to think what part would make mechanical. Maybe his beard.
As we do see the team comps once again. Fiora, at least Corki, Ezreal, Braum, Gangplank, Rek'Sai, Victor Triss, and Trundle.
I like the bottom lane, the mid support synergy out of Corki Braum. I never noticed this, but both have glorious mustaches. That's like a mustache.
There you go.
Duo.
There you go. It could have been mustache versus mechanical beard. We'll have to wait for a future skin perhaps.
I'm sure we'll get that battle soon.
Because really, what else do we want out of our LPL games? Well, we're about to get into this one. You can see the lineups on your screen one more time. Curious drafting again by both teams. I think World Elite, very safe, very straightforward draft for them. Snake, I think a little tighter. See how Tank goes on the Victor revisit here, but every time Gangplank gets through, it's kind of like Rise. You just always wonder what the plan is, because you better have one.
Yeah, you certainly should take something into the Rift. As WE keep your dreams, they're certainly living up to that. This is for second spot in their group. Big game for WE right now.
Certainly is. We'll see if they can break it or if it's going to be a push forward. We're going to get onto the Rift. And we are back for game number 2, as Crystal will take his relatively famous from last year's Tristana back onto the roof for his second game of his 2016 season. Good to see him back on the starting lineup. Had a pretty good game there on a Callista, but Snake together couldn't quite crack through the World Elite team fighting there in the first one. See if they can change it up and push it to a third game. RFW will claim spot number 2. So sole possession, sorry, of rank 2 in the standings of their group. And it come away with a 2-0 victory. And we do have Corki in this game. Talk about Gangplank being a very strong and powerful pick. Barely gets through, but Corki's certainly been creeping up the ranks in recent priority.
And Corki's weird because he's always kind of had a lot of pressure. The change in the passive means that he's much better suited to the mid lane now because he does do a lot of magic damage and doesn't pigeonhole yourself into this double AD comp that you can just stack armor against. But I honestly think that his damage, his early laning has always been this good in the early mid game. Like Corki mid has been something that we've talked about a lot, and yeah, I just love the fact that it's now a huge priority pick in the LPL.
Yeah, and around the world, to be honest as well. As we're not going to have a lane swap this time, but a bit of help there from 957. Actually, no, I lied. There is going to be one because Fiora's in the bottom lane. But I expected Snake to maybe look for the swap. So if they wanted a 2v1, that is exactly what they're going to get. But I don't know if 957 is going to be very happy about this.
He does this every time. He gets the cheeky 3 melees and then just like gets the heck out of dodge. Every single time 957 does that.
Well, bye 957. He's off now. Off to
but
Jungle,
the thing that he does do is he just gives away Condi's position on the map like every single time.
Yep. I was like, oh, there you are. I found you. I'll ward you.
Pillar, where is it? Oh, no, he took the bite to get the ward, I remember now. So they're not worried about him at all.
Get in there, Trundle. Oh, man, actually zoning him off the Raptor camp. Hey, there we go.
He took one.
Bit of jungling, counter jungling, in fact, from the support position. And looks like, hold this time. Oh, Crystal's going to shove that turret right in as fast as possible. And he's level 3 already, thanks to Ella's little roaming venture there.
Yeah, that was a weird one out of both teams, but it looks like they will hard shove this time around. Crystal already has the wave up against the turret. You can see that a little bit longer time is being taken on the top side of the map by the Ezreal, but Essence Flux, we have learned, is a very good pushing tool.
Especially when you've got a couple of people to help out there. Sure, you're not going to make it, but at least, sorry, is going to make a way in there. And Flandre, you know, smash some barrels for the passive. And
this is my first problem with Gangplank's kit. Why does his passive work on turrets?
Well, I don't know, but it does. And that's going to prove very beneficial.
It's literally a flaming sword. How does a flaming sword?
You can, like, light buildings on fire.
That's a stone turret.
It might have some wood in it.
Gangplank.
It might have some wood in its structure. You never know. Is that more realistic if he was like a future robot pirate?
Yes, it
and had lasers?
Laser sword.
Okay,
there we go.
That would
we
make
just
more sense.
Fix the problem.
There you go. He has an actual laser sword. Well, Flandre are going to hang out here in the bottom lane, regardless of.
Oh, they gave him blue buff. That's cool.
Yeah, I did notice that actually. But able to hang out here in bottom, and was if he can build up the lead he was able to in game number 1, because with the Quinn, he could speed around and create pressure with a big CS lead and really make 957's life a little problematic. With that much farm on Gangplank, he can just hard carry a game.
Yeah, he will one-shot anyone on the map if he gets that much farm on Gangplank, as Shia actually takes a bad end of that trade.
Yeah, this is the thing. Victor, pretty good in trades, especially in medium to short range, which is kind of where Corki sits.
Power, just such a strong ability. Corki really does need those rockets to be able to start poking people out, as now Crystal and Ella in the top lane trying to zone out 957.
Yeah, just going to shoot him there, show him his boss.
Oh, they're letting that wave bounce back, actually.
That's nice, but going to have to push back eventually, because it is Tristana after all. Did take the charge already to take down the bottom turret, but pretty standard stuff so far. Almost 5 minutes in. Turrets traded on either side.
Oh, 957 wants in on a gank in the mid lane. That 6 CC combo that comes out of a Fiora.
This guy's actually been tagged as well. Mystic is going to move in, but that's going to force a flash out. Barrel here for Flandre. He's going to line it up. Good damage. Slow might just be enough, but Q goes wide there for Mystic.
There's another person coming down.
Oh, it's dangerous stuff. Flunder's like,
Zero's
good luck, friends. ZZR tunneling again. They are going to dive in for it. Damage is down. ZZR going to stay in a fight, but first blood goes to Mystic.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to get out of the turret aggro as well. So very nicely played there from WE. Made a joke about 957's roam, but he's exactly where he wants to be on the map right now. Does look like they'll be able to trade turrets one more time, but with the first blood and an assist going across to the WE lineup, they will take a nice little gold lead.
Significantly less invested here as far as manpower goes for Snake, but a kill netter for World Elite. First blood, in fact, is nice to have there. So Crystal is going to get the second tower. World Elite, though, are going to be able to finish this off. And once again, wonder where the carries are going to go. Top laners especially always get starved in a lot of these situations. Flandre was able to get farm last time. Fundy, he didn't take there, does land a cocoon. Just going to come in for the damage, and he almost did it himself.
Yeah, he was trying to get a summoner spell out, but Tank knew ZZR was there, so didn't really have to burn one. But actually, really nice idea out of Condi. I mean, he burnt nothing and was probably going to go back and shop anyway because only sitting on a tracker's knife right now. So I like the pressure out of WE's jungler.
Yeah, Condi definitely having some pretty strong moments for himself here this year already.
Now see, 957 actually has the choice to choose a lightning saber in his skin.
He does.
And he's gone for a ruler instead. I just feel it's not an effective choice of weapon.
It's honestly the only ruler Fiora I have seen in a very long time. There was so much Project Fiora played at Worlds that I forgot it wasn't the default skin. I'm not joking.
Well, all the project skins just feel like default skins now.
Yeah.
Maybe 957 actually a hipster. He's that cool, he doesn't have the project skins.
Well, I can tell you that that ruler is going to do some serious damage once he gets his items going, but for now, sort of roaming between things here. And he's going to be Mystic sitting against Flandre once more. Last time this happened...
Nice roam up here actually out of everyone.
Yeah, and this is going to mean Flandre CS is going to be contested this time. That's a nice adaptation from Mortal Elite.
Yeah, it certainly was. Creeps got in the way this time around, so a little bit unfortunate there. As you see, Crystal actually looking to pressure a tier 2 now. One thing you have to say that's in the advantage of Snake is that Flandre has a little bit of wave clear. 957 has none.
No, and this was one of the things that is a little bit different, even though the game is playing it almost identical to the way it was in the first one. Stunner's turret pressure just can't be understated here. Flandre is maybe trouble getting dived here. Yeah, ZZ's actually hugging bottom side here. He's got a barrel all the way back to defend.
So 957's actually done a really good job of getting experience. He's not getting much more farm, but he's at least level 5. Flandre only level 3 right now. And they're on their way to the base turret.
I mean, why stop? They are going to lose a top tier 2 here, so they'll continue to trade turrets, but as long as Flandre is safe, he'll eventually be able to secure farm one of these long lanes. And Crystal and Ella know they're not being paid any attention. Now they see her back. And have to be a bit more careful.
So Corki cheated off mid lane to get 957 this, which is a freeze. I wonder if they've afforded Flandre the same luxury, but the rate that his health bar is dropping, I'm going to say that he tried to freeze it, and now it's probably on his turret, because he got chunked out quite significantly. You can see 957, he did the same.
Well, this is going to get interesting here. Tank will get blue buff, so expect to see the mid-outer so both sides very healthy once again, but these are some very long lanes the top laners are playing with here. And again, they just want to farm. Nobody wants to fight anyone, it feels like.
So maybe the feel of another long game. This time around, you have to almost give it to the Gangplank.
Yeah.
Gangplank is just the power to be feared across all regions.
Yeah, now with the blue buff as well. So Blues traded off to their respective mid laners as Crystal's gone back. Double dagger, BF sword, pickaxe. That is an awful lot of efficient early game stats.
That's the Name special nearly.
That is almost a Name special. Thrift shopping. Crystal's bringing it back after last year. And now maybe Dragon here for Snake. That'd be the most obvious thing to take, but I wonder if Crystal's farm might get hurt a bit here. In fact, where the teams distribute their farm based on this current lane makeup is going to be super interesting. Seems like top laners right now are getting the priority, but Crystal's going back to the bottom half of the map. He wants more farm in this bottom lane. In fact, he's just going to hang out on this pink ward. And I think look for a kill.
Yeah, maybe look for an assassination here on Mystic. There is an awful lot of creeps. Mystic will back away, actually pings directly on top of them.
Yep, seems to know they're in the area. How long will Crystal wait? I bet the health of that cannon will get too low and delicious. And there we are, Crystal. Yeah, sees 1 minion low, he's like, I need this. Does take it. I'm going to start pushing his way back out here. Gangplank, though, has sort of met it in the middle, so Fiora's able to get some CS. As 957 meets the wave that Flandre had to unfreeze eventually.
957 actually looks like maybe going for a standard Hydra as his first item pickup. He's got double longsword, of course. That builds into the Vamp Scepter. Leftover longsword that you need. There's maybe a fight in the bottom lane now. Xie coming down.
With the package, he's going to go all the way in. Valkyrie's in after it as well. Crystal knocks him back there with the Buster Shot, and he has all these summoners, but Ella with a good body lock there on some of those missiles. True Shot barrages in, but Crystal does survive it.
But that is a huge push, and they've just chunked out both members. This is potentially another turret that's going to fall because double AD. Ooh, Flandre has to burn the ulti.
Yeah, does use it, but it will keep the lane safe. That is by 957 time there. Flandre had to walk down to that bottom side just to defend off that push. And Zizio and Tank with the right idea do some damage to mid, but that was going to be a pretty hilarious combo to try and finish that off. And World Elite simply fall back to the Dragon.
Yeah, so they can't get the turret as the objective. Instead, they secure some farm on their top lane, are able to pick up a Dragon at the same time. They make sure all that farm doesn't go over onto Crystal, who ideally would have loved it. As Xie gets chunked out in mid lane.
Yep, ulti burnt there, but Xie will survive it. Tank looking for the all-in.
So with boots, you can actually outrun. Oh, you can't outrun that.
Nope.
But you can actually outrun rank 1 non-upgraded ultimate out of the Victor. It just like looked like Xie was chilling in it for the sake of chilling in it there.
Well, Tank moves forward, trying to get some more poke down, maybe cancel the back from Corki, but instead we'll just assert some control this wave. Continue wave clearing down here. Much better time here as opposed to the Cassidy matchup from last game. So I think Tank with the counter pick definitely helping him out a bit there. As Flandre hanging out behind his barrel, and it's going to parlay as many minions as he can. The longer the wave stays here, the happier he'll be.
Yeah, certainly will. Doesn't want to go for that huge farm with the barrel. In fact, he actually breaks
Moves
the barrel.
it, yeah.
Moves it back because the wave's coming.
Well, it's going to force these Yara's pressure mid lane there from World Elite. Next side going to move into the tunnel, but once again, pretty much just have to go mid just to present the threat here. But everyone's always going to be pretty safe. As Flandre going to keep this here as long as he can.
Well, 957 has one job, and that is to make this wave hit the turret. Because if it stays here, Flandre auto wins the game for his team.
Flandre has one job: make sure that doesn't happen. So lots of minion battles here in this series so far, but Flandre looking to keep it where he wants right now. But even getting a bit feisty on the top lane. As Alan eats a cocoon there from Condi. You can see Snake is sticking to Flandre's side here, making sure he's the one with the advantage. And I feel like 957's lane is awfully long for him right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. He did get some good CS then, and it will push back eventually. But by then, Flandre will have a creep advantage. Gangplank, whenever he's even, he's ahead anyway. You can see right now he is perfectly even with 957, so we'll be very happy in that lane.
Yeah, with the Trinity Force now. Does have a decent power spike, but Snake again grouping with some decent timing now. Chris though, can't get the satchel down. Actually, it's 0. I think it was a misclick. One of the turret, I have to think. Ulti out there. Doesn't find anyone there. But wave will get cleared there by WE. And Snake's mid pressure will start to fall off here.
Harold did go across to WE, so they're able to pick something off the map. It's actually not. He goes back towards the Titanic, so just wanted the longswords for the extra dueling potential. Of course, you still need one of them for Durham's Fist.
And Flandre again, slowly as possible. Gonna try and keep this wave here.
That will start to hard push now, so Flandre probably got one last wave that he can grab before 957 going to head up there. 957 now probably just wants to shove it as quickly back into Flandre as possible and try and group, get some early team fights in with Fiora, and that very effective ultimate. Flandre, who was level 4 to 957's, what, level 7 at one point, has been able to even out pretty much the entirety of the discrepancy between the two.
Yep, you can see Phage done now. Almost up with the Zeal there for Flandre, so Trinity Force close, but not quite there yet for the Pirate. Crystal, though, actually looking for, I have to think, Rapid Fire Cannon or Static Shiv. We usually see RFC, and this is a very common Triss build as well. Get your early AD, but make sure you get your Zeal item first.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it depends on when you have to start putting points in your queue, depending on whether you can go Infinity Edge first. I honestly prefer the fact that you can just get Rapid Fire Cannon and put like 4 or 5 points in your queue regardless, and be able to get that nice burst damage. you see Shia dodging out the way of a laser and expecting exactly what we saw in game 1, jockeying for position around the map and farm. We got a first blood a little bit earlier this time around, but game has delayed.
This is sort of the difference, though. Is Crystal's actually a little too aggressive. We'll jump out of the way, but this is the issue. Unlike the last game, Tristana is a real threat to turrets. So every single time Water Elite leave Crystal alone, he's just hanging out mid lane now. This is his new home. Even though Mystic is getting farm on the bottom side, they're actually still staying even. And they're going to eventually take that turret if Water Elite pretty much don't commit everyone to saving it.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case right now. Danger is... Oh, here we go.
Yep, gank now, but ulti-proc there for 957. Could be problems, but Flandre going to keep chasing. Dash away there from
ulti if he wants it.
No, they don't. Don't want it that badly. Flandre just wants the CS. And speaking of CS, Tank is still gatekeeping the crap out of this turret in mid. Look at Mystic.
He's letting it push back into him, so he's acknowledging the fact that, you know, Crystal is a good sieger, saying, sorry, Shia, you're on your own. I'm going to kind of replicate what Flandre is doing in this top lane, and even though he has great wave clear, just not letting this go anywhere.
Oh, ulti actually out from Tank. Bit aggressive, but...
Well, that's Tank's response. He's like, I'm going to chunk Shia out of the mid lane. You know, Crystal's back here now. On the next wave, we're going to try and push in.
He's got RFC now as well. So the siege that much more effective now from the Trist. So can Snake actually start these sieges? Zero needing a bit of poke. We'll see what happens. And again, it's lots of empty lane farming in these two games. This one especially has super long lanes from all the tier 2s that died early.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you see that the response out of Mystic, straight away, he hard pushed that lane in the end. Actually going to hit the turret that he pushed it that hard, and Crystal wasn't ready for it. So now caught out of position a little bit on the other side of the rift. And honestly, this is just teams that think that they're better at team fighting than the other. They just want to scale up. If they could hit a button that said we're safely at 50 minutes, everything equal, I'm pretty sure both teams would go for it right now. Because no one really wants to take a risk.
No, certainly not here. As Gangplank does have the Trinity Force now. Crystal did attend to bottom wave, of course. Again, next team composition definitely serving itself with the early lane movements in particular to a lot of turtling, but Water Elite were comfy to take it to late game last game. I'm sure they're just as comfy here again. As Dragon is the real issue here. That's actually a tangible advantage that Water Elite have, and it might not be much now just with Dragon 2 coming in, but certainly the next two, of course that big fifth one, do present real threats.
So Dragon 3 and 4 are actually really hard to take against Gangplank. Reason being, the brushes on the red side are really good to set up for kegs. Around corners, you can set them up over the ledge as well and get a lot of work done. Also, Dragon, it's great for Rumble ultis, and pretty much Gangplank is just a circle Rumble ulti.
Yep.
Arguably much better as well at the moment.
I feel like that's what we first panned Gangplank as. We started seeing a lot of play in the LPL. Like, this is kind of good Rumble.
Yeah, pretty much. As Condi said.
Yep, in trouble. Ooh. Damage coming in, but GA going to try and make the difference. Exhaust is down. Crystal needs to kite well. Corki just has too much damage. Now Condi is going to look for the re-engage here as the ulti from Gangplank does get the first kill. Repelled down, but Ella going to try and make him sit here for it. Condi, though, he's going to be alive, but ZZR comes in and Tank snaps him with the poke off the back. And now the TP down onto that tunnel. Flandre going to try and turn it for another kill. 957's found Ella, but Chaos Storm is down. Riposte is there. Flandre needs to get over there, but he can't quite make it in time. Now going to maybe look for another target, but Mystic is jumping straight onto the Victor, and Flandre just needs the barrels, tries to move in for it, needs to set it up, gets the crit there, takes out Mystic, and now going to look on a 957 Gangplank. Now with a double kill, is going to look to chase Zero, and Snake get the better end of that trade.
And that is not what you want, giving Flandre 2 kills on Gangplank. He was already farming up a Storm. All of a sudden, he's 3-0-1. And that was good enough that they turned around the initial pick that Crystal looked like he had secured. But in the end, that Flandre ultimate on Gangplank completely ripped apart two members and just meant that the rest of the team fight wasn't going to go in their favor.
And pretty much exactly what we said in the pregame about Fiora versus GP. Fiora's very good in lots of different areas wherever you focus her, but GP is always there with the ulti.
And that just turned the gank on. Honestly, the two teleports were pretty late, but Flandre's was much more effective. Ulting a support as a Fiora, never a good idea. You find that they just run away from you a lot.
Especially Trundle.
And you're going to have to chase them to now get your proc. You'd probably much rather ult someone like ZZR or Flandre who are going to stand and fight you. Because then you actually get to get your vital procs off. So, you know, a little bit of a misstep there from 957. Good pick turns into a great team fight for Snake.
And yeah, much earlier bit of action there as well. Good block from Zero. Horrible. Wondering here to hold the wave, but that wave is done so. This Gangplank just does so much damage.
He's 160 CS. Once again, after a lane swap where these guys get stuck with no farm, the amount of... And don't get me wrong, Flandre is a good player, but this isn't him being a good player. This is just the amount of consideration Snake give to their top laner. They're just willing to gamble on the fact that, you know, even if they put him in a 0 CS lane, if they give him the priority sooner or later in the game, he'll be able to turn into these big farms.
Especially with a carry champ like Gangplank does make some sense as Crystal returns to mid lane now with an Infinity Edge. He's going to trade a bit more onto Shio, who does take poke from the Victor. Once again, Snake looking to take out this mid lane turret. Have to be a bit careful, but...
Ooh, and Flandre goes a good build.
Peasantry for second after that Triforce.
Yeah, so 40% cooldown reduction is just huge on Gangplank at this point. It really helps out your E, which you kind of need a lot of points into, with 957 actually getting aggressive with the ulti on Flandre. That was turned around fairly quickly. Yep,
and now actually fighting the mid lane here. Zella is going to get cocooned up. Damage is coming in. The Corki's able to do it. But the Victor ulti is nice. It's doing a good amount of damage. But Mystic shifts in and takes out the Rek'Sai. And Crystal and Tank, I don't know if they can hold this. TP no ulti. True Shot Barrage will miss.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, 957 and Flandre went at it. Like, they completely butted heads there. 957 ran the whole length of the lane. He fought Flandre under Flandre's turret and then booked it the whole of bottom lane to get out of there while that fight was going on.
Well, bottom lane may not have gone well for WE, but mid lane and the fight will certainly go well as they also claim the outer turret for their trouble. 4-3 now up in turrets for WE. And still got those two dragons with Dragon 3 up in a minute 40. Water lead holding on to a small gold lead here in this game.
Looks like Crystal will finally get his turret though in the mid lane. They ping assistance on it. Corki actually has the package, I believe, so might be able to get there in time.
Might be enough assistance. Usually when that ping happens from base, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to make it, but maybe he will.
Does he? Oh, he doesn't have it. I thought he had it.
Disappointing, but does make it in time.
What does Earth with the package look like?
Hilarious. What any manatee with a jetpack looks like, Spawn. As Flandre and 957 are at it again, but good,
on the wall.
Good little play. Barrel down again. ZZR here. Oh, he's going to ruin the 1v1. Nice riposte. Not going to get knocked up. Vital proc, a little bit more speed. Minion Wave's there as well. And all of a sudden they need Ella to really join in, but Flandre takes out the Minion Wave just to buy space. And 957 able to get the kill. He's not going to die either. Lives on 12 health.
957 styles on a 3-0 Gangplank at that point in the game. Absolutely massive, and this is why we'll say really like Fiora in the matchup, because she's able to always take the 1v1. Flandre didn't have the ulti available, just came up at the end. 957 had his and was just able to get so much work done. I mean, he took the first fight and then took the jungle on the way in.
Yep, and almost got the double there. Just collects Flandre, but that'll have to do. As Snake try and help their top lane a bit now, struggling to defend this mid tier 2.
Oh,
Crystal gets absolutely massively chunked by Shie. Got 2.5 offensive items already completed. And there's the True Shot Barrage. Good look for the snipe. Does actually hit Crystal, but it doesn't kill him. That's going to buy World Elite more time to siege. Or take Dragon, which is up in 3 seconds.
Dragon number 3. See, Flandre went back, got himself another pickaxe. That'll be an Infinity Edge coming up. Sooner or later, this Gangplank will be massive, but for now, 957 more than happy to go toe-to-toe with him. That's Dragon number 3. WE building up a pretty good lead on these Dragons. Gold's still ridiculously close. And any game that you get a Gangplank to about 35 minutes, you still feel like you can win. I mean, heck, LGD felt like they could win their game last week against WE, and they were down 20,000 gold.
Well, the World Elite slogan is never give up your dreams. Perhaps Snake is simply never give up. Maybe that's Royals.
Yeah, that is definitely Royals.
As you can see, World Elite still in a pretty good spot. Going to pop back and get some of those items refreshed as Flandre continues to do his favorite thing, assault creep waves relentlessly whenever there is space.
And on this champion, it makes a heck of a lot of sense, man. He gets bonus gold for it.
And there you go. That's what a manatee with a package looks like. Just as ridiculous as you expected.
Still has the best crit noise in the game. You know when you crit when you're playing that skin.
Well, Sushi dishing out plenty of damage. So yeah, he's going to have to be careful. We saw Crystal almost die. Just do a quick Corki combo before. Oh, gives us a giggle on the way out of the river.
Did he give you a barrel roll, a manatee barrel roll?
Corki has the best dance, actually. Doesn't even barrel roll, and just bops up and down. Dances aside, though. Crystal in the top side is going to collect that empty farm. And he's, 2 items, which is good, but approaching 3 is always the sweet spot there for Triss. Feels like Snake are definitely waiting for a scaling top. Maybe realized last game that he could go for it. Flandre, he's going to use the ulti this time. Has the barrel set up and just takes him out.
Yeah, so that time he uses the ulti, uses the barrel, sits on his crate and goes back to base because that's a 1v1. Mystic will still get the blue buff. Maybe 957 thought Mystic was going to be in there in time. Maybe he thought he could just win the 1v1. Either way, both of his assumptions incorrect.
Yep,
Pastry time.
Not correct that time. Flandre goes back, gets his health back, and straight back. They're getting all that bonus gold, plundering the minions in the bottom lane.
So Flandre is going for a QSS. This will outright win him the 1v1. It's such a weird item. You'd think, just build armor against Fiandre.
Fiandre?
Fiora.
That'll be one when he picks it.
Because, he's an AD, but the way a passive works just doesn't really help you that much. Instead, QSS drops the ultimate, and as of now, Flandre just outright wins the duel.
Yep, QSS done. And time to go back to whatever lane he feels is safest. Snake again, bouncing their 2 carries. It does feel like a very different style with Crystal back on the lineup. Makes sense that they give, Tank a wave clearing mage here because they are literally just pivoting their carries around the sidelines after lane swap split pushes and letting Tank gatekeep in the mid lane. It's been up once again for 27 minutes in this game. I think it fell at like 35 minutes in the last game. He really Gandalfed that tower. Although it's dead now, that's unfortunate. Because Waterly killed it already.
Yeah.
My mistake.
So now what's really interesting is it's more about where they put 957 than where they put Flandre. A little bit of a fight there.
Yep. Ulti up for Tank. Has the Rylai's. Just going to keep him away.
Because, as I said, 957 now can't really fight Flandre. So do you group up? Because what you're guaranteeing then is that a 40% cooldown reduction, nearly 3-item Flandre is going to be there for a team fight. He's going to be level 16 as well in a second. Have that huge cannon barrage ulti. And that's going to hurt your team. But you can't beat him in a 1v1. So it's all about keeping pressure, looking for the play to make across the map, because you're realistically not going to be able to split push into him. You can't ignore him like you can some other champions like Maokai, like Rumble. You can't really fight him anymore because he's a ridiculously strong champion. So you have to look for that team fight play, get onto Tank, try and get your ultimate down in a team fight, but this is going to be very hard to execute for WE.
Wow, Flandre actually went Merc Scimitar. So I wanted to finish it, get a bit of extra AD. I know the IE is in the build somewhere, but not going to be third this time around. So that might delay some of the power. But Snake are certainly getting stronger here, and the gold once again still very close. But World Lead have done a good job around the Baron area, and now Snake have something to react to. In fact, the Dragon up in a minute 40, that'll be 2 different objectives World League can play around, and they just start the Baron. And Snake just aren't checking it.
They know. They saw the ward come out. DZR can see them moving around inside there. It's about whether they've got enough damage done.
Traffic cone. Flandre going to join in for the fight.
Cancels it, so they get the teleport out of Flandre. That's a big enough victory. See if you can pivot around the map.
Well, Flandre again with the barrels. Shoot 957. Oh, very nice little barrel combo once again. Wow. Flandre's really good at this champion. Surprise everyone. He's going to chase her down. He's probably going to give up the Baron attempt there for World Elite. As it feels like World Elite is starting to run out of answers to the big question is, what do you do about Flandre's gangplank?
Still definitely have the Dragon as an objective, 50 seconds away. Maybe you send 957 top now, see if you can pressure that side of the map. He still has a teleport, Flandre does not, so Flandre is going to have to hang around bottom side. Everyone else, as long as they have good vision, Mystic and Condi can just kind of duo the Baron. Mystic can probably even do it himself at this stage of the game with fairly good effect, and that will be number 4. So there's always the condition of being able to force Snake there. This game's dead even at 30 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see, I think Flandre knows this and doesn't quite have all the items he might want, but feels strong enough to start grouping with his team and taking his mid lane as creep waves. As we do have 957, he can now afford to split push with his TP. Flandre feels a bit more forced to group now, and I think they are going to try and fight for this Dragon. They sort of have to.
Yeah, but now you just give it up. If you're WE, what's a 4th Dragon? You can take a top lane. Depends how quickly they can get it done here, but if they can just continue to poke and continue to put in work. You're never really going to get on top of a blue Ezreal because they don't have hard engage tool.
Yeah, race on. Dragon does go over to Snake. They will deny the fourth, but have to go back very quickly for 957. Ulti used actually to clear the way, but
so now go Baron. Like, that is a call right now. Just rush Baron. WE across map, looking to get there. They've got rid of both globals. This is their best chance to get it done. Maybe not going to be there in time.
And you can see Snake on the same wavelength there. Are going to run over as Waterly might even just set a trap here. They do still have the pink vision. Blue Trinket does get taken out. As looks like Waterly still want to keep their mid lane turret up. But Snake, even with the Trist, have not been able to take yet.
Xie is getting chunked by these barrels, by the way. That's the second one he's actually walked into. His build, unfortunately, doesn't have the life steal that Mystics does. And you can see now this is where it really becomes scary. They gave up the Dragon momentum, kind of that tempo increase that they were enforcing on the game. Tank just is waiting for it every time.
Yeah. Not play there. Going to take the grunt for himself as well. Victor approaching level 15. Someone does have to challenge Fiora, but with Cheapy heading back, I imagine that's Flandre once again. And there's a BF still to Infinity Edge now on the way. And we have a real timer to look at here as far as Snake's strength goes. Even BT on the way for Crystal, almost done in fact. The strength that they'll have is pretty ridiculous once 4 items for both Gangplank and Trist will be available. And that's not too far away for them. 957 has to play safe here. Waterly still hugging this bottom side.
Yeah, you still feel if Flandre doesn't hit a great barrel, there is a chance in a team fight just because of blue Ezreal. See Xie challenging with the package. They want to go on Flandre.
Yeah, they kind of have to do something now, but Flandre hanging back, setting up barrels. And his team's here to support him as well. I think they might even have the top wave pushing, so not too much time here for Waterly, but...
And this is like a semi-ultimate out of... Oh, Condi, you just took a huge barrel. Semi-ultimate out of Mystic, to be honest. You know, that package, you can just go in over the top.
Yeah, fine Tank. Oh my god, the damage is massive, but Tank is going to turn it around. Gia a little low, but stun lands in. True Shot Barrage did hit him.
Just lives.
But it doesn't kill him. GP ulti burnt though. Snake used a lot of cooldowns, making sure everybody stays safe.
So another reset, and this game is on a nice edge. You can see that ZZR wants to chase Xie out. Will manage to do so. Flandre keeping 2 people at bay. Crystal finally going to get his turret. I've said that 3 times. Make it true.
And it is going to be true this time. Spawn, the Prophet, does get it correctly.
Say it enough times. Bad to go down.
Exactly.
It's a tier 1 mid lane turret.
Well, Mystic going to take the Scuttle Crab for his trouble instead. And once again, we're in this almost late game situation, and we're not there yet. But the pace of the game has been such that it feels like we're going to get there.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, like, we have 80 carries approaching 4 items. We have Flandre taking half of 957's health.
Flandre's so creative.
It's all about where you chuck your barrels.
Barrel placement exceptional. I want to see Flandre play Heimerdinger now. That's what I really want. Is Tank actually taking empty wave duties at this point, or BT done for Crystal as well? I mean, at this point, I might just stop listing off the items, because whenever we do see a fight, we're pretty much going to have all of them here. Only really waiting on the IE from Flandre is, I think, the big pickup. And we'll see if the Snake are finally big enough to want to force a fight here. Baron is probably the next objective with Dragon down for a few more minutes, but not there yet, Spawn. Still, again, a very patient, slow game from both these teams.
Yeah, the big CS discrepancy, honestly, is once again that top lane. That's 80 CS in Flandre's advantage. Very close to that IA, as we keep mentioning. Bloodthirster is being picked up by 957. I like the approach. His approach is literally, I'm just going to go lifesteal, and if you don't one-shot me, I will win the duel eventually. I don't care about your QSS. Flandre's approach is, I'm going to one-shot you.
Yep. Just sort of the Gangplank special. As you can see, still top laners meeting each other in bottom lane. Still trying to fight over some of that CS. And Flandre just playing safe. Doesn't want to eat any unnecessary jungle pressure. Not too much vision on that side of the jungle there for Snake. He's going to wait for another dragon here. Snake will have to defend this, but if Flandre has IE and he's got it right now, Snake.
Pretty easy defense, you think. No defensive items. That's pretty big right now. I mean, Flandre's build, as far as build goes, is very expensive. And I was going to say Sterix into Spirit Visage would probably be the logical choice for 957. He's got a cloth armor, so not looking for that.
No, he's going for the split push 1v1 build, but we've seen already Flandre may have the edge in that particular area.
Spoiler alert, I lost with this build like 5 minutes before broadcast. It does not work, 957.
Well, you can see Flandre not quite able to get the poke that time, but those barrels are going to do pretty insane damage. And now Dragon, not there yet. Crystal actually not quite the last whisper, but as powered up as he can be for it's going to be a fight for this 5th overall Dragon of the game. World Elite with 3, Snake with 1. Teleports up for both top laners. This is, again, it's been a very slow game, but this is definitely the next moment of tension as Flandre and 957 are fighting again.
957 just wants to stop him from
teleporting. Flandre is
teleporting.
winning. He does get the win.
So he went a little bit too early. In theory, that's the right move. Just fight Flandre, make sure he can't get back. You know, they even fired an ulti at him to stop it, because like that is the idea. Just don't let him get back there, but in the end, it's not going to make a difference.
Yep.
I wonder if that's a GA out of 957.
Maybe. And certainly a chain vest, so we'll see where he goes with it. But
Most likely a dead man play, but it could be a GA.
They are going to get themselves Dragon number 2.
Because it's really satisfying. You die, but you have your ulti down, and you come back to life with lots of health.
For GA?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sweet.
No, because of the Fiora.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I got you.
Got me?
Yeah,
Got me?
look. We're on
Picking
the
up
same
what I'm
page
putting
there.
down?
Absolutely. And now Snake onto the Baron. Baron damage is going to be pretty redonk at this particular point. Just got to make sure it doesn't get stolen this time. Mystic, ulti, looking for the steal. Oh, he doesn't get it. DZ aren't able to secure it this time, and Condi's in trouble as he's being chased down. Rek'Sai going to look for the knockup. Doesn't quite get it. Flashes forward just for the autos. That's actually a kill for Rek'Sai.
Yeah. So ZZR sick of Condi. He was like, I'm taking you out, buddy. Puts a target on him, takes him out, and that's going to be a Baron for Snake. And you know the power of gameplay. We might be going to game 3 pastry time.
This is what we saw in last game for Snake, where they went for the Baron. They had the situation to try and win. They didn't get the Baron and eventually lost the late game fight. This is a huge step in momentum for Snake that they've been building up for literally 35 minutes.
And I feel like...
So their time is now.
Yeah, I feel like there is a break in like train of thought here, because you know Snake is, wow, going to want to take you late. And you give them arguably the hardest scaling champion in the gaming game plank. I'm not sure if I'm following the wavelength of Snake.
Well, Crystal also pretty strong at this point as well. Definitely has last whisper and a bit of change at this point. Some powered recalls will be popped. They've broken the mid. They're just going to go spend some money. They got off the Baron and shove straight down that wave. And honestly, look for a fight and probably to end the game. Last whisper now done for Crystal, so no change unfortunately. Oh, either way, there we go. Well, Dominic's regards done. And Woodley, they have a whole lot to be concerned about at this point. Once again, gold lead still there for Snake. Very similar position to game 1. They couldn't close it out in that first one. Can they close it out here? I have to think with the champions they've got, they can.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what a winning team fight for WE looks like anymore. You know, Crystal outranges the 280 carries. There's very little chance of him getting blown up. Maybe they get onto tank, you know, blow him up with a Fiora ulti, something like that, and see if they can reset a team fight. Right now, Flandre just has such a presence. All 3 upgrades. Deadman plate procs on his Q. It's gonna, don't know why it's a melee attack. It just is.
Well, Phil blew it up for the plank. He's just going to race down mid. Shea with the package once more. Flandre setting up those barrels.
Just do it, Shea. Get in there.
He would die so quickly.
He'll get one shot. Game Plank would Q it.
Just explode.
They're actually now going for 957.
Well, it's being pretty annoying. They do have to stop the split push potential, given that they are trying to group mid. 957 stayed. I guess he didn't have time to run away.
No, he certainly didn't.
They can see you. Now going to TP away. Not enough though, but the damage is there, but won't cancel the tally. And I like it remotely. Just charge up mid lane.
Yeah.
Use the package for distance.
And creep clear or something, but they've got double AD comp. They're going to be able to get this for free. Now the collapse is coming out of a Trundle. Can't see really who else is with him. It is Tank.
Yep, Tank and Ella going to try and cut them off at the pass. She already took a massive amount of damage, and Crystal's just going to take one out. Mystic dead as Flandre cues him in the head, and Crystal's going jumping, looks for Zero next, does go over the wall. Condi actually the target he wants, just in range there with the Tristana passive. And Snake just going to try and chase World Lead down. Condi's out of here. And Snake get 2 good kills.
Yeah, and maybe this time Xie and Crystal not, Xie and Mystic not on the same wavelength. They didn't turn around at the same time to try and blow someone up. And you can see that that will be the base opened up. Creep Wave is soon to follow. Not really all that much wave clear out of the WE lineup. We'll see where they can get it done.
Condi hits the barrel. Crystal assaulting these turrets as 957 does wonder. He's going to dive in onto Flandre, but the rest of the team's there this time. It's actually Tank that he wants, but CC is good there. 957 is going to look for it, but he will die. His GA that he did get popped. But the Fiora ulti, it's a distant dream at this point. Crystal able to take him out. Condi going to repel and try and get out of it, but Crystal just hits the turret instead. Zero's going to get zoned up here, and Snake, they take it late, but they win the fight this time. We're going to game 3.
And I feel like another team has underestimated the potential of a Fiora in a team fight. You saw how much work he just got done to tank in like 4 people. Maybe not pulling the trigger early enough, but what I do know is that Gangplank is still a monster if you don't push him off farm. Very smart itemization out of Flandre. Just meant that the 3rd item, Merc Scimitar, he won the 1v1 duels. He had the life steal, had the cooldown reduction and crit out of the Trinity Force and the Essence Reaver, and he just got it done.
And if there's one team that knows how to take a carry and guarantee them farm, or even 2 carries in this case, it is absolutely Snake. With Crystal back in the lineup, he was getting fed plenty of farm as well, but Flandre going back to the carries we know he loves and making them work.
And once again, going to question the WE draft as we take a look at some highlights here. Don't ult the supports, they just run away from you. You know that Snake want to go to 40 minutes at the moment. Why give them Gangplank? There are just so many other champions that you can leave open. Like, just leave the Alistair open. He's not as devastating at 40 minutes as Gangplank.
And you can see again, Flandre, this is one of the, I think, more creative 1v1s. This is actually 957 though that got this one, despite all the help.
Yeah, and you can see that there is a part in this duel that 957 honestly wins very easily. Just dancing around, has the life, steals easier, not enough damage. 957 just able to get dangerous game proc there, and this was the one that he lost.
Look at this kiting from Flandre. Just all around the ulti, cleanses off it right at the very end. Really nice play there from Flandre. Again, showing off mechanics, his ability to get farm, his knowledge of the game. We've talked about how good this player is pretty much all last year. Expecting big things from him this year. That was definitely more of a standout game.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'm also going to question 957 dashing back into the middle of a Gangplank ultimate and 2 barrels. You know, that it's not how I would have played the duel, but that was an interesting decision. But pretty much it didn't matter. Flandre at that stage, he had 6 items. Gangplank with 6 items is a terror. 3 ultimate upgrades. He's going to be able to win the team fights for you. That came down to what was a gamble in pick ban phase. They thought they were going to be able to get the split push going earlier. Just didn't work out. Snake take game 2.
They certainly did, and that means we are going to force it all the way to 3 for our last best of 3 of the evening. We only got 1 game left. Don't go too far away. It's coming right up. And hello once more for our final game of the evening here for day 2 of week 3 of the 2016 LPL. I'm still Patriot Champ, Spawn still joining here with me. Bit of a longer night here this one, but a fun series to go to all the way here as World Elite and Snake, to be honest, kind of trade 2 very similar games.
Yeah, they certainly do. And like the first game, you just felt like it was a ticking time bomb for WE because they had the Kassadin. This game, they have a Gangplank. Yay! Who had 100% kill participation with 6-1 and 5. Honestly, had too much gold to spend and was generally ridiculous around the rift.
And honestly, that 100% kill contribution in particular tells you a lot about how this game was played out. Because Snake set up the slow, long side lane, let's get free farm everywhere on Crystal and Flandre game once more. But this time, actually had the ace in the hole with the late game Gangplank.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to be that way. And, you know, good itemization meant that he won the split push earlier than you would have expected, or at least survived it. And then when you were looking around the rift, I really do feel that teams are just so one-track mind with Fiora. Like, get the double life steal item, split push only, this is your job. Instead, you know, get a Spirit Visage. Just jump on tank, blow him up, win a team fight around the map, make sure you're using that big ultimate. It's pretty much a free Janna ultimate if you're able to get it down or kill the person that is affected by it. Tank never builds defensive items because of his positioning. You know that. He's a very confident, that's a good word, confident mid laner in that regard. So I really do feel like they just overreached in this one, tried to split push for like 20 minutes too long, and in the end, if you give 6 items to a Gangplank, I don't care who's playing the Gangplank. His ultimate alone is going to kill you. Yeah,
and that's kind of what happened. And I think your point earlier in that game about how Fiora is very good at lots of different things, but can kind of only do one at a time, is a very difficult thing for Fiora players to sort of realize, right? Because you're always coming with your plan.
Well, you have to itemize for it, right?
Of course. Oh,
so
true.
As soon as you commit to one, that is your commitment. As soon as you're like, I'm going Bloodthirster third, you can no longer teamfight. You have a 2,200 health pool. If you go Spirit Visage third, if you go something like Sterix third, where you can actually get some defense in there, all of a sudden you're a teamfighter, you're a bruiser. It's the Aurelia effect.
Yep.
2 offensive items, you're a split pusher. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, you can teamfight.
Well, couldn't adjust there for 957, and World Elite did take a loss in game 2, which does mean we're pushing this series all the way to game number 3. Bans are pretty much done. LeBlanc, Lulu, Lissandra there for Snake, so pretty standard stuff. They're exact same bans, actually, as game number 2. And then Gangplank Rise, which same 2 bans to WE, but will they leave the Corki open? That would be the potential adjustment they could make. But these bans make sense. Probably should have banned GP in game 2, and it is Rek'Sai, actually, that's banned. So that does leave Corki open if Snake want to take it, but WE did just pick up a loss on the champion.
Alistair also open for the first time.
Everyone's favorite.
So we'll see what the priority's on.
Well, could be Corki, as Snake at least hover it for the time being. And it is locked in, never mind. Didn't think too hard about that one. Both Crystal and Tank, I'm sure, very comfy on the champion.
Yeah, and Crystal used to play it a fair bit. You know, Tank, I'm sure, kind of similar to what Victor is. Heck, you even can buy a Ryle's Crystal Scepter if you really want on Corki. He seems to favor... The reason I say it, not that you should buy Ryle's on Corki. I don't necessarily think you should buy it on Victor either at the moment. Every game he does.
Victors do like the item. But now the R-Star being considered for World Elite, which will be the obvious thing for them to take away. But Poppy open as well, give it to Tom Kench. So plenty of powerful picks have made their way into the draft for this game. R-Star Poppy, though, will be the selection for WE.
Yeah, that kind of shows them exactly where the Poppy's going. 957 be taking that one into the top lane, unless someone has picked up AP Alistair overnight. Or Trinity Force tank top Alistair.
Jungle Poppy as well, but you're right. It's probably top support in that order for WE's first 2 picks. And Snake, considering where they want to go. Do they play a faster paced game with the Corki? That might be the thing they're thinking. It's been 2 very long games. I think pretty much 45 minutes average game time between those 2. So between the first 2 games, excuse me. And there is at least for ZZR with Rek'Sai banned away. That does make sense. And Crystal might just go back to the Kalista, which would leave Tank likely the Corki player in this one.
Yeah, they have a much earlier spike in comp right now. You know, Elise, fantastic mid-early. Kalista really only needs 2 items. Corki, you can say the exact same. Depending on what support they go here. Keep mentioning the Thresh just because it's so potent in the mid-game with these pick comps. Could be able to set up a very quick tempo.
Well, you can see World Elite might also be slowing things down a bit. Mystic could go for Israel for, I believe, the 3rd game in a row in this series. I'll see where WE want to go. Snake in general, though, current draft looks relatively similar to their Game 1 comp. I guess Corki is a relatively big change. But for me, it's not even about, like, do they pick a more aggressive comp? Is that do they play more aggressively with that comp?
Yeah.
Because they've intentionally played 2 very slow games as GA goes back to Cassiopeia. This was a big trademark for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. And wow, that's like gauntlet thrown down.
Yep.
Are you going to hit your spells? Are you going to be able to poke me out of lane? Am I going to all in you and just completely destroy you? Because if he catches an AD carry out of position once, they are done.
Yep. One Q and a bunch of E's. And goodbye, friend. As Snake now trying to round this comp out. Could see the Flandre Morg once again. It's not a bad time to protect your 2 carries. Between Corki and Kalista, that's some pretty strong stuff there, but might be changing things up a bit.
That's flex pick central.
Yeah, Snake is like, we don't want you to know what we're picking.
So the good thing about Morgana is that she really isn't affected by Poppy at all. Poppy needs to put in serious work to ever be able to kill Morg during the top laning phase. Not really much that Poppy can do about that one apart from try and farm up. Will become a big anti-carry. And that seems to be really the theme right now for Team WE's lineup is if we ever get onto your carries, we're going to hurt them. However, Black Shield going to be very useful.
I feel like Flandre started this again, by the way. We did see a bit more top Morg, but I feel like it's most commonly been a response.
Started it.
Oh,
so Myron actually picked it up.
But was it a response to this matchup?
Second game it was, I think.
Okay.
First game it was not.
Well, it's kind of a thing. I'll have to see. Haven't checked the stats too quickly, but we've seen what happens when this matchup goes wrong. Morgana very safe, very consistent, very good laner. Transitions well, but my god, if you ever fall behind or die to the Poppy, your life becomes awful.
Yep, definitely does. And if you don't get enough AP, Poppy does the old ignore move and just takes structures around you. So.
And then usually you.
Yeah.
Pretty shortly after it, so tricky times. As well to need a jungler of all things. Picked the solos pretty early actually, but we'll go with Graves nice and late in the draft. Condi was considering his Lee Sin, but sticks to the more meta pick this game.
Yeah, so the thing that I actually like about Graves this time is you have big AoE out of the Alistair, you have big AoE out of Cassiopeia, and pretty good lockdown out of Poppy. You know, she's got the displacement. I have no idea what we call it. I'm going to call it airborne because you can't hit them. They go that high in the air off the ultimate, and also have some CC off the tackle as well. So Graves should be able to add a lot of burst damage into this composition. And of course, going with something like a Graves means that Flandre needs to always be careful because Morgana's squishy. So if they ever get onto you, maybe CC won't even matter. They'll just be able to blow you up.
Well, maybe, but we'll see the lineups for our final game here. We've got Morgana top for Flandre, something he brought out a year or two ago. Release, Corki, Kalista, Trundle there for Snake, and World Elite. Pretty good. Great draft once again for themselves. Poppy, Graves, Cassio, Ezreal, Alistar rounding that bottom line out.
And you feel like it is actually a much more balanced double AD carry comps. We'll see who wins this one.
Certainly will. Let's get ourselves onto the rip for our final game of the night. Shouldn't get trolled by China this time. Yay, crazy. And it all comes down to this. Snake and World Elite, they split the first 2 games. They've got some differences here for this final draft, but we're only going to get one winner and one last game between these 2 teams. It's been a fun series so far, but we'll see if the pace and the action picks up a bit here. It's been a slow burning series, but WE already on the offensive, excuse me, out to get some wards down at least.
Yeah, so this time we'll see whether they want a lane swap or whether they're happy to take standard lanes. Seems like the lane swap and the free farm is kind of suiting Snake at this point. Although Cassio scales very nicely into the late game, so probably want as much free farm on her as possible.
Snake on the bottom lane for now with their duo. But we haven't seen movement. Actually, what? Oh, they just warded. I was like, how'd you get all the way over there? But it looks like some pretty adventurous questing there from Crystal and Ella. Get nice wards down though. And looks like everyone's sort of grouped around the middle. Crystal and Ella are on the bottom side. That would meet up with Mystic and Zero based on current positioning, but it looks like Flandre at least trying to stick with his jungler in that early game and not show himself too early.
Yeah, certainly isn't, but they do give it away. They are pinged out, so everyone knows where everyone is. We're going to have standard lanes for the first time. Should isolate the mid lane. Hopefully get Condi and ZZR involved earlier. Oh, you went with the pole. I was going to say, another heal Alistair.
Not this time. Zero, ever the aggressor. Going to take that Q first here. And tank on the Corki this time. So Shie played it last game, but Shie back to comfort for him once again. We saw it on the Cassidy in game 1. See what his Cassio can get done here in the final game of the series here. Because didn't have the best time on the more meta champion on the Corki, but you can see early trades here. Just Q traded between the mid laners there, pretty even. This Flandre doing what only Top Morgana can do. Constantly soil waves.
Yeah, certainly is a frustrating.
That's good damage.
Yeah, oh, it's great damage. And you see, oh, good headbutt pole combo.
Hey, got some value. 2 for 1 there on Zero. And you can see the level on Crystal Ella in standard lanes. Again, for the first time in the series. Feels like maybe Crystal's laning. Something we could have wanted to avoid, but always rough. You get level 2. Ooh, miscue there. Good binding as well. This is going to be 957 taking damage, but Condi actually going to bait him in. Good flash up from Flandre. Has to go out immediately. But he's just eating damage. He does juke around the end of the line, but his summon is down already.
So the reason he's juking there now,
kill?
A lot of trouble.
No, not quite.
So the reason he was juking around creeps like that, Graves can't auto-attack you. He just hits the creeps in front of him. So you see Flandre, as soon as he was in that creep wave, the damage stopped because the end of the line was down. He nearly turned that around for a kill, so I said that maybe this would be a good lane for Condi to gank. You need to think about how you gank in the lane, Condi. Visualize it first, then try and execute.
Well, Flandre at least stuck without a summoner, so could struggle with just the Doran's Ring, but I'm sure it'll be just fine for now. Back in mid lane, pretty aggressive pushing there for tank, and out of the bottom here for Snake. As Crystal and Ella kicking their distance.
They're going to challenge this blue buff out of Condi.
It's bold.
He knows that they've been there. Actually, they just took the blue buff.
Oh.
Did they? It's on ZZR. I'd love to see that. But I'm not going to because there's a fight in the bottom lane. And they didn't take it.
Okay. So it's still there for Condi. He'll be able to get that for himself. As ZZR just walks back to the red buff actually. So he'll get all his buffs, but did a bit of a detour around that top side after Condi's early gank top. There's tank. Still last hitting away, but looks like he's... Oh no, he's got plenty of potion charges actually, so looking good early on, but never count Cassio out of a lane. Like you mentioned already in the pre-game. You eat 1 Q, you might die.
Yeah, it's kind of just, if you ever burn your gap closer against Cassio is when you get in trouble. We used to see it against Azir a lot, because if Azir ever used a Q, which is kind of his offensive thing, whoa, what the heck?
Aggression there, but ZZR is actually down the bottom. Zero is the target for the first blood, but Condi's down here as well. Crystal gets away with the first one, but Mystic gonna flash forward, try and finish him off. Barely gets himself the kill, but ZZR will collect another.
Yeah, so they actually get a kill onto ZZR and Crystal. First blood went over to Crystal. Mystic put a lot of effort into evening that one out. Maybe a little bit of an overreach there, and Condi actually going to shove out the wave because it's nice and big. See whether Alice stays to freeze it up.
Condi is chilling now, actually. Maybe can't push it all the way. And you can see Trundle is actually going to keep it there, so not too bad. Binding does go wide there in the top lane, though, which means 957 able to be a bit more aggressive, perhaps. And see the tank needs to be very careful in that mid lane. Again, it's putting the soil down, farming safely from range. Flandre without summoners does want to be careful here. As Mystic returns with his kill. Does have tier. But early life still up here for Crystal, so...
They're going for a dive.
This is not a bad time to all in, because Ella just left. Now Zero going to line it up. Combo in, Crystal, headbutt it, pulverize lands in there as well. Crystal is going to die here. That's an easy dive as Mystic gets it.
Dead.
Oh, that's awkward. Never mind. Not so easy.
Should have been an easy dive. In the end, just take one too many turret shots. And it always confuses me when supports walk the long way out. I mean, you know their support has just gone back. Why walk through the turret? Just walk back out the way you can. Shorter.
Does cost Zero his life, so sound advice. And ZZR taking his time to counter jungle just a bit. Condi paying some attention to that bottom lane. Now Tank going to go in for Shie. Does put the exhaust down. He's level 6, but there is as well. ZZR missing the cocoon. Shie going to flash his way out of it, but Repel will follow. Shie doesn't have much left, and ZZR will get himself a second kill.
So that was a nice play out of ZZR as Tank was but so was a Cassiopeia, and you have to say that's probably more important for the Cassio. Doesn't have that nice AD scaling, so very nicely played out of Tank and ZZR there to be able to get back another kill. 4-2 now for Snake. This kind of looks like OGD versus M3, honestly, where the team making the proactive moves in the bottom lane, getting a little bit punished for it, and across the rest of the map, junglers just coming up trumps.
Yeah, and Mystic actually left the lane with Zero to try and go mid and force something out, but it does give Crystal a bit of time to play catch up. He's got a build toward a Cutlass now. It does want to be careful. It's been the subject of a lot of attention from World Elite, especially the jungler. Oh, Binding almost got him through the dash there, but Flandre now playing up more in the lane. Level 7, got the Frostfang, got the Fiendish Codex. Going to be building in towards that Frost Cleansing. Just do this. Let's push the wave. Everybody relax.
Flandre very famously said, the reason I play Top Morgana is because I don't have to think about farming.
Just happens.
I just hit one button and the creeps disappear.
They're pretty accurate. You can see 957 now with the level 3 pull up for Flandre. Poppy is going to struggle a bit more to keep the wave under her control, but still collect plenty of farm. Shie, after returning from his misadventure, and a nice gank there from ZZR. Does return, got a Negatron click, does have a tier as well, so double tier comp for World Elite. But shouldn't be too much of an issue here. Shie does a nice job getting those last hits.
And if this series has shown us anything, it's that the game's going to go for 40
minutes.
Yeah, no,
so definitely chill out at home.
Go get a tier yourself, you know, stack that one up.
Maybe, you know, do whatever. Figure it out. Make some tea. But
tea? It's Friday night, man.
You make what you guys want. It's not Friday everywhere. This Crystal still farming it up. Seems like we don't have any more pressure from Condi, but he is 6 now, so tank pressure is on. But the Sheen up for Tank might give him an edge here in the trades, but very, very volatile mid lane, as almost always with Cassiopeia lane.
They just really want to force this bottom lane. It's so hard with like a Trundle for disengage as well as a Callista for disengage. Not really sure they can get that much done down here. But a couple of times Graves has appeared and a couple of times been unsuccessful.
Well, 2 kills at least on the Crystal, but does visit there once again and runs into a couple wards. Now again, sort of using the pillar, just cause. Nice little ward take there.
A little bit of an invade on the blue buff as well, as we see ZZR hanging out over there.
For the steal. She actually walks a long way back to lane, so smart stuff there. Not going to get caught out by Snake's jungler. Meanwhile, back in top lane. It's probably the best representation of the series so far. Just very relaxed. Farm away. See what happens.
ZZR just tanks it all.
Hello. 957. Went back in, but fortunately, Morgana not super exciting.
Oh yeah, unless the ultimate came out from Flandre, nothing much was happening there.
Zero and Mystic though. We'll clear out that pink, so a little bit less safety now for Snake, who are playing very cautiously in this bottom lane. Crystal, I say that, does get a tad more aggressive. But interesting to see how this will play out on standard lanes, because nice binding from Flandre. Again, we saw a lot of action early from the tower falling. There's never mind actions here. Flash ulti. Flandre now knows what's up. He's getting ganked. He pops the black shield on, but Condi's here. He can use the ulti, but there's Graves going to pop it in.
He's going to live.
And just needs one more auto. 957, a little low mana. Condi flashes for it and does collect it.
So in the end, he's able to pick it up. Didn't want Flandre to get over the wall with a flash again, because he would have been out of there and probably been able to execute as soon as they see any action on the top side of the map, looking for something bottom. But good ultimate from Mystic, probably going to clear that wave out.
Yep, and you can see ZZR. He's going to walk towards the back of the turret, but probably no dive coming here. 0 level 7, 6, so this Mystic, but they are going to go in for it. They look for Mystic, they are going to jump in onto him. Elisa does great damage there, and that's actually going to be a kill. An easy one for one, and maybe they can get Zero, who has also popped the ulti. Ren stacks are building up nicely. Zero, as soon as the ulti wears up, is in trouble. Ren is there, but I think he did it early.
Yeah, it actually looked like he did do it just a little bit early, so Zero will survive. Mystic tried to run up, didn't burn the flash to get out because he knew the repel was available, so a well-executed dive against an Alistar, which is always tricky to do, but they trade 1-for-1 across the map, and Snake still keep that lead.
Oh, here we go, though. Tank and Xie in the mid lane are going to go for a fight. Valkyrie out, though. Tank chickens out. Xie, plenty of mana left. That was going to be a kill if that continued.
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't know if that's a chicken out. I'm going to call that a tactical retreat summoner. But he does force him to go back, so good even trades here. Still in the mid lane, both around that 100 CS mark. Very even. Across the board, really. You know, there's a 2,000 gold advantage starting to build up. But it's just those kills that are on ZZR. If ZZR is not there, so much of that advantage is gone.
Oh, and now again, ulti does go wide. Good flash out as well. Element ZZR also here is Condi. It's a cocoon. But Tank plays that nicely. Does have to burn the summoner, but everyone was coming mid, so does keep himself alive.
Yeah, that was a party in the mid lane. You can see Ella and ZZR now protecting these wards that they've placed down. Crystal also doing relatively well on his own in the bottom lane against what is a Tear Shroud Ezreal. Oh,
hello?
He got him.
Yeah, that is a kill, but I think ZZR is going to chase for another one. He will get it, his 4th of the game. As 957 does cancel that pretty ambitious teleport. Crystal, though, still down here. Ella will rejoin him, but Blade of the Ruined King done for Kalista. As Crystal's feeling pretty comfortable here at 1v1. Cute little hop there. Ryan Mystic shot damage, but at this point, Mystic's just trying to grab the CS, and Crystal is just trying to be annoying.
Pacifist minion.
Bit of damage there from Easy, but just a couple of pillars here, and it's a pressure, really. Mystic will clear the wave again, or try to with the ulti.
He actually fired that at Crystal, and here comes the teleport one more time.
This is nice from Flandre. Pops the ghost. Looks for maybe Zero this time, but not sure if they can. I'm going to go in for it, but actually going to take the turret instead. Binding will...
What a boss. Puts the dancing shoes on. Now Tank go on top.
Oh, actually 2v2 though. Sorry, Tank. Yeah, 2v2 is that's a good punt out from Poppy. Bottom tower will fall. Nice telly from Flandre. And Tank with the package able to protect top as well. Nice play from Snake.
Yeah, that was actually really nice for Tank. He flew over the top, made sure he got all the creeps at the very minimum. Even knocked Condi back into turret range and did some damage. Guaranteed the disengage. You know, Cassiopeia, she's not the best turret pusher in the mid lane. Not really going to be able to get that down. So they preserve all the turrets around the map. Make sure that it extends the lead out to about 3,000.
Yeah, and Tank's about to hit his big item. You're going to get blue buff in the transition here as well. Flandre even need to defend mid lane. Very nicely played. Snake really moving across these lanes. It feels like maybe standard lanes feel a bit more comfy going for early aggression. And ZZR's pressure has been great this game.
Yeah, it certainly has been. 4-0-1 being absolutely everywhere on the map that he needs to be. It was really only that turret dive bottom where Zero mis-executed and got killed on the way out that he wasn't involved in. Everything else has definitely been present for his team. And that's what we're used to seeing out of Flandre as well on this Morgana, you know. Put the ward down nice and early. Make sure that when you're pushing up to the turret, you have the teleport available, you're able to impact it, gets it done. The added bonus was that Tank was there to rotate and protect top turret.
You see blue buff is going to go over to Xie. Himself an Abyssal Scepter actually, so again, we need to make sure the lane stays safe here. Charging the tier up nice and quick as well. So we'll see where he goes after this.
Also kind of a nice offensive item. Double whammy on Cassiopeia because her spell weaving range is generally the same range as what the Abyssal is. So I like to pick up. Corki, of course, does a lot of magic damage, as do Elise and Flandre's Morgana. So completely agree with the itemization. Might look strange against an AD carry, but probably for the best.
Yep. Not a real AD carry in a lot of ways is Corki. Definitely seen him much more mid lane, especially as Crystal actually hops to the top lane. Misses the cannon. Unfortunate, but he's going to collect farm here where he can. And Flandre is actually bottom lane. Going to hang out 1v2.
We'll see what this means because Flandre...
Oh, he wants it. Oh, ZZR wants it too, but...
Zero's here.
Mystic's forced away. Black Shield down. Zero does not want to dive though. It pulls out.
But do they want to dive? Because Graves just dashed over a wall.
Oh, 957, very cute. Flandre Black Shields once again. ZZR has to repel out. Good binding onto Condi actually as he takes damage from the soil. Very well played from Snake to disengage there. Flandre
that was
definitely on point with the binding.
Play. Really nice binding. More importantly, great repel out of ZZR. That was a flash pole. got out of the way of that one, made sure he wasn't CC'd up. Condi now in a little bit of trouble. They will get the turret, but Crystal's already taken the one across the map, and they're not really going to get much else in response.
Crystal's still pushing as well. Flandre might even be able to clear this out. Good binding again. Just to force 957 back, and Mystic now has to take turret hits. Worldly need to back off one more time. It's just all buying time here.
Yeah, and they're actually not going to get it. I thought they would still commit to what would be a repeat turret dive, but not able to get it done. Now they're going in on Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic now has to back away. The slow has been popped. Zizia looks for the Cocoon. That's going to get a flash out. And Tank is actually the reason they had to move, I think. Crystal was doing damage to top, but Shia goes to answer it. And look at Tank just hanging out with Ella. Damager on the tower. Not sure how low it is, but 957 going to try and make them pay. Ulti's there for the pop. Zero doesn't quite get in range and slams the ground instead.
Zero not having the best Alistar performance right now. A little bit unfortunate. 0-2-2 has missed a couple of key combos, as now Mystic wants Crystal.
Crystal wants this, yeah. Ulti out just for damage, and Crystal's dead.
Crystal even healed there. Not sure what that was about, but Mystic able to pick up an easy solo kill there for himself in the top lane. Now 2-2-0, farming up very nicely. This Cassiopeia, people haven't seen her on Summoner's Rift for a while, but does scale up terrifically.
And she is Cassio. Certainly something to be reckoned with here. This Tank going to pop back into that mid lane. See if he can finish up the turret that I'm sure he did a pretty massive amount of damage to. Does have that Hex Drinker now as well.
That seems to be the worry. Look how healthy mid lane turret is. Top was, I guess, at about a quarter health, but you can't really push into a Morg on the top side of the map right now. Just seems that there's not very many structures ready to be taken for WE. That means a 4,000 gold lead.
And a sneaky dragon though for World League does give them a nice objective, but Runans is done for Kalista. 957 back in onto Tank, but Tank happy to come in with the damage. Ella, good pop there on the traffic cone. This Tank with a bit of poke there as Flandre does have his TP back up, I believe. Morg just pushing out the top wave, being annoying, as always. There we go.
I almost think it's worthwhile to just send the Cassiopeia up there to deal with it.
Tower does fall.
Definitely going to be able to fight Flandre 1v1 now.
Flandre doesn't really want to 1v1 anyone. He's playing a bit of PvE right now. But he's getting the waves pushing. Forcing 957 to go up and check.
That's a 5,000 gold advantage just because they've taken all 3 out of turrets. None taken right now for Team WE. Also means they have more space to farm up. Slight CS advantages everywhere apart from the jungle. And again, that kill advantage.
Yeah, and we know that Snake are happy to sit on this. It's the kind of lead that they took a much longer time to build in both games, I think, in different instances in this particular series. And now all of a sudden, got a much bigger lead to work with at a much earlier time. Once again, they can start getting aggressive, trying to make these plays, and like just much crisper Snake.
A little bit rusty, didn't really look like they wanted to fight. Here we
go.
go.
Going in for Ella of all people, but Fate's Call is there. This might be the re-engage. 957 taking a host of damage there on the back end. A Tank snipes him with a missile as Flandre. Damage onto the Alistar is going to force that ulti from Zero.
Yeah, so in the end, an overcommitment there out of the Poppy player. Now they take the turret in mid lane. And Snake really rolling at this stage. It's now out to closer to 7,000 gold. Shia just not in a position to follow up the aggression out of Poppy.
No, and that's the thing with Cassio. You have to be in range, and you're pretty medium to short ranged. And Snake starting to really roll over this game. We expected it to be a bit faster, but how clean it's been is probably the thing that surprised me this particular game. Snake just know what they have to do. They're playing very clinically, but the pace has definitely picked up.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Condu's the guy that's picking up a lot of the sidewave farm at the moment. You see that he's higher level than Mystic. Pretty close to 957, actually. As you see the experience, he's about to ding to level 12. And this Graves, he's got a heck of a lot of farm, has that kill, but hasn't really been impactful. Will scale up. That's the best thing about playing Graves jungle. You're pretty much an AD carry that just jungles for some reason. So if they can get him involved, if they can get that big wombo combo, I guess the Cassiopeia ult, the Ezreal ult, and the Graves damage with the end of the line and the ultimate, should be good things, but right now they just haven't looked like they're going to get anywhere near that team fight.
No, and Snake are only getting stronger. Seems like Baron might be the next port of call.
See, that I would disagree with. This is another time that Baron is a complete unnecessary risk for a team. They have really good siege, double AD carry comp, good pick off the siege with a Morgana. If you group up with a Morgana, she is more than happy to just start throwing out Dark Lightnings, and they're like mid spears, except they keep you in the same place for about 2.5 seconds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that is the plan. Flandre, he's still pretty squishy, you know. He went from Morale Nomicon. He's got a lot of cooldown reduction, a lot of mana.
Gonna need the bindings. Sees 957 wanting to get aggressive, binding again. 957 getting pretty sick of it at this point.
Back Fiend. But we'll see whether this is a team fight that they want. Teleport available for both laners. There could have been a collab.
Snake just playing it smart, you know, keeping Flandre pressure, getting vision around the Baron, just threatening it. No need to actually do it, because I agree with you. That would be a little bit too reckless at this stage in the game. Just trying to keep the 4 together, group with that siege. Start to poke down these tier 2s and open up even more space. No need to not do anything at this point other than get more ahead. Certainly don't want to take any risks here.
Certainly looks to be the case. GA, on the other hand, has got 2 items now. Is fairly strong. Probably needs to be addressed in these team fights. Tank with the package is using it like a global ulti. He's playing like TF. He's split pushing top lane and knows he can pretty much make it to mid whenever he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, you get there pretty quickly. So smart usage there. Might dig over to Condi there, I believe, for the Raptor.
This is so impressive, actually, out of Condi. He is the same level as ZZR, except ZZR has, like, is 4-0-1.
Yeah.
And kills give so much experience. That just shows how well Condi has been farming the jungle. And lanes when he's had an opportunity. Not going to really lie about that one.
He's almost 40 CS ahead. So it's certainly been taking attacks every now and then.
Pink Wards, the nemesis of Graves.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, Sentinels are pretty bad as well.
Damn,
A
son.
new challenger has arrived.
Condi does clear it all though, so level up there for the Graves. This tank back in the mid lane. There's a Zeal now, so rapid fire cannon coming. Tico more. It's a nice choice there up against the Cassio especially. But tank wanted to keep safe first and then regroup back around the bottom side. This is looking to get into some lanes and get some action going. Dragon up in 30 seconds. And Snake could look to pick up there first, which is a nice little boost for them at this stage in the game.
And now Snake should be the ones that are actually looking to force the tempo of the game. They're 8,000 gold up. So if they let this game get to a point where gold becomes irrelevant, they're actually doing themselves a disservice. So you can see, want to group around that next dragon. See if they can start picking up that objective, forcing some team fights. Because right now, they're in the driver's seat.
Well, Flandre pushed out top again, so Dragon is up. They are going to start it. They've got Callista, so relatively simple, secure here. And this is going to go over to Snake actually very quickly. You can see just how much damage the double AD carries do. And this could be a fight as well. Oh, no, World Elite backed out of it. They did push down mid, but Snake right there to defend it. Good wave pressure here. Where does Snake want to go next? Baron starting to get more of a realistic objective, but
well, with how quickly they just did that dragon, why not go for something like a Baron buff? We know that their team fight's good. We know if you walk into Morgana, even though Flandre hasn't really had a terrific game so far, he's just really been farming side lanes like a madman. That's going to do a lot of damage. Has the teleport advantage as well on this side of the map because it was being answered by Xie.
Flandre still actually starting to do damage now to some of these tier 2s. 957 will go down to meet him. So Flandre's assault will stop, but Donnis is very close. 957 really wants in, but Flandre says no.
Well, now he has the Iceborne Gauntlet, so now he actually, I think, starts winning the 1v1s again because he can just chase Flandre forever. He needs to dodge a couple of bindings, which he doesn't seem capable of doing at the moment, to actually get it done. However, Poppy becomes a legit anti-carry with just those 2 items. So we'll see whether he's able to make it work.
As Mystic gets himself the red buff. Once again, Snake not in any rush at this point, but I do agree that they might want to push the tempo just a bit harder.
Yeah, I really feel like right now, Snake just letting this game drag on. They have a really nice group. They have the Corki with a very good item spike. Here we go.
Yep, there's Baron play once again. Flandre did not get Donnis before attempting this, but they're just going to force in for it. Ward in the back there is going to give ZZR a space, 957 a space to go to, and he's already ported in.
Yes, Condi.
Off to the side, has to be a bit careful. ZZR flashes, that's going to force a flash. Oh, binding. Not bad. Pokes landing in, and 957 needs quite a bit of damage. Now Snake going to group up, but didn't really get much done off that. Just a couple cooldowns burnt.
Yeah, they get a cooldown or 2, but they also trade a couple. So ZZR and Condi trade flash. Flandre and 957 trade teleport. So pretty much nothing gained for nothing lost right now. But the idea is right. Force the tempo of this game. Because If WE ever win a team fight, 3 outer turrets still standing, 26 minutes in, Baron, very real possibility with a Cassiopeia. You kind of don't want to ever team fight a Cassiopeia either, just because she has these miracle ultimates that will change games. So get Flandre back, get an item purchase on him, pick up that Zhonya's Hourglass, and just start sieging down these turrets. I honestly thought that's why he went the cooldown reduction build. He has 40% cooldown reduction. He can just throw out binds on a ridiculously low cooldown right now. And they're very hard to defend with mid-range mages and AD carries. But they just want to keep going back to this neutral objective, see if they can get it done.
Yep, still staying around the Baron area. It's ZZR pretty intently clearing out wards. I'm actually going to start it again here, but that's just a little too ambitious. Ward there for 0. Will force a response, but Flandre still has a shop to do. He's not going for it just yet. I guess Zhonya's been quite a bit more expensive now, means he might not have the money for it, but you'd think before they did anything they'd at least want that. Tank does have the package, so maybe that's what prompted it, but looks like that cooldown might go to waste as well here. Snake have the right idea, it feels like, most of the time, but it's not quite executing the way we used to see them do last year.
Yeah, maybe on the cusp of like 3 items right now, in the fact that they've nearly... Flandre, he's going to get chunked out. He just took 2 shots.
Yeah, taking the Baron, not too sure on that one, but Snake are going to go in, and 957 got spotted, which I think is why they started it.
It certainly is, but Flandre's low. This may as well be a 5.
Mystic ulti, Rend is there. They actually do take the Baron. The 4v4 is going to disengage. Trundle Pillar out. And Snake do actually collect it. Nice moves there.
Yeah, that was a great call out of Snake because they did see 957 bottom lane, but why 957 was bottom lane? It's a question for another day because I honestly have no idea. They are trying to farm up as much as possible. They feel that late game they do have a good team fight. 957 will become a beast on this Poppy. What they don't really have though is safe wave clear, so giving up a Baron means that they don't really have non-committal wave clear and are going to have to work for everything. Will also mean a second dragon in a minute 30 will go across to Snake. And those 3 items I said they were on the cusp of, now they go back, they purchase them, they purchase more in fact. Because you know, Crystal was able to grab the Bloodthirster. I thought he was a little bit further off from that, and they should be able to start sieging in the base and finishing off this game.
Well, they're 9,000 gold ahead, so I certainly hope so. Snake do make themselves down to the bottom side of the map. This tier 2 has been pretty pesky. Andre did a little bit of damage to it, as you can see, but they should be able to finish it off.
Yeah, I just don't see how WE... That's why I thought they would fight around the Baron area. Because underneath turrets, there is no way they're able to safely defend this.
Even without the Baron buff, and of course that making it even more tricky. As top tier 2, it looks like Snake are going to do this the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, send Flandre back top, make sure he's pushing out that wave. Actually, they're just going to send the whole team. Why even risk getting picked off? Move your ward line, make sure that you're as far ahead as possible. Take the outers, probably get another shop in to be honest. Then look to close out the game. Yeah,
looks like this Baron will not break the base here. You'll see teams, especially EDG, I think, who's famously play very aggressive with their Baron buffs. Try and get into a position where they can deliver the killing blow after they've used it. But Snake playing a bit more conservative here. We've seen again very slow-paced games. This one's been a bit faster. We're only 30 minutes in. Snake with a good lead, do take that last tier 2. But definitely not interested in pushing themselves too hard here. Wanting to play nice and safe.
We've seen 957 now going back to base, but that's Baron base broken.
Yeah, that Black Shield's really nice there for Flandre. That means Crystal's free hitting a turret as a relatively short-range AD carry. Look at them. They're still on tank, just hanging out. Going to take us in if they don't do something. Zero is forced to go in action, but Black Shield and a Flash keeps the carry safe. And now the fight will start out here. Tank still popping shots in. He's going to 1v1 Condi happily as the inhibitor does go down.
And WE, honestly, they just kind of in the last couple of minutes were non-responsive to what was a very solid push out of Snake. They do end up breaking the base. We thought that 957, once again, he was bottom lane. He got caught out of position. That's twice he's been caught bottom lane, and they haven't got the turret for it.
No.
Like, there's absolutely nothing to show. And it looks like this time the experience, the veterans of Snake, just going to come out ahead. What has been a brawl, and WE just look a little bit... They look spent, honestly.
Yeah, they look exhausted almost. Like, having to run Snake around the map for 50 minutes at a time in 2 games would be relatively exhausting, but Snake more than happy to play this way. They win a lot of late games. In some instances, it feels like by just draining you of your mental energy and then beating you. But in this game, it's looks to be very clean here as they're on the verge of taking this series out. in a third game. They'll take Dragon 2. Probably not getting Dragon 5 this game unless something
goes seriously wrong.
Yeah, goes seriously wrong for Snake. But they are going to keep pushing here. Bottom side now that top's cracked. Making, again, the logical but very smart choices.
Yeah, they certainly are, making sure all waves are pushing. Riley's Crystal Scepter has been finished right now for Xie in the mid lane. He's had a fairly solid game, you have to say. Here they go.
957 out of the game with a good pinpoint binding there for Flandre. 957's eating damage now. Tank is not mucking about.
Certainly is not. That was a 3v5. You can see that there's two people in the mid lane occupying Xie's time right now.
Tank just going in. But mid tower does get broken as a result. Nice little split there from Snake. They do have quite a lot of money to spend. That's the only worry, and I believe that's why they're going to hit those blue pills and go home. But plenty of options now to close this game. Nothing really left to take other than these inhibs and their turrets. So you have to think that it's going to head straight back.
Yeah, you know, there's also the possibility they just farm out the jungle, you know, play it nice and safe, make sure waves are pushing up, then just prepare for the next Baron. They really do have a nice Baron team fight. And there's not really much risk in going through a narrow choke point towards a Cassiopeia. It's just the only thing that I'm really worried about if I was a Snake member right now. So they've played it methodical so far. Then we know they're not scared of long games. Probably not much point in risking it. If you have a chance to freely hit the inhibs, take it. Otherwise, just don't funnel into that choke.
Yep, we'll see what path they do take here, but plenty of open space to play with. And they're well and truly 10,000 plus. In fact, pretty much 13,000 gold ahead at this point, which is ridiculous.
For how close the first two games have been, this one has kind of blown out. And you have to say that, you know, just a little bit of mispositioning around the map. Still looking at Condi, he's picking up so much side wave farm, man. He's absolutely massive on this Graves, but it still does not look like it's going to matter.
No.
70 CS up.
Which is impressive, but the game's definitely been played more about macro play than damage at this point. Not that Snake don't have damage, but they built a very safe comp to do pretty specific things, and they're executing nicely on them here. Like the Black Shield onto Crystal. Feels like we are going back to some earlier days of Snake. And it is nice to see Crystal back in the lineup. He actually has had a good return for his first 2016 LPL games.
Certainly has, and here goes 957 one more time. Xie was looking to get in, wasn't able to do so. That will kind of reset this siege.
Crystal just feels so safe. He's just walking up to inhibs with tank poke. And there's good binding there as well. Inhib's going to die in mid.
Here goes 957, he wants in.
Yeah, he goes in, but it's maybe a little too much. His team doesn't want to follow him, it looks like. It's usually a bad sign. Baron up in 35 seconds. Snake are going to go there first. And World Elite have a whole lot of minions to deal with in the top and mid sections of their base.
Yeah, they certainly do. You can see that 957, he's not really content with just getting one person with his ulti. He wants to jump in on the whole team and set Xie up for that magical 1-2 punch. Unfortunately, it just looks like it's not going to come about this game. Black Shield is way too big. Flandre is an absolute monster at this stage of the game. He could just probably walk at Condi and take him out.
Flandre, it's a good vantage point to be at. Just going to see a couple of them. You can see Snake just going to run back and bait it. Ghosts are popped. That means Flandre is spotted, but Snake are going to start the Baron. They have so much damage.
And they have to run through Flandre. This is the scary thing. He can just ulti, get things done.
They're committing.
Wow,
no.
they're going in.
Whoa, Zero actually went in for the initiation. Pops him out of the pit, but they are going to turn around and fight it. 957 still eating bindings and traffic cones. And the poke there from Tank's just quite strong. Mystic can't really outrange that right now. And there's the Fate's Call. They're going to chase down 957. He is going to flash out of it. But the carries will chase him as ZZ are zoning away Mystic. Black Shield there as Flandre continues to split the team, and Crystal and Tank go over the other side. Ella, of all people, actually kills 957. And it just feels like everyone's getting cut off here from World Elite. Tank flashes forward down the bottom side of your screen to take out Cassio, but Zero is going to die down there as well. Xie looks dead as Mystic's going to try and make it work. Does die in the end, but he picks up a kill into the Corki. But Condi's just getting chased out of his own base. He's the last World Elite member left. And not
Ella
for too
wants
much
another
longer.
victim.
Bloodthirsty Trundle just going to keep Condi out of his own base. And Snake going to look to end the game. Very methodical. Honestly, go Ella! Oh, he's got it! Bloodthirst! There we go. The ace is completed by the Trundle. A nice end of the game here for Snake. Very clean last game for them. Slow pace across the series, but Snake do prevail.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you have to say that that was a war of attrition that Snake cleanly won in the end. We mentioned the fact that this is a very new Team WE lineup, They looked like they were honestly just drained by the end of that third game. Made a couple of poor decisions and Snake ran away with it. But credit one more time to a young team. Good to see Crystal back in the lineup. Much more team fight orientation coming out of Snake. Yep. They want to be able to execute on these late game team fights.
They do, and certainly had some examples there, despite maybe the rockiness in the first game in particular. Snake certainly feel like they're getting kind of a bit of their old self back here, but if that's what we're going to see, if we are going to see Snake returning to some of their roots, they'll take about here a good series win against an opponent that's proved quite tough in the early weeks of the LPL. But there's one thing Snake can do. Find that aggression inside yourselves again and start really taking it to teams.
Yeah, and it kind of, once again, got to a point where it shouldn't have. They were so far ahead. They had this 40% cooldown Morgana. They should have just been able to chip away at the base. In the end, they executed very well around a Baron because of 957's mispositioning, but want to really stress that that's not Snake at their best. Snake, they played out the series. They'll take the win, but there's still a lot to go away. Look at that work on their macro game. It's getting crisper. Their team fighter is getting crisper, but this was a team that last year was putting both together in pretty emphatic fashions and running over the top of teams. Doesn't look quite the same polished lineup.
Not even close at this point, although a good effort there in this series for Snake to win the match and collect the point and sole possession of second in their group, which is always nice. So I'll take the 3-1 now, with World Elite now dropping to 2-2.
Yeah, and you kind of have to look down and you think, World Elite put up a really good fight against Snake there. LGD is sitting back. They're watching M3. They've clinched fourth at the moment, and it's going down the lineup. Like, who is LGD actually going to beat in this group? Because I can't figure it out. This is getting very, very scary for last year's premiers, and honestly, Snake, if they can continue to improve week on week, they will probably clinch second in this group, be very happy about it. And WE, they're still looking like they're quite promising.
Absolutely a threat. I think we can't take too much away from World Elite in this particular series. They showed a lot of good signs, definitely some fumbles here and there as well, and I think also a team that could benefit from a little bit more, let's say, chili in their coffee. Just get a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. More importantly, don't play another team's game. As soon as you saw Crystal come back in the lineup, you were like, this is a late game team fighting Snake. Just don't play their game. As you see on your screen, the results of today, LGD fell 0-2 to Masters 3. That is not a good result.
No, but you can see here, a bit of a harder fight for Snake, but they do take the 2-1 over World Elite to finish out the day. And again, collect themselves second in their group. But we'll have a look at the standings very conveniently. As we see Group A, QG still on top at 4-0. Snake now in sole possession of second at 2-1. And then 2-2 for WEM3. EPA at 1-3. And LGT all the way down the bottom. Still without a match win.
And just a reminder of how the groups work. You play your group twice and you play intergroup once. So LGD has Energy Pacemaker all, and then all of them to play again. And when you look down that in your LGD, you're like, who are we going to beat?
Well, I'm not too sure if they know yet, but maybe we'll find out as we look at tomorrow's matchups again. 3 best of 3s tomorrow on Saturday, Sunday, of course. So IG versus RNG, EDG versus OMG, and then Vici versus HYG. All 3 of those games should actually be very fun.
Yeah, it certainly should be. I'm looking at the middle one, EDG versus OMG. We've seen so much out of OMG with Chuen. EDG, on the other hand,
who doesn't want to watch them
with
play
clear
right
love.
now?
What the heck? 29 KDA, just bring it on.
Yeah, maybe he can keep stacking that KDA. He's gotten pretty ridiculous numbers before. Be fun to see him get some more kills. He's been very bloodthirsty.
Certainly will be, and I want to see if the pawn on a mid lane assassin continues. That to me is like going to be one of the matches that shows, is EDG really back?
Yep. Don't forget that we do start earlier as well. I believe 3 p.m. local time is our start time there, so make sure you get in there earlier. But we are going to be done for the evening. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. There's plenty more LPL where this one came from. But for myself, Spawn, and our production crew, we'll see you on Saturday.